Okay. Now it should be working. What a mess. Anybody watching the replay, this is the third time I've had to restart the stream. Fun times. Okay. Anyway, we're here. It should be working now. Yes, test 1 2. Looks like it's registering very well. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I hate technology. Just try it all. That aside, this is the only clean cup. That's why I'm using it. It's not even mine. Anyway, things. I don't know. Ignore the mess in the background. That's clean clothes. Yeah, why is it on the floor? Because I have ADHD. Sorry. You can see my nightstand dresser thingy is a mess. I'm trying to kind of get into sewing, maybe. I bought a new dress, which is so cute, and it had a hole in it, so I got it at a discount, and I tried to sew it, and I failed. But I needed to go to a wedding, so I just put a safety pin in it, and it worked. Thank you. Yes. Anyway. So, I don't know. It looks like you're the only person here. Oh, no, there's another person. Yay. I don't want to launch into it until we get like a few people in here, maybe. But how are you, IFAT, by the way? Hope everything's good in this chaotic, crazy, dangerous world we live in. My hair is in my face, which in part I want, because that's that sort of emo look. But I don't want it like dangling and tickling my nose. Talk to me, people. Let me know you're alive. Anyway, I hesitate to say updates because it's like, when are the updates going to end? But I have updates for the course. You're not gonna lie, I'm sad. Yeah, right. Lamau yourself into happiness. That's all we can do. Yeah, somebody yelled at me the other day in a comment because they were attacking me, and I said more than this, but I used terms like bruh, GTFO, and Lamau, and then they chastised me for my use of internet slang, and I was like, what is wrong with you? It was a whole like language use thing. This guy had to stick up his ass or whatever. He seems to be a language prescriptivist, which I very much am not. I'm a language descriptivist. So anyway, let me open up my canvas here. What is it? On TT. My brain isn't working. On TT. On Twitch time. TikTok. Oh yeah, that's right. Because I was thinking TikTok, but for some reason my brain wasn't putting TT and TikTok together. I was thinking of TikTok as like just one T. Okay. Yeah. Speaking of which, let me take my ADHD meds that will probably just make me hyper and not allow me to focus any better. That seems to be the effect they're having. This is my 4th ADHD medication. Still haven't found a good one. Hopefully, at a big enough dose, this one will start working. Hi. YouTube translated that to this. Okay. Hi. Hello. Hello, Sheridan. Anyway, no, it was a YouTube comment. Wasn't even my content. I was commenting on somebody else's video, and this person was like leaving a bunch of really critical negative comments on a bunch of people's comments, and I kind of jumped into the fray a little bit. I don't usually waste my time with that, but this guy was bugging me, and he was directly attacking me. But anyway, let's give the people what they want. That's what we're here for. I need to share my screen. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. Be prepared for an updated map. You're about to see a beautiful updated map. My OCD has been killing me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm glad I don't have that. I just likely have autism and ADHD. Haven't been confirmed on the autism because I don't want to end up, I mean, I'm probably going to end up in a database now that I'm diagnosed with ADHD, but that one's the one that's really messing with my life. The autism is like kind of minor. Mostly just causes communication issues, but yeah, share. I do not want to end up in an autism database that the fascists are building. If they ever succeed, they're incompetent, which is the biggest hope I have. What am I trying to do here? Hold on. Oh, yeah, I need my chat. I'm missing something. What am I missing? Pop out chat. I will bring my lovely chat with me. Okay. No, thank you. I don't know. It's a fat chat. Okay. And just because I'm going to click on this, I'm going to have to resize this thing as well. It's kind of annoying, but all right. This program does not obey the laws of resizing, which is annoying. Whatever. Okay. We are here and we are set up. Okay. This is the map. Yeah, it looks a lot like the other map because it is. But I added some things. I also have news about the 6. I don't know if I mentioned that last time. I don't think so. Maybe. It might have got introduced. Oh yeah, because I think we were talking about the diving board. Okay. So I also have the drawstring bag. That's going to be a new image that we use. Have some maybe couple minor update detail suggestions on how to get the 6 better. And some other stuff. So this is the game changer. The 6 is the game changer. If I could go back in time to myself like 4 years ago and be like, hey, you're building this really cool course and it's going to work great. It's going to help people. It's going to be unique and amazing. But you're starting in the wrong spot. Because when I started making the course, right, the very first thing that I discovered was the center of gravity. That was my initial thing that I found. And then that gave me the idea, that seems to always be there. I wonder if there are other things that are always there. Sort of like a set way that we hold the vocal tract. Maybe I could call it something like mouth posture. And then I did research. And then I found out that, this exists in the literature a little bit from like 40 years ago, 50, 60 years ago even. Okay, but nobody talks about it. It doesn't seem to be a very popular idea. I'm going to build a course. And so because the center of gravity was the first thing that I discovered, the way that the course developed was from the top down. Halfway through building the course, I realized that if we don't address the bottom part first, it's hard to get the top to work because the bottom is pushing against it. Okay, so then I was like, well, I started finding the 3 and the 9 and, the throat settings and the 6 and all that stuff. And then I started being like, okay, well, let's teach from bottom up, right? That's where we are now. And now I've realized that we need to sort of get the 6 setting right and pinch it right. And that's going to help balance the areas around it. And oh my God, if I had had this from the beginning, this is going to be, if it's ever going to be possible for me to market the course as 3 months and you will sound near native, that's my goal. This is going to be the key to that. So nobody's saying anything. I feel like I'm just like talking into a void. Story of my life. I'm always talking into a void. Say something. Somebody, IFAT, help me. That's a novel sentence in the English language. IFAT, help me. Got to keep your number one status. Where's my message? Oh, there it is. Was it not working? I assume you guys still hear me. Okay, I literally typed something. How dare YouTube? That's rude. You got censored by a glitch. Very conspiratorial. Anyway, okay, so yeah, we're gonna talk about the 6. I slightly modified how I drew this. We're gonna come back to why, and you may not notice it yet, but the 11 is actually, it used to be kind of more like this. We're gonna talk about that. Okay, so starting at the top here, all I really did here is just color coded the top of the mouth. So we have our alveolar ridge bump area. We know that for most sounds, the front of the blade, front half of the blade, I'm going to say, 'cause remember we divide that in two. Most languages, because they're pushed forward, they're going to take this part of the blade and have it lined up into that bump. We take the front half of the blade, we line it up into the bump. We don't care about the tip. We don't use the tip for anything. Okay. And aside from a couple sounds where that can kind of break or get a little loose, that is generally going to be lined up there. So that's the whole purpose of this. We don't really care about this part of this part so much, but technically, because the TH stretches and the SH pulls back and this and that. Okay, so that's one area. Then you have sort of the rest of the hard palate up here. Okay, and then I put a little right there, which I can actually erase that little arrow. That was from when I made it, when I was talking to a student about it. Okay, so there's this little there. Why is this little here? Just because if you take your tongue and you brush it along the top of your mouth like that, you'll feel the point where the hard palate ends and the soft palate begins, and it'll kind of go whoop. So it feels almost like there's like a little lip or like a little ending of a bone or something there. So this part itself doesn't really matter, but it's just there to visually show like, oh, okay, that's where the hard palate ends. And as I said before, we generally don't really want to touch the hard palate at all. We want to be using the start of the soft palate when we're making our like kagunga, whatever. And then of course the soft palate itself is orange. Okay. So that's all that is. It's nothing special, no new information there or whatever. It's just color coded for your convenience. We have our fourth tooth here. I added the 4 because it's the fourth tooth, and then I added the 6. Now, again, remember, this is all approximate. It's not to scale. It just gives you an idea of what pieces are and where they are. Obviously, if this were the 5th tooth, that would be a really big tooth, right? So it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's not to scale. But remember, I've said this before. Some people get confused, or maybe they haven't heard this. The 6th tooth, it's not a tooth that you have to touch. You can touch the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th along the edges there with the side of your tongue for your shape. But 4th tooth is the one that we want. It's the required one. That's the coordinating one. But for the 6th tooth, the center of gravity is going to be roughly lined up underneath where that 6th tooth would be. It's not about touching the tooth or anything. It just gives you sort of if you can count back to the 6th tooth, be like, okay, that spot of my tongue is about where I want to put the sound. Again, there's a little wiggle room there. Some natives go a little bit under the 5th tooth, some are more under the 6th tooth. Doesn't really matter. But for various reasons, including helping to not break your new posture, I recommend that you try to get it as far back as possible underneath the 6th tooth so that you have a nice, good, solid core posture. Okay. So again, nothing new, just added it for, I don't know, usefulness. I don't want to add too much because things start getting really messy really fast. I was gonna label all the things, right? And then obviously I have these numbers here. It's like, why is there a 6 and then why is there a 6? Don't confuse the teeth number with the posture numbers, right? So I don't want to add every detail because it gets overwhelming. But let's talk about the 6 a little bit. So here's an image that I'm pretty sure I haven't shown you guys yet. This is also probably a little bit of newish information. Maybe we talked about this last time. I don't remember. But we're going to go over it anyway. This is going to set up the 6 a little bit. So here's your epiglottis, right? Open epiglottis right here. There's this little thingy right here. As we see here from this diagram up here, it's going to close, right? So it's up here, it's open. You breathe, air goes in, right? You're speaking, air comes out. Okay. You close it, bam. And then you have the part where the food and the water and stuff go, right? And if this is open, when you are eating or drinking, then in English we say it went down the wrong pipe or went down the wrong tube, and then you choke because now you have water in your lungs. Okay, so your epiglottis, right? This piece here we're talking about opens and closes, is a small leaf-shaped sheet of elastic cartilage that protects your larynx, right? Larynx right here. This little piece right here, also called the voice box, and helps you swallow. Okay, so that's going to be one of the keys there because a lot of people they're like, I don't know what this area is. I don't know how to feel it. I can't find it. Right? Um, convenience. What? Oh yeah, convenience. You're trying to give me the word. Okay. Um, That is very normal. The people that I've been working with the 6 and like, "Hey, let's get this, like, narrow instead of wide," because a lot of languages seem to hold it wider, right? It's usually the opposite settings for American English, which is awesome and convenient. But the more that I work with people, regardless of, the language that they're coming from or whatever, it's sort of a weird point to start to feel because again, like the epiglottis, as it says, right? It says the epiglottis is a small leaf-shaped sheet of elastic cartilage. It's not muscle, right? It's cartilage. Okay. But there's muscles attached to it. Obviously, you couldn't close it, right? Like, okay, and I'm not an anatomy, professor, so I don't know all the details. That doesn't necessarily matter. But really, this is getting annoying. But there's clearly muscle involved, and I can feel, right? If I try to like squeeze this area or squeeze this area, most of it's going to be down here. This is where the original 6 was, right? I think I talked last time about how it's really like actually one big piece. Um, then I can feel that, right? So I know it's there. I know there's muscle in there somewhere, right? You might not see it on an image like this because it looks like, oh, that's just like maybe like bone or cartilage, like, but there's going to be like muscles and stuff in here somewhere. Again, I'm not an expert. But like here's your 3, here's your root of your tongue, here's your 6 through this area here, right? Okay. So we added the epiglottis to that 6 area because it's really kind of one big thing. Um, and with the people that I've been working with, it usually takes about 2, 3, maybe 4 lessons. Some people get it as quick as 2 lessons, some people get as slow as 4 lessons. On average, that's sort of the average range, 2 to 4 lessons. It also depends on how often I see you. Where if I only see you once a week, it might take you closer to 4. But everybody seems to go through like the exact same process where they're like, at first they're like, I have no idea where this is or what I'm feeling or what I'm trying to do, but I'm gonna try. And then we check their homework, and then it's like, yeah, okay, like either yes or no. Usually there's like some kind of small improvement. It sounds a little bit better. It's like, yeah, okay, maybe sort of go practice some more. Second class, they still might be like, I really don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but they start to kind of sound better. And then third class, there's be like, okay, I think I kind of know what I'm trying to do there. I can sort of feel it a little bit. And like as long as you're sounding better and better, then I know you're doing the right thing, right? And my ears are developing really well for hearing if the 6 is wide or narrow. So there's also this weird thing that happens where, like, let's say, um, not looking from the side, but if you imagine like you're looking straight at your 6 from the front. Okay, so it's just gonna be like somewhere in there. You can't see it obviously, but right behind that 3, you're just looking right there, right? So this would be like the sides of the 6 right here. This would be like the middle of the 6. Okay. What a lot of people do, some languages seem to hold the 6 wider. Okay, so this wouldn't be here. It would just be a wide 6, right? And there's actually tension there. Where other languages, they seem to just have a more relaxed wide 6, where it's not, like, stretched wide and held there, but it's just sort of relaxed wide. That seems to be, as far as I can gather, used mostly in languages that pulse. So, like, Japanese has this pulsing function, and it seems I I'm not an expert on these languages. This is just based off of working with people. It seems that Mandarin and Korean, to a lesser extent, also have some sort of pulsing function. And it seems that the 6 is primarily the thing that's responsible for that pulsing function. Um, I'm not going to get into the weeds there. I don't really care. It doesn't necessarily matter. But there does seem to either be, in a lot of languages, a held wide or a relaxed wide setting. And when people start trying to narrow that 6 and pinch it into the middle, a common step in that journey is they'll still be holding it wide while they're also pinching it inward, and so I can actually hear that they're narrowing it, but they're also holding it wide at the same time, and it creates distortion, right? This isn't new, right? I've told you guys before, hey, if your 11 is doing this, you want to let that go and flip it around. You might add this, but still be holding this, and now you're fighting it, and you're not going to sound, completely relaxed and effortless and whatever because you're still fighting between the two settings, right? So the same thing can happen in the six, but that seems to be the case. So again, I haven't worked with every language. I've worked six. I don't think I've done with Spanish speakers yet because I don't have many Spanish speaking students. They sort of come and go. Russian, Mandarin, Korean, Japanese. I think that's been the people I've been working with since I started honing in more on the six. Might be forgetting somebody. But if you speak any of those languages, definitely you have a wider six for sure. Okay, so that's details, right? Things that you can be aware of and play with, but know that if you can't feel it and you're not sure if you're doing it right, just keep going. Like it helps to get feedback from somebody like me, who again, I'm probably one of the only people on the planet who's uniquely qualified to actually hear if you're doing the right thing in that particular area because I'm building the course and I have really good ears and I'm actually developing an ear for that specific piece. Training other teachers is going to be a nightmare if I ever get there. I don't even know if it's going to be possible. But anyway, yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about that, but that's sort of the basics of the six. I sort of redrew it a little bit because I'm like, well, if we look on this map, there's kind of maybe like this little gap or whatever sort of structure. Again, there's probably muscles in there, but it might be a little bit more accurate to kind of draw it like this, I guess, maybe sort of. It doesn't really matter. You can still have it, more like that. Whatever. I don't know the right way to show it. So whatever works for you, you can imagine it. Whatever. Again, it's approximate. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying, hey, there's this thing. Do this in this area. That's approximately where it is. Use that as a guide to kind of figure out how to do it. That's the whole thing. The last thing I'll say about the six really quick before I get back to the comments. Oh yeah, and I have to talk about this area here. I'm going to circle that. Is because because the last thing I'm gonna say about the six really quick is God, what was my thought? See I'm hyper now. I'm getting hyper with the meds, and I'm losing my focus. It's not helping with the focus, guys. That's why I'm taking it. I don't want to be hyper. I want to be focusing. I want to be remembering things. At least it'll be a fun stream. What was I gonna say? Six. Oh yeah. Part of the reason why I was saying that like this seems to be like the game changer, the thing that I would go back in time and say, hey, start with this, is because even when people are still kind of like, I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but I'm trying. Everybody that I've worked with the six, except maybe one person, already had some familiarity with the pieces around it. And so maybe it's a little bit of, it wouldn't be the same for like a beginner, who's just coming up through the course if I were to say to teach this before those pieces. But the little imperfections that people have had like in their 11 and their 3 and stuff, it doesn't necessarily completely make everything fall into place necessarily, but if they were like a little imbalanced, a little, like not quite coordinated, but they were pretty close in most of these, especially the 3, the 9, and the middle throat. Once they start getting that 6, it actually starts to kind of tighten things up and tie them together because this is the bridge between all of these areas. And if you have the right tension there, it's going to make it easier to release and open up the areas around it. So 6 is very important. In fact, I might even say that the 6, if I had to pick one piece that would be the most important piece, it would be the 6. Not because it's a primary driver of things, but because it's that linchpin, that sort of bridge that ties all these lower elements together, right? Like in our house, we had our first floor and then our foundation. This is the glue between the first floor and the foundation, and then allows all this up here to be much easier to do and much easier to control. So, yeah. Okay. Let me talk about some comments here. How can I move quickly from the soft TH sound to the true T sound path to how can I prevent the true T sound from breaking the posture and pushing up the top throat? We could talk about that. Do you think Abdul said it sounds very Oh, I love that man. He's even finding his way randomly into a non-political YouTube stream. Okay. Yeah, vote for Al Sayed, please. Thank you, if you have the ability. Hi. I don't know why it keeps translating. Why does it think hi is a foreign language? YouTube is stupid. Do I understand correctly that 6 tends to be wider and tenser in those languages? Yes. Well, wider and or tenser. Ours seems to be a bit more narrow and pinched, and there's a little update I have to that as well, in terms of the other directions. Remind me if I forget, but actually I'll put 6D. Okay, so for Ivan, this is a little bit more. We do have a posture question here. There's a little bit more of an articulation question. I'll tackle that. It's a small question. How can I move quickly from the soft TH sound to the true T sound? So there's a couple ways. There's actually a trick that we use that most natives will use most of the time, unless we have a reason to articulate. I've talked a lot about the TH and how there's the dental or flatter TD variations. This is terribly written. Sorry, dental TD. I usually put dental in quotation marks because you don't have to actually touch the teeth. You just have to make it flatter. And that's a common replacement for the TH, just regardless. Like anytime we do a TH, we might do a dental T or D instead. You have to keep the voice versus voiceless, depending on which one it is. You can't mix those up. But if you're not familiar with that, I have a whole video on that. Maybe I think 2 videos on that, talking about that. I talked about it in previous lives. So I'm not going to rehash all those details right now, but you can use this instead of a TH. So there would be 2 ways to answer your question. The first way would be that in order to do the regular TH, you're going to take the front part of the tongue here. You're going to lift it and stretch it forward so that it's going to be close to the teeth there. Again, you can technically be anywhere along this as long as there's a gap for the air to flow through, but the basic position would be to have your tongue be kind of, let me see if I can do that right. Something kind of like that-ish. That's a little bit kind of like, I can't draw it right. I'm trying to keep the posture there, but something sort of like that. I don't know. It's ugly. It's poorly drawn, but okay. Again, not to scale. That's I can't draw perfectly, but something sort of like that. The air goes through there. Okay. And then if you're going to go from that into a T, well, your T is here and your tongue is stretched forward right now. So the front half of the blade is currently lined up more under the front part of the bump rather than the back part of the bump. So you're going to have to move that front part of the blade back into place as you lift into the TH. So you're going to go back a little bit just to realign the basic posture. Because again, remember, we're stretching the front forward. We're not pushing forward from the back. So all of this stays in place. You stretch that forward. You unstretch it as you go up to the T. And so then you get path to it's literally, you should feel like the front of your tongue. Everything else stays stable. You just sort of move the front of the tongue like that. Very simple, very smooth movement, very isolated and local here. Okay, you might feel a little posture resistance adjustment, but for the most part, you're not going to feel a whole lot of change back here. If you don't have enough control over the front of your tongue to move it around like that, like stretch it and change the direction while keeping everything solid, then you have a basic postural control problem and front control problem. So that would be part of that. That's the way to do it in an articulated way, the path to freedom, path to, okay? For me, it's very easy. There's another way to do it, which is to use the dental T and D. And as I said before, you can use the dental T or D as long as you match the voice or voiceless pair, whichever TH it is. Anytime there's a TH, it doesn't necessarily matter. There's some cases where maybe it might be a little less likely or more likely, but it really doesn't matter. However, if you're coming from or going to a regular T or D with a TH, again, we can say path to, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not really hard for us to do. But there is an easier way that I think in this particular combination is much more common even for natives, which is to go ahead and use that flatter, in this case, T, because it's a voiceless TH. So you're going to use that dental T. You can either put it on the teeth or you can just put it right on the same spot as the regular T would be, but make it flatter. And then you say path, pathta, pathta, pathta. The secret here is the second T needs a little, it can't be too dull because then it's going to be like pathta, pathta, pathta. In this case, because it's the preposition to and that T is already weak, you actually can make it a little bit voiced. And so that does work too in this particular case. But if I say like path time or something, I can't say like path dime. That doesn't work. So you have even more flexibility in this particular combination because of the preposition to and the weak, the very malleable T that we have in that particular word. Okay, so you have another case there, but ignoring that because that won't apply to all cases. Path to, path to, path to. It could be a little bit flatter because especially if you start on the teeth, you just release it from the teeth. That's fine. You want to try to keep a little bit of the crispness to it. If I say path time, path time, path time, path time, again, it has at least a little bit more of that crispness so that we hear that there's an actual T there, but you don't really have to actually move the position in that case, right? Especially if you do your dental T here, path time, path time, path time, path time. Okay. Anyway, yeah, hopefully that explains that. There's a lot of details and moving parts there. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time going over those, but if you have some follow-up questions, we can cover that. How can I prevent the true T sound? Wait, I don't call it a true T sound. It's just a T. There's no true T. There's a T. Like, I know teachers use true T because it's like, oh, hey, sometimes a T turns into a flapped T, which also doesn't exist. It's a flapped D. It's never a T sound. If it's T, it's T. That's just how it is. That's the sound. There's no variation of T unless you're talking about the flatter dental T or D, which we only use for a TH. So technically that would be called a TH for the American perspective. But again, it's already qualified as the dental or flatter T or D. So the regular true T, whether it's strong or weak, would just be T. There's no reason to qualify it with true, right? That doesn't really make any sense. There's just the T sound. I know it's a tangent. It doesn't really matter. But how can I prevent the T sound from breaking the posture and pushing up the top throat? So if you have a problem where your top throat is getting messed up with your T, you have a very, very, very fundamental problem in your posture. How can you fix that? I'm going to teach you what you should do and how you can fix it at the same time because it's the same answer. If you can do an that's our bass sound, right? That's our bass posture. That's our thinking sound. You're doing your here. Your throat's low. It's open. Okay. All the things that I've told you guys before. You get your valve into place. You get your 3 low. Narrow your 6. Get your 11 into place. Okay. Sort of hanging into the throat. Get your 5 into place. Tongue is back, right? You're lined up under here. You have your nice middle shape. Okay. Bass posture done. If you can do that, then that's your starting point. Okay. Now, although there's a couple sounds that are maybe a little tense and can maybe sort of try to pull on this area, and you might feel some stabilizing tension here and there. The last 1 or 2 live streams I gave you guys this technique where you could take this finger, these 2 fingers, place them right here in your middle throat like that, right? This knuckle goes right on the bottom groove of the Adam's apple. And then, okay, so then you can feel where it is. Now, if you go, and the top, your throat comes up. Do you say top throat? Yeah, okay, top throat. I'm going to come to the top throat specifically. But if your throat comes up, you did something wrong. Okay. this should be stable. As I'm talking to you right now, some sounds that I'm doing, I can feel maybe a little stabilizing tension here and there, but it's not moving. It's very stable. My top throat is maybe moving around a little bit. My Adam's apple, which is attached to the top throat, is going to move around a little bit. Partially because like the three is moving, so you're going to feel that. But then also like I'm changing my pitch here and there. Going through as I'm emphasizing or just speaking the language. Um, so the middle throat should be stable. Okay, your bottom throat should also be stable. Sometimes people want to curl the bottom throat up. We don't want to do that either. You should be able to transition from the into the T without moving that. Now the top throat is your pitch control. Okay. Let's look at me. Ugh, I'm small. Stop sharing. Okay. So if I go, all right, if I go, let me actually turn my light on. You can see me better. I forgot to turn that on. Increase the shade there. Nope, that's not. God damn it! Too many buttons. That should be fine. Maybe yes. No. Okay. Right, you can see the 3 moving because the 3 is going to go down a little bit to help the T articulate because our tongue is so low. And because the 3 is in this area, you might see a little bit of sort of movement, but my top throat isn't really doing anything. Okay. If my top throat were to go up when I do my T, then my pitch would increase as I form the T. I would go, it would be kind of weird. Okay. If that's what you're doing something wrong. You have to not do that. Like, why is that happening? Either because you're trying to pull your top throat up when you shouldn't. Maybe your middle throat is pushing it up because your middle throat's not stable. Maybe your 6 is imbalanced. Could be maybe your 3 isn't working right. Maybe your 3 is going up instead of down, and that's having a pull-on effect on the middle through the 6. Maybe your 11, same thing. Maybe your 11 is trying to push that T up instead of resisting down, and that's having sort of a knock-on effect. Things can pull on other things if you're not doing them right. So there's lots of possible reasons, including not using the top of the throat itself correctly. But the answer just comes down to you just have to control the posture. You have to control the pieces and keep them stable. How do you do that? How do you open and close your hand like that? I don't think I'm sharing anymore, am I? Good job, me. I remembered. I was going back to my my canvas there. Anyway, okay, cool. This is getting annoying. Hold on. I don't want to have to keep doing this every time I change screen. So there we go. That's better. All right. So there you go. That's the answer to that question. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that gives you something to work with. Outside of that, it's like, hey, you need feedback. You can record yourself, compare. I have reference recordings, as I said. Let me drop this. I keep forgetting to add this to the chat description because it's useful for you guys. But again, if you work with me, you'll have access to this as well. Share, copy link. Right in the chat. There's all your reference recordings. So if you're doing a T, whoops, that's not what I wanted. Back. Oh God. No, that's what I wanted. Okay. Section 1, T. Okay. Yeah, transition right here. T transitions, T slow and normal. The slow and normal doesn't really matter. Don't worry about it. It's just I try to like do it in like a slow sort of way of pronouncing it, and then I just sort of did like a it gives you a different angle on it. That doesn't really matter. But the T transition, right? That's going from the to the T and the T to the that's how you're going to practice that. If this is your reference recording, you can record yourself, drop this file and your file into a program like Audacity. You can compare them side by side, listen to how you're doing, be like, hey, okay, my top throat's coming up. Of course, you can also probably feel your top throat coming up in that case. So, you may not need the actual recording. You can actually see it. But compared to mine and try to make sure that everything sounds stable and in place, right? Those are basic things that you learn in the course. Look, I talking. Okay. Do I think Abdul El Sayed sounds American? This is gonna totally mess up my algorithm. Do I think he sounds American? Yes, absolutely. uh, he might have a little bit of slight regionality, but he sounds generally American, like a general American speaker to me. I haven't sat there and like analyzed every detail of his accent because I don't usually do that in real life, believe it or not. But I do follow politics closely. I'm chronically online, unfortunately. I mean, half the reason for that is because my survival depends on it. I have to know what's going on and related to my community and things like that. I'm very progressive. I'm not part of DSA, but I'm very much a friend and supportive of DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. Uh, so yeah, like if you follow me on Blue Sky, I've leading up to El Sayed's primary, I was like, hey, I would vote for this man if I could. Go vote for him. I don't live in that state. Same thing with Francesca Hong. Same thing with oh god, I can't remember her name because it's an odd name. Well, odd is relative. Um, it was stuck in my head for a few days too. Kiros, Milat Kiros, or something like that. I forget. I didn't pay as much attention to her stuff, but yeah, she seems to Peggy Flanagan, who just recently won the primary. Yeah, yeah, this is big stuff. This is exactly what the country needs. Blah blah blah. This isn't a politics stream, so sorry. That's my ADHD going on a tangent. Do I think he sounds American? I would say yes. I'd have to like listen and analyze every little tiny detail, but he is American. As far as I understand, like he was even born here. I think his parents are immigrants or whatever. I don't know all the details. I don't pay as much attention to that. But yeah, he sounds pretty much like any other American. Again, there's always going to be like little tiny regional differences where somebody won't sound exactly like me, but like 99%, it's going to be the same in terms of like the sounds we use. Because there's like the cot merger that some people use and don't use, and depending. So yeah, there's going to be little differences, but I wouldn't say that he sounds like he's from a particular region necessarily. Like he doesn't sound like he's has a Southern accent or a New York accent, something that's more distinct. And he um, yeah, he just sounds American. Yeah. And actually, I'm very even though he's not from my state, he's not running to represent in my state or anything like that. Like the fact that he's Muslim American. I think if he wins, he'd be like the first Muslim American in the Senate or something like that, the first Muslim in the Senate. That just makes me like so proud. It really does. It's awesome. It's amazing. Um, that the country needs more diversity, more representation, um, rather than what the fascists are trying to do right now by taking us back in time. So I'm all for it. Did I understand correctly? Yeah, okay, I already asked that one. I think I already managed to make it narrower somehow. Interesting. Like that's definitely something I noticed while switching from Russian to English. Yeah, that would make sense. As I said, I thought you have a really good accent, right? And that actually just speaks, even though I don't really think about it too much. Yeah, that just speaks to what I have said before that, you know, whether they're polyglot or not, usually it's going to be polyglots. But if you find somebody online who like they have like a flawless, perfect accent, like they sound native, or maybe they're like native like, and it would be hard to tell them apart. But if you're a native speaker, maybe you could kind of pick it out. If they have that level, where they're essentially sound like a native, um, but they never learned posture, they never heard of it, they never studied it, they don't know about all these, numbers and stuff and all the details change, but they still managed to get that. My theory is that through shadowing, whether from really diligent practice and or some talent, through shadowing and through trying to actually match not just the pronunciation, but the actual quality of the accent that they're hearing, they naturally manage to switch these muscle positions into a different setting for that language through sort of osmosis in a way. And so you would actually, in this particular detail, I thought you would be a perfect example of my theory. That you didn't know about the six. I didn't know about the six when I talked to you before. Um, or if I did know about the six, I didn't know about the narrowing. That's a relatively new little thing I picked up on. And yet you sounded good when I talked to you. I don't know how you sound now, maybe even better, if not the same. I'm sure you haven't gotten any worse. And so clearly you probably were doing at least something of the right thing. Maybe you can do more of it. maybe you can slightly tweak it and make it even better. I don't know. Maybe you have a little weakness in there. Maybe something to play with. Uh, now that I'm more aware of the six and I can hear some of those differences, if you want to schedule a consultation, you can. But I'm going to do shameless plugs because that's literally half the reason I'm here doing the stream anyway. Um, then yeah, you can feel free and I can analyze that directly and try to hear how you're balancing the pieces around it. But otherwise, yeah, you probably do have that at least to some extent. And I wouldn't be surprised because you sound good, you know. Um, Chronically Online as well. Yeah, I know. Uh, I try not to be, but literally, like, I mean, I play some video games. Like, I mostly play Marvel Rivals just like for my mental health, because like I can't work all the time and I can't like live in a fascist state where people are trying to like remove my rights constantly and like not have some sort of outlet. But like I do, food delivery a lot. I have my classes. Classes have been really slow. Please sign up. I need money. um, also, I have an announcement on that in case you haven't seen, which I'll come back to. Intro package. Intro package. I'm really trying to get some like new students on board, and it's sort of a win-win because it's a cheaper rate and it sort of helps both of us. But anyway, I'm gonna come back to that. What was I saying? No, ADHD. Damn it. Uh, Look at the comments. What was I talking about? Chronically Online. Yeah. Okay. Working a lot. So I work a lot. I do play some Marvel Rivals, but because when I'm like, doing food delivery, sometimes I'm just like sitting waiting for an order. So like I should be reading a book and sometimes I do read. There's lots of good books that I'm trying to work through, like Black Against Empire. Um, but like it's really easy to just be on my phone and just like scroll Blue Sky and maybe check Instagram or something and just like see what people are saying and stay updated on politics and the progressive movement and trans news and stuff like that, LGBTQ plus news. And then of course I also try to write. I have my second YouTube channel, which I haven't made any videos for since I launched it, unfortunately, but there's that channel. And then I have my Medium blog, which has some shared content, and I did write a couple new pieces in the meantime. Again, I can kind of do that from my phone as I'm waiting for orders, so I can squeeze in like some other things. But yeah, I'm definitely chronically online. I'm online pretty much like all the time. It sucks. I know it's not good, but it is what it is. I'm sorry, but from where can I get started if I'm a beginner? Okay, so Darebull694, welcome. I apologize if you've been waiting because I go in order and I also have ADHD and the streams are usually chaotic like this. I promise I try to get to everybody, but I go in order. I try to go in order as much as possible. So thank you for being patient if you're still here. If you are a beginner, I assume you mean beginner in pronunciation or posture, because I don't teach beginner English. I still have a course on the back burner that I someday want to develop that will hopefully revolutionize the way English is taught, just the way I'm revolutionizing, hopefully, the way pronunciation is taught. Probably won't be. I'll just probably die, and never be acknowledged for my genius because I'm so egoic and so arrogant. But if you're talking about posture, you can watch the posture course videos. They were made as I was developing the course. There's no wrong information in them except the one video where I introduced the hinge and I said fifth tooth because I got a little confused by the research, which is based on British English, and I was coming to American English, and I was like, well, our tongue seems to be farther back than British English, maybe. So there's just that one video that says the hinge is the fifth tooth for American English when it's actually the fourth. That's literally the only piece of information that's wrong in all the posture related videos. So you can go through that. That's not optimized. The current way that I teach the course from the bottom up, like we learn how to breathe first, we learn how to open the throat, we learn how to open up this, and then start building our way up like that. It's much more efficient. It's much more optimal. The earlier videos didn't have like the 6 and the 3 and all these pieces because I hadn't found them yet. So I'm not just saying this to try to get you to like sign up for classes. The best way to get started is to like schedule a class with me. Let me actually transition into this really quick here because this is a good segue. They're not cheap, unfortunately. I know it sucks, but it's a really good working course and it's worth more than I'm charging right now. So, it is what it is. But if we come over here to my back end, okay. Consultation, language mentoring, that's $40 an hour. That's a cheaper one. That's for like a one-off. Okay. There is a trial option. If I think italki gives you like 3 trials with different teachers or whatever. So if you've never been to italki and you want to sign up, there should be a link in the description that takes you to my profile. You should be able to sign up for a trial lesson for $30. It's if you choose a trial lesson, I try to give you like we start the course, we answer questions, and I try to give you like a little bit of like a sneak preview of some of the techniques and stuff that we'll use where I may not necessarily do that in the first day for everybody. They just kind of like, learn things as we go in terms of techniques and certain things. Um, so that's a little bit special because it is supposed to be kind of a trial for you to try it out, but you do start the regular course from that. It's not like a kid's glove, minor version of it. Like I teach you the same basics that I would teach most people in the first lesson. Um, so there's that to get started at really cheap. Again, that's $30. I know for some people that's still not cheap, but there you go. There's the Sound Like a Native posture course. This is the main course. It's $80 an hour. If you buy a five class package or a 10 class package, which you don't have to schedule all at once. But if you buy those, there's a little bit of a discount. It comes out to like $75 or $73 an hour. And then there is this one that I opened recently, mouth posture starter package. It's at $50 an hour. But it's a one-time package. Okay. It's not like if you try to schedule a one class with this, I'll deny it. You have to schedule the package, right? So it's a $250 flat fee, no discount on the package. One-time package that you can buy. And there's a description of here of like, okay, it's designed as a cheaper way to get started with the mouth posture course and test out classes with me if you're not sure, or if you just want to establish the very basics and then continue to practice on your own. And there's more details there and whatever, but you can go read through that. But um, you'll find that on my teacher page if you use the link in the description. This is designed to help you if you're like $80 is a lot. I don't know if I want to spend that much money. So if it's like maybe you have the money but you're not sure, go here. If you don't have the money to do the regular course at the regular rate, but you want to get like the basics, like the foundational information, it's not going to be the whole course condensed down to 5 lessons. There's going to be a lot that you don't cover, but it's going to give you a really good foundation. And I'm trying to sort of optimize and slightly modify what I do in these 5 lessons compared to the regular course to give you that good broad base. But it's a lot packed into 5 classes to sort of give you something that you can then go practice yourself with, because you can't afford the regular rate, or maybe you just don't want to spend the money on the regular rate. So that's a special option to kind of help bridge the gap for the people who may not have the money or can't afford the full price all the time. Um, and then whatever, so there's that option if you want to explore that, and that's a win-win because it helps you. I end up having more classes. It's still a decent rate. I'm still making a pretty decent chunk after I don't make $50 after italki takes their fees. It's like 30. No, actually, yeah, for this one I think it's comes out to like 35, $36 or something, um, which is still a pretty good rate. That's more than I make delivering food, so I'm not really complaining. But the course is worth at least $80 an hour, at least. Like it's probably going to go higher in the future when I really optimize it and like, you know, get it working even like more efficiently. Um, so that's another reason to maybe sign up here because eventually it's not going to be under $100 forever. Like imagine Rachel's English charging less than $100 an hour. Like, come on. um, so yeah. Anyway, you can go check that out. I see lots of hearts and likes and stuff. That's cool. Awesome. Thank you. Lots of engagement. I love it. Check out either the trial or the starter package, Darebowl. If you can't afford even that, there's the posture videos on YouTube for free. The last few live streams, like 2 or 3 live streams or so, I tried to kind of like go over a lot of those basics and give you like the front vowels and some other stuff. And so that uses a little bit more of the updated, optimized approach that I've been using. Not so much about the 6 narrowing. That's sort of a relatively newer piece. or detail. So again, it's always evolving, it's always getting better. I'm always thinking of like new ways to approach things, and um, so that might be a good place to start. Go check out the last 2 or 3 live streams, and then you can go back through the posture videos to find more information. Just remember that it's not optimized and not in the most efficient order for details. But there's also the phase 0 work, which isn't required, but especially if you're learning by yourself and you don't have the money to actually work with me, the phase 0 lessons, especially the first phase 0 lesson at the start of the course, it's going to give you the ability to start like feeling and separating out the different parts of your tongue and sort of getting a better feeling of your throat a bit. um, which is, it's not specific to any particular accent. It's just sort of basic awareness and control development of your mostly your tongue, but your vocal tract in general. And then that will help serve you, you know, as you try to learn the actual accent. Is there a connection between this? Let me switch back over here. Is there an actual connection between this and a musical ear and musical talent? Yes and no. Obviously, there's some overlap. I like to describe American English as half singing. Not because of like a particular melody or anything. Like Brazilian Portuguese is very melodic and beautiful sounding. Languages have sort of different melodies and rhythms and things like that, and it's all great. Except for Irish Gaelic. Sorry. I do have some Irish blood, and I listened to Irish Gaelic because I was like, I have some Irish blood. Maybe I might want to learn Irish. Again, no hate. It's a subjective opinion, but I hate the way that language sounds. No hate to the Irish. I love the Irish. um, anyway, that aside, um, there does seem to be, right, because like we use the diaphragm. A lot of languages don't really use the diaphragm to breathe when they're speaking. We do, right, and it's not necessarily the same as singing, but students who have come to me either with a singing background and or they're simultaneously working on learning how to sing. I've had a couple students fit that profile. They're like, "Oh, hey, this thing that you're telling me about, like lowering and opening and using the diaphragm, like it's mostly like the throat and the breathing part. This is very similar to what I learned in singing." Okay. Um, I mean, hearing subtle sound differences requires musical ear. So actually, no. In that case, yes. That from that angle, I would say it's a lot the same. Not just in terms of sounds, but in hearing the posture pieces. If you Right, if you develop a musical ear and you know, like, okay, that's a C, that's a D, that's an F sharp. I have a little bit of musical knowledge myself, so I can talk about this. If people are confused, don't worry about it. And then you're like, okay, so like this is this chord, this is like a C major chord, or like this is like a C, one octave higher from middle C or whatever. I had originally learned the piano. That's my reference, even though I have more experience on the guitar. And I still can't play any musical instruments. That's great. ADHD is awesome. But anyway, besides that, seriously, guys, it's making me hyper. I'm sorry. It's kind of the like just in terms of the sounds, like being able to hear the difference in sounds, that's kind of equivalent in a sense. But also hearing the posture details, like hearing if your six is narrow enough, hearing like is your three high or low, hearing like is your throat sort of pinched and high and tight, or is it low and open and relaxed, relaxed wide, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like I can hear if somebody's tensing, even if their tongue is back, but they have like a forward tension through it, or even just in the center of gravity. I can hear it because it affects the quality of the sound. You might be doing the correct sound, you might be have most of your posture correct, but you just have this sort of this little slant. It'll actually kind of maybe sound a little French, maybe because the French schwa is basically just like their posture is pushed forward onto the bottom teeth, and they say like something kind of like that. I don't speak French. I'm not trying to do that perfectly. Don't judge me. But um, IPA symbol says it's the same sound, but the quality is very different. Okay, the position might even maybe be a little bit farther forward, but I can hear that it's the same sound. It's just the quality makes it sound French instead of American, and vice versa. And so uh, I did not have an ear for all of this stuff before I started developing the course. Right, like I didn't know what the five was because I found the five. Right, I didn't know what the three was because I found the three. Um, et cetera, et cetera. And I've built an ear working with people through comparison of like hearing, because part of my superpower in languages and pronunciation is I can. It's not like I can always do one to one and master it. Some things are weird. Okay, whatever. Japanese is really hard to match, but especially working with a bunch of people from a different bunch of different backgrounds, and I wanted to demonstrate this. That's why I was trying to use OBS for this stream, but I couldn't get it to work. I wanted to demonstrate this by bringing some people in on like a Google Meets call and actually interact with you, some of you guys, and like tell you what I hear, and how to help you fix it. Hopefully, I can get that working next time. I'm going to try it again, maybe, but um, like I can sort of hear it. I can more or less maybe feel the muscles you're using, unless I'm myself, I'm not used to using my muscles that way. Again, Japanese is hard to match, but I can like hear what you're doing. I can kind of match through my ears. It sort of maps onto my muscles, and then I can kind of feel what you're doing, and I can kind of try to mimic it and do little adjustments. And it's like, okay, you're doing this, and quite often in a class, one of the things that a lot of my students love me for, and they often request, is because like we'll listen to, say, they're doing this word or sentence in a recording for homework. We're listening to it in Audacity, and then I'm like, okay, so in this particular sound or this particular word, right? This is how you sound. We play it a few times so they can listen, and then I say the right one, and they're like, hey, can you do it mimicking me and then do the right one yourself? Because when they hear both versions in my voice, they can actually hear a lot more easily, instead of just like hearing their voice on a recording and then hearing me do the right one. And so I can, again, not always match it exactly, but I can usually kind of adapt into what they're doing based on what I hear. And that is very much similar to like, oh, this is a C. I know exactly where that is. I know how to do that. Right. It's obviously it's not a one-to-one thing. A musical instrument is an external thing. Your vocal tract is an internal thing. Uh, you know, whatever. But there is a lot of overlap. And again, I talk about the vowel scales. That's one of the things you guys go through in the course. Um, right. There's scales in throughout the course, really. But right, if we go to like the vowel scales, okay. If you go to vowel scale 1B, so that includes the diphthongs, that 1A just has the monophthongs. It's not a scale because you're going ah. No, it's a scale because you're putting a between everything. So it's like going like C D, C E, C F, C G, whatever. So it's like e, etc. Trying to get in and out, keeping the posture stable, making sure you get right back into that you maintain the posture as you leave it. You do that sound well, you go back to the base posture with the um, and it's literally like the equivalent of a musical scale, sort of, right? Like C D E F G A B. Yeah, we don't change the tone or the pitch necessarily, but I can't do it at the same time trying to match the metaphor, but you get the point, right? What's up, Fernando? um, I hope that's right. I'm terrible with names. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure it's Fernando. I've seen you so many times. It'd be really embarrassing if I forgot it. Anyway, sorry. Don't blame me, brain. Blame my brain. Um, anyway, la la la. See, it is Fernando. See, IFAT. Thank you. IFAT's my assistant. If the stream ever gets big enough to where like I need help managing the chat, since IFAT is here pretty much every time, and you're so awesome and so helpful, I would like make you my mod, like 100%. Unfortunately, it's not a paid gig, it's volunteer, but I would totally make you my mod. You would be my go-to person. Yeah. All right. Anyway, that's my view on that. There is an analogous musical overlap in various ways. Yes. Obviously, it's not the same thing, but it is sort of similar. You could probably maybe make some sort of similar case to other skills as well, but obviously like music and language, I mean, there's also sign language and stuff, but I don't want to breeze over that, and I want to be inclusive whenever I can remember to be so. But generally most speech is spoken, right? There's also written language, but spoken speech is generally verbal with sound. And music is also sound based, and so there's this sort of like they use the same medium, you know, um, where if you're talking about something like programming or whatever, you can find similar parallels maybe, but it may not be exactly the same. That would be more maybe like how you build skills and stuff, which is another topic completely. Um, Good day, Cat. How do you say glacier? Thank you. Stillwater. Thank you for waiting. I'm sorry. Again, I go in order. I appreciate it. I got to get back to what I was talking about here. I'm going to try to catch up on the comments. Um, but yeah, I'll do a cutoff with where we are now. So as of the joining by Fernando, um, that will be anything after that. I'll come back to this and then I'll resume the comments. So you guys can feel free to keep, chatting if you want or asking questions. But how do you say glacier? So there's two ways to say it. The way that I most naturally say it, and I think most Americans naturally say it, is glacier. You can say glacier or glacier. That last part there can be one or two syllables. It doesn't necessarily matter. But yes, the C, I think most Americans would pronounce that as an SH sound. British people would maybe more say like glacier. I don't know if they say glay or glacia, something like that. But I think they use more of an S sound there. There might be some Americans that use an S where that C is instead of an SH. But to me, it's most natural to say glacier. And then instead of making it two syllables, it's common just to like reduce it and just say sure. So it would literally be like the word sure, SHUR, which you don't have to say sure. You can say sure with just like an sound. So it'd be like glay, sure. Okay, simple. Just put glay in front of the word sure. I still shadow every day for like 3 hours. If you're talking about how to articulate it in terms of posture and stuff, let me know, because that would also be useful and directly relevant. I don't know if that's what you're asking or if you just want to know how I would pronounce it. Those are the sounds I would use. So I can follow up on that if you want. But I still shadow every day for like 3 hours. I'm not even kidding. Lamau, I wish I could do. I wish I could. It is impossible. Unfortunately, like it's literally impossible. And it's not created here. Yeah. English here in Florida is so hard. Right. Yeah. Well, sorry. I know it sucks. Like the world is crazy. It is what it is. We have all kinds of barriers, monetary barriers, political barriers, whatever. Oh, well. Yeah, keep shadowing. If you're shadowing for 3 hours a day and you're not seeing much progress, number one, take a break. Let your brain process what you've been doing. That could be helpful. Maybe take like a week off, maybe 2 weeks. Normally I don't recommend that, but for people in that case, that would be highly recommended. Because you got to give your time brain to process all the stuff that you've been trying to do. If you keep trying to cram stuff in there, it's at the very least, it's not the most efficient thing to do. And I would make sure that you're taking more of a targeted approach. So you're like, don't just like shadow. Like you want to do some of that, like broad shadowing, try to match like the overall quality and stuff, but make sure you're using speed variables. So you're like slowing it down, speeding it up, with the reference, not just like what you're doing, but also like you can take an audio and slow it down artificially. Make sure that you are, targeting pieces, right? So you can say you can go down here and then like make sure that's stable. So whatever you're shadowing, it doesn't matter. It could be shadowing something long, it could be shadowing something short. Maybe you're shadowing an entire podcast because you're trying to do extensive shadowing. Monitor your middle here and be like, is it always staying in the same place? Is it consistent, right? Do I feel it would get really tight here and there? Find the places where it wants to do that. Practice those, right? And that's just one example. It could be the 6. 6 is harder to do, but it could be the 6, could be the 3, could be et cetera. Again, we build all this up in the course. But take that from the bottom up. Do this, and then do this, and then do this. The exact order doesn't necessarily matter, but these 3 probably do a little bit with the 9 also, but getting these 3 in place first seem to really help a lot of people, and then the 9 kind of helps to want to sort of get into place a bit. The 11 wants to get into place. That's the other thing I've noticed with the 6. When you actually start getting the 6, you probably have to know a little bit about these other areas around here just to kind of know what they're supposed to do and have a little bit of familiarity with them. But once you start to get the 6, the other, like the 9 and the 11 in particular, but the other pieces, they kind of just want to go into place. There's something about sort of like pinching that 6 that makes the 11 and the 9 kind of want to just go to where they should be going. So, make sure you're targeting pieces and make sure that those pieces from the bottom up are stable. If they're not, you're kind of all over the place and whatever. Make it a very structured approach, and that might help. Yeah, Florida's crazy. We call Florida the backwaters of the country. The accent, I've never been to Florida. My brother lived in Florida for like almost a decade. The general accent in Florida, as far as my understanding goes, they do have a general American accent for the most part, but there's probably regional things and stuff, and there's obviously probably like a lot of we would maybe consider like uneducated, hillbilly type people that they might sound more like this or something. Not throwing any shade on anybody, it's a stereotype. Okay, just because you have that accent doesn't mean anything. But yeah, Florida's crazy. Florida's crazy. It can definitely be a challenge for an English learner. I would think. Oh God, what happened? Okay, do you think Gus social media is enough to improve speaking? I assume just. I think it means just. Do you think just social media is enough to improve speaking skill? That doesn't really make much sense as a question to me. So maybe that's not the word just. But do you no. So the only way to really improve your speaking skill is to speak. It is what it is, right? How do you improve your listening skills? You listen. How do you improve your speech? You speak. How do you improve your pronunciation skills? You work on your pronunciation. They're all related, right? And they all tie into each other. Um, and if you are of a certain age, like you're young enough, the brain is sort of optimized up to a certain age to sort of be able to absorb the language from what you hear. Um, and depending, maybe adults can kind of sort of do that a little bit, but I don't really think that's generally the case, especially not for the average person. That's not really how it works in my experience. Like even Steve Kaufman, if you've heard about him, I don't really follow him too much these days anymore, but back when I was teaching myself how to learn a language, when I was learning Spanish, over a decade ago now, Jesus, uh, forever 21. Oh yeah, this guy's awesome. I love that guy. Anyway, sorry. You get to see some of the random things that pop up on my feed. Steve Kaufman. Okay, he's a polyglot. He's been learning languages pretty much his entire life. He's the owner and creator of the site Link, Langq. I don't know if it's LINGQ or LINQ. I think it's LINGQ, which is a great platform, especially great for reading and vocabulary and stuff. And this isn't a sponsorship or anything like that. It's a good platform. I haven't been on it in a while, but I was using it back in the day. This is his YouTube channel at 1.6 million subscribers. Glad to see he's still making videos. That's awesome. But he's one of the polyglots that I found when I was first trying to teach myself how to learn language. And his approach is see link langq.com. His approach is to sort of like, he doesn't really try to study grammar a lot. He'll maybe like leaf through grammar here and there a little bit, maybe look something up on occasion if he's curious, but he has an hour a day. This is his thing. He's a very busy guy, right? He has an hour a day, whatever languages he's currently learning. He will, use his own software, of course, but he'll be, reading, listening, reviewing vocabulary, maybe a little bit of like curiosity grammar search here and there. And he does a lot of that for like 6 to 8 to 10 months or something like that, maybe a year, where he kind of tries to get the language into him, but he doesn't worry about speaking, right? He doesn't care. He'd rather be able, like, once he starts speaking, he wants to be able to kind of understand what people are saying, and then he can focus on trying to say what he wants to say instead of trying to like understand what the person is saying and then formulate what he wants to say. And then it's, he sort of takes care of one half of that first. But even he says, again, he's a polyglot. He speaks like, I don't know, 13, 14 languages at this point. I don't know. Different languages, Mandarin, he's French, all kinds of things. He himself has even said, when it comes time to start speaking, you have to start speaking and you have to speak a lot. It's its own skill. Okay. Um, then there's people on the other side like Benny Lewis. I don't know if he's still making content. Benny Lewis, fluent in 3 months guy, very controversial. He's Irish. Again, no hate to the Irish. I love the Irish. 6 years ago, 2 months ago. Okay, looks like maybe he's kind of sort of making some videos. Hold on, let me check his new videos because he's sort of had like some life things happen in recent years. Yeah, it looks like his most recent one was 2 months. So maybe back to it. But I don't know if he's changed his approach at all, but he's speak from day one because he tried to learn Spanish in school and German in school and stuff, and he was like in Spain trying to learn Spanish, and he's like, this isn't working. And then he finally decided one day, hey, I'm just gonna like just speak Spanish. I'm gonna force myself. I don't care if I don't know how to say it. I don't care if it's broken Spanish. I'm just gonna try to make myself understood in Spanish. I can't use English for like the next month or whatever. That was like his first experiment or something. And it worked. It forced his brain. He did a lot of brain melt. It was very exhausting, but it forced his brain to adapt to Spanish. And he developed a speak from day one approach, the fluent in 3 months approach, right? And he used to travel around a lot as part of his work because he was, sort of a digital nomad. And so he would do these sort of 3 months experiments, which sometimes worked and sometimes didn't, where he would try to reach like a conversationally fluent level. That's why this is a little controversial, but conversation like B2, sort of B2 level, where you can comfortably understand and speak the language, even if it's not quite perfect, in a 3 month period. And that's totally possible if you use the right techniques, right? There's no one right way. But both of these polyglots who take completely opposite approaches are telling you the same thing. If you want to learn how to speak, you have to speak. Going on social media and absorbing a lot of content and stuff, that's great for input. You're not outputting on social media. At most, maybe you're usually typing. That's good for your writing skill. And that does have some sort of overlap in your ability to produce the language, but speaking is literally its own skill. There are people who know how to like read and write English, but they can't understand or speak it when it's spoken, right? Because it's its own skill. Reading and writing is visual based. Speaking and listening is sound based. They're two different bases for the language and they seem to overlap, but they're not the same. We use them in parallel. We use both modes, but they're two completely different things. And this is one reason why I say focus on your ears, not your eyes, especially in a language like English that doesn't have a phonetic script. Well, that's a misnomer. You know what I mean. Okay, so the answer to that would be no. I don't know if you clarified that at all, but okay. Sam is here. Welcome, Sam. Okay, I'm almost caught up to where I wanted to be before I go back to my canvas. Phaser helped me a lot. Good. See, there you go. There's an endorsement. I mean, okay. Okay, Fernando. Okay. So then, no problem. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Okay. So this is where I'm going to pick up. I'm going to come back over here and talk about the thing I was going to talk about before. So I need to talk a little bit about the 11 on this new map and then the 6 direction. Okay. If you look at the original map, which I don't have because I saved over it, but I mean, I guess there's lots of variations of it that I have, but I'm going to bring up the house framework map because that was based off of before I made the modification with the epiglottis. So you can see here, right, this was the original 6 little square here. I extended it up to, the rest of the epiglottis because it's all kind of one big thing. But then also we see that like the 11 here, right, this is how it was for a long time until like literally before the stream. This is how you guys have always seen it. So like the 11, the root of the tongue will kind of attach to this little piece here, and then it kind of like goes up that way. And what I did is I sort of put it down here and I brought it out and down a bit more because when I first found this sort of general map thing, it's just an image I found online and I traced over it because I was like, this is good enough. And the original tongue was shaped maybe sort of something like that. I don't know, something like that, right? It's just sort of a generic thing. And my purpose was to let's help visually show, where some things are and how they feel in my mouth as a native speaker. And so that's why, again, like the tongue objectively doesn't necessarily like have this like super crazy dip here. It might look flatter, but it's just the tension of being pushed in there. I don't know. We do have the shape. The shape is there for sure. But this is what it feels like. It feels like there's like a little ball sitting there on my tongue and it's just sort of pushing in. So I wanted to visually show that. And so I showed that on the map because this is a posture map, right? This is supposed to show you where things are in American English and how they feel, right? Maybe not every detail, but you have your 4th tooth, you have your center of gravity. Okay. I didn't know about the 3 and the 6 and the 11 when I first made the map. So I was focused again, like I said earlier, on the center of gravity. That's where I started building the course from. Well, now that I have, a little bit better idea of the 6, I have all these pieces and stuff. I've been thinking recently, well, I should kind of maybe try to update the map a little bit to match some of these other pieces of how they feel in my mouth. And I tell you guys, hey, the 11, we don't want to pinch it. We don't want to hold it up and forward. We want it to sort of relax, wide, come down and back like it's falling into the throat. So even if this is not an objectively accurate image, this is how it feels to me. And this one here, where we see that it's maybe not quite as sort of hanging there, that might be closer to how yours actually is, because most languages are sort of pinched up that way a little bit. Um, so this might be, again, even if it's not objectively visually accurate, it does feel this way to me. Um, and I've already used this with a couple students, and they said that it actually makes more sense, and they can kind of like sort of see it and feel it a little bit better. So that's a little adaptation there. Same thing like I did with sort of the shape of the six here. And you can see actually that the six now here, it had some more space up here. And I sort of, because I lowered the 11, I sort of squished into the six a bit. The opposite would probably be true in your language, because remember we talked about the 9 line here before, and we said how a lot of languages, they'll take the sort of muscles in this area and they'll sort of, to whatever degree, they'll sort of like pinch it narrow, push it up, push it forward, as the throat sort of goes in and gets narrow as well. Um, and so you're pushing on your 6 from below, right? And that's going to maybe push your 6 a little out of place compared to where ours would be, aside from everything just being generally higher. Um, and then, your root of the tongue is maybe going to be more like that, and it's going to be tense that way. And so your 6 is maybe going to look more like that, but with a squished bottom. And so where we have sort of the squished top, can't see things, squished top here instead. So it's just visually showing it the other way, I guess. And that's a perfect segue into the 6 direction. Okay. So if you guys have any questions about that, feel free. I'll get to them. But I originally told you guys, I think last time when I was talking about like narrowing the 6, I said, hey, so you want it to come down with everything else, right? Because everything comes low, but you don't want to like pull it down or push it down too much. It's kind of like the top of the throat. It just sort of settles with everything else that's coming down, where other pieces might, of course, we relax, we remove any upward tension, but they might sort of like lock down and stay, lock into place. 6 at the top throw, we kind of don't really want that. We just want them to kind of sort of like float down with everything else, but you're not actually like trying to pull them down, because then you get this weird sound, too deep in your pitch and stuff. Okay. And I said, don't worry about the other 2 directions, right? Don't pull it back or push it forward. Don't go up or down. I have a little nuanced adjustment to that advice. In terms of the width setting, right? That's the main one we're changing. Okay, so you don't want to hold it wide or let it relax wide. You want it to be pinched in sufficiently. Again, don't if you pinch it in too much, which you probably won't at first, but if you pinch it in too much, it can become too much. You'll actually probably start pulling the top throat up into it a little bit, and you'll raise your pitch on accident. So you'll probably know if you're doing too much. But you want to pinch it, you want to hold it stable. There's a little wiggle room, but some people kind of like do this a little bit. You don't want to do that. You want to keep it pretty stable in the width dimension. That's like 80% of the 6. Okay, that's most of what you want to do. In terms of the height, as I said, let it just sort of come down with everything else. Don't pull it down, don't push it down. That's fine. That's just sort of neutral. In terms of the backness setting, forward versus back, I have one Hindi speaker I'm working with. And one thing that I realized about Hindi quite a while ago, working with this person and from working with a couple other people in the past, is Hindi, where so all languages compared to American English seem to, in the mouth part, and sort of the throat part through here, seem to have an upward tension, a forward tension, and sort of a narrow or squeeze tension to varying degrees. Are there languages that maybe are up, forward, and wide instead of narrow? Maybe. I don't know. These pieces could maybe be interchangeable depending on the exact language, but the general trend is these 3, where American English would be the opposite. We're going to go down, we're going to go back, and we're going to widen things up. The 6, of course, is the opposite. Other language would be wide, we would be more narrow. That's sort of a special case. But not every language is going to hold the same degree of that tension, right? So like maybe one language is kind of like, if I just use the 11 as an example, maybe one language is like kind of like that, where another language is kind of like that, just for example, and then maybe some languages are a little less stable here, and they kind of maybe shift around a bit, like, R11. It's always going like this, but it's sort of a, I call it the gimbal, like that, holds a phone in place, so it, like a chicken head. Talked about that before. whatever. But it's always sort of adapting to the sounds, but it's not going to like switch the tension direction, right? Um, so who knows if like some languages, like one sound they're doing that, one sound they're doing that. I don't know. Whatever, it depends, but that's a general trend. Hindi, although Hindi is held a bit higher than American English, it doesn't seem to be held as higher necessarily. It's maybe like halfway as high compared to some other languages, but they do seem to have a lot more forwardness, especially in the 3. I can hear it down there. I think also in the 6 pushing into the 3, and then probably also in the 11. So I don't wanna say that they're like, you know, like this is probably not the best angle exactly, but they seem to have a little bit more of the forwardness than the upness. Um, and so what I did with my Hindi speaking student recently, as we're working on the 6, I said, hey, let's try something really quick. I want you to narrow that 6, which he's getting kind of good at doing, right? I said, narrow that 6, hold it in place, but I want you to also pull it back, right? Sort of squeeze it and just sort of lock it back a little bit. Instant improvement. Instant improvement. Because he kept wanting to drift forward. And by locking and he's still practicing it, of course, but just by trying to do that, it sort of countered that more efficiently, and he had a nice little like boost to the exact quality because he's getting really really good, but there's like little inconsistencies and little things like that, and that really did a big thing for him. So I then decided, hey, well, let's try that with my Japanese speaking students and with my Russian speaking students. And since developing that, I think I've seen 1 Russian speaker and 2 Japanese speakers. Again, I haven't had a lot of classes lately, unfortunately, but um, I applied it to them. Oh, and a Mandarin speaker and a Korean speaker as well. I applied it to all of them. I think the Korean speaker. Um, all of them, maybe not to the same degree, but all of them did notice some slight improvement by also trying to pull it back a bit. And I had multiple comments. Oh, also a Vietnamese speaker. I guess I'm just forgetting people. But I've had multiple comments from some of these students saying that, oh, hey, when I not only narrow the 6, but sort of try to lock it back a little bit, it helps my 9 want to actually flatten and fully lock into place. It helps my 11 want to fully sort of drop into place. And that's again part of why I'm saying, hey, if you get the 6 right, it's going to encourage these other pieces to want to do the right thing. If A then B doesn't always work, right? So you can't take that for granted. Just be like, well, I'm doing my 6, so my 11 must be fine. Not necessarily. Okay. But it's going to help. Okay. And if you don't do that, then it might be harder to get the right result. So in terms of the width dimension, that's about 80%. We want it to be narrow, right? Up to a certain point. In terms of the height dimension, we want that to be kind of neutral. Okay. Just let it sort of come down with everything else. And then in terms of the backness dimension or direction, for the 6, we want to go ahead and um, actually, let me make that like that. Make it a star there. It's neutral. So narrow, because that was N for neutral, right? That looks confusing. Okay, narrow. We're gonna do back, right? Okay, because everything else up here is the 3 doesn't necessarily go back, but if you let your 3 go with it, it's probably gonna help. Because again, maybe your posture holds a little bit that way. We don't want to do that. So at least make sure you're not pushing forward. But 6 goes that way, 9 goes that way, 11 goes that way, 5 goes that way, or front of the tongue goes that way. Everything pretty much goes that way. It's just the throat down here will go the other way. So it makes sense that it would just kind of go with pretty much everything else. At the very least, you don't want to be pushing into your 3. So again, you might not have to add. I don't really see many good results or much difference when people try to tense the 3 back. It seems to be more from the 6. So if you do have front tension in the 3, which can happen, you want to release it. And then make sure that you pull the 6 back, and then you're not pushing into the 3. So anyway, hopefully that is clear and makes sense. Again, game changer. It's an absolute game changer. Like, especially the 6, because I have like a couple new students that I've seen a little bit, and when I'm trying to figure out the best way to introduce the 6 because it's so powerful, but it's also like hard to start working with. And introducing the 6, even at sort of that lower level, is just it's like jet fuel. It's amazing how useful and powerful it is because it's such an important piece. Um, okay, back to the chat. I feel lately I have noticed good improvements. At least it seems like it. Yeah. Well, hopefully. Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome. A dot T something or other. Hello. I don't know how to read that username. Would you ever consider training coaches in your method after you can confirm they've reached a level close enough to native? I find it brilliant and very few people teach in such depth and detail. Well, thank you very much. Training coaches in your method. So, well, when I think of coaches, my mind initially goes to like native speaking coaches, but yeah, there could definitely totally be non-native speaking coaches who have gotten the accent, especially, and that's even a better like publicity for the course because like, hey, this person was my student. Now they have a native accent. They're going to teach you, right? And especially if I could match it up to where like, hey, say like you're a Japanese speaker, for example, you go through my course, you reach that level, and then you want to become a teacher. I'm going to assign you to other Japanese students. It doesn't necessarily have to be just Japanese students, but I'm going to assign you to Japanese students because you know exactly what to do, right? Like that's going to be even more optimized, even better than I could do, unless I ever, get a perfect Japanese accent, which may or may never happen. I have to care enough, but uh, I have thought about training other people in my method, whether native or not. I have had that idea. Um, it poses some unique challenges because, as I said, part of my superpower and part of why people, like my teaching and stuff and like working with me is because I can hear what you're doing. There's so many countless times, which again, I'm not always accurate. Sometimes things are really subtle or kind of hard to parse out because maybe there's a couple things going on and it's hard for me to hear exactly where it is. But usually I can kind of figure it out. But most of the time, like 95% of the time, 98% of the time, I can hear exactly what you're doing and where you're doing it. Um, and I lost the thought I had there. Um, yeah, trying to teach that to other people. I think it is a learnable skill. Some of it for me is talent, but I have developed this skill. Like I couldn't hear the six because I didn't know the six was there. Now I can hear if your six is like narrow or wide. Usually for the most part, I can if I but I have to focus on it, right? If I'm like, hey, submit a sentence. Okay, my initial impression, I might notice, hey, maybe your five is off, maybe your three is off, blah, blah, blah. But then if I go through and I say, okay, let me tune my ears to the throat, let me tune my ears to the six, let me tune my ears to the three, let me tune my ears, I can find if those pieces are working right one at a time and tell you where they're working, where they're not working, how well they're working, and stuff like that. Because I can feel what you're doing based on what I hear you doing. Um, and so I do have some talent. Uh, but I think a lot of it is training. Um, and I think especially if you yourself have gone through the course as a non-native speaker and you reach that native or near native level, um, you obviously can feel things and hear things as well. You kind of know what's going on. And especially if you're working with students who speak your language, you don't have to like say if you're a Japanese speaker, you don't have to worry about the intricacies of Russian or Spanish or German or whatever, because you may not know what they're doing. That would make it maybe even easier to train people because they're just focused on students who speak their language. Again, not that I would limit it to that necessarily, but that would be a very optimal, interesting thing. Um, so I do think that people can learn it. Obviously, like if I think that you can learn it by me teaching you how to do it, then I can probably train people to be coaches. Um, and that would be cool if that happened one day. Maybe I'll end up in a position like Rachel's English, where she's sort of like running this sort of academy thing, and she has teachers under her. But right now, that's not what I'm focused on. Right now, I'm focusing on surviving and getting enough classes myself so that I can, pay the bills, um, which I've been falling behind on because the economy sucks. So, yes, maybe, possibly at some point. But it's not on my radar right now. Um, I hate when I scroll the chat and then it just like goes all the way down. How do you shadow? Doesn't it feel weird if your family room is here? I mean, it helps, especially for what we call affective factors, psychological factors of like, oh, I don't want people to hear me. Then you're gonna like, you're not gonna be fully engaged in practice. You're gonna be trying to sound quiet and stuff. And that's not good for practicing. Um, but like, I mean, you can find a time when nobody is home. You can find just like a quiet space where nobody's around. If you can't find those things, then I mean, you just kind of deal with it. Hopefully, you have like maybe your own room or a room that you can go into. Um, and just be like, "Hey, people, like, don't listen to me, ignore me, whatever." It is what it is. Like, you have to sort of deal with your situation and how that's going to affect you. Um, I don't know, figure it out for as far as that goes. But how do I shadow? Uh, there's multiple ways to shadow. I've talked about that before. That's a whole like topic in itself. The basic way that I would just recommend for simplicity is you get a program like Audacity. Okay. You don't have to necessarily use Audacity. It could be like you're shadowing a YouTube video or a podcast or whatever. But having a tool like Audacity is going to be the most effective and optimal. Um, and there's extensive shadowing and intensive shadowing. They both have pros and cons. Just like there's intensive reading and extensive reading, they both have pros and cons. There's always a trade off to everything that you do in life, not just in language learning. Where am I going here? Okay, so like let's say for example, if actually might be a good time to demonstrate one of my students' improvements. Um, I can use him as a reference here. Where did I put that file? I don't think. See, this is what I get for not saving things well. I don't remember where I put it. Documents, pictures, music, videos, music. I don't remember. Did I put it on the desktop? It's not on the desktop. Temp USB. I don't want to spend forever looking for this. I know I might have saved it on my other operating system. Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna waste time looking for that. Yeah. Okay, whatever. But no, it was really because he's been working with me for a while, and he's finally started like things are starting to click, and like he had a huge improvement. But anyway, that doesn't matter. I'm just gonna grab an audio file here. I don't want to like use other students' stuff because I don't want anybody to like be embarrassed necessarily. Oh, maybe this was a. Was this it? Hold on.
Should I ask them?
No, that's not it. Okay, whatever. Anyway, let me do it this way. I'll just download this. Let me download a sentence. Standard sentences. Normal speed. Download. Okay. So let's say you have the sentence, right? So this would be my reference, which I encourage you to put my reference directly into Audacity. It's going to be the most optimal. And then, right, you hear that, you practice that a little bit, and then you record yourself, right? So a cat is on his neck. Okay, so you have that. So for the initial shadowing, right, listen a lot. Just like listen to the quality, listen to the sounds. Depending on what you need to work on, it might be certain sounds, it might be certain quality. Again, it's good to target a certain sound or a certain posture piece, depending on what you need to do rather than just trying to match everything overall all the time, although that's also a good practice to do as well. But you have that, and then say you record yourself and you say, okay, a cat is on his neck. Let me actually do that. Maybe like, okay, like a cat is on his neck. Something like that, whatever, right? Okay. So let me amplify that a little bit. You don't have to worry about all these effects and stuff. This is special extra stuff. I'm just making it louder. Okay. So you have those two. And then now you can compare them side by side. So you can go. A cat is on his neck. 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 Okay. And then you can sort of hear like, okay, well, what's different? What can I change? Again, if you're working on a particular piece, that's easiest because there's a lot of things that are off there. So you maybe go to the middle throat and you say, hey, how's my middle throat doing? Listen to this, listen to that, trying to make sure you're in the right place. As you say it, make sure it stays stable. Just as an example of one piece. Maybe you're working on the ah sound.
A cat is on.
You hear cat, right?
Cat, 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 cat.
You can listen to that. Okay, that's how it should sound.
Cat, cat.
And then cat, 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 cat. Okay, so it's kind of like, yeah, that's sort of like an ah like sound, but it's not the same, you know?
Cat, cat, cat.
Mine's more like yours is more like cat, ah. Right? It's tighter, sounds a little higher, sounds a little stiffer, maybe a little flatter. Okay, so you're listening to the quality of the sounds, quality of the posture, quality of things, blah 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 blah. It's lots of spiraling. Like pick something, work on it, try to improve it, record yourself again. That's sort of intensive shadowing work. If you're doing extensive shadowing work, let's say you come over here, you're watching a YouTube video. I don't know. Let's just pick this.
Hey everyone, a few years ago, I got to chat to the linguist who invented the...
Okay. Obviously, that's messy, right? But you can do live shadowing underneath. You can have a little bit of a delay after it. It's kind of hard to do. There's value in it, of course. That's more, I think, better for stamina and focusing really on just like one piece. So if you're like monitoring your middle throat and you're like, okay, I'm just going to say whatever this person says, but I'm going to make sure my middle throat stays stable. That's like a really good exercise for the middle throat. Obviously, like you're hearing them while you're hearing yourself. It's kind of chaotic, blah, blah, blah. You could also do that on Audacity if you like put these on top of each other, you have to make a new stereo track, but you can also compare them this way. There's some value in this. I don't think this is usually the best, but
a cat is on his neck.
All right. Because it's kind of messy. But anyway, if you want to do sort of the extensive shadowing, you can just play and follow along. But again, if you're not focusing on like a particular piece, it's going to be kind of hard because it's like, obviously there's going to be sounds that are off. There's going to be posture pieces that are unstable, blah, 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 blah. This is maybe a little bit more advanced shadowing, I think. If you were working with material that was maybe more designed for learners. So if you had something like a Pimsleur thing or, I don't know, whatever, some sort of course, or even if you just took like my sentences and you're just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like you just stack them all and you're just like treating them as like a series of sentences that you're just like shadowing. You just like hit play and just like shadow on top of them as they're going through Audacity. That's another way to do it. You can also use like the slower version to give yourself more time, and you can extensively shadow, those all in a row. So you can use like some learner materials instead of like actual live speech to give yourself, some room to do that better. As I said, there's lots of different things that you can do with shadowing. Most of what you want to focus on, especially if you're just trying to figure out the basic pieces and stuff and start stabilizing them, is intensive shadowing. That's where most of the work is going to be. And that's most of the work that we do in the course. There's this special paragraph, which is a little bit more something to chew on. And we work through this in various ways through the course. But there's also a recording for that in this link that I sent into the chat. That would be under special paragraph. Okay, there's a slow version, a full version, basic breathing in and breathing out. That has nothing to do with the paragraph. That's just, and then paragraph whisper. And then of course there's a document there. This is kind of designed more for learners, and you if you want to do extensive shadowing, it might be best to do that. Again, it's built into the course. But anyway, yeah, I can go on and on and on about that. Where am I going? Let me close that. Come back over here. Okay. The armpit of America, as they call it. Florida? I think that's a little excessive. Maybe the gator pit of America. I make sure nobody hears me. I do get embarrassed when people hear me shadow, so I just close the door and remember my channel. Yeah. Do you shadow watching TV series, or what kind of stuff do you shadow to? I'm generally curious. I'm chronically alive too. Yeah. Okay, so this is maybe a conversation between them a little bit more. Yeah, again, you could use different things. My go-to person is Mish. All right. Dead by Daylight. Yeah, nice. That's a fun game. I don't play it much, but my roommate does. Also, someone I've been shadowing. Yeah, and also if you're going to shadow, it's instead of shadowing a bunch of random things, it's usually better if you can find one, preferably two, maybe three language parents. This is something I stole from the art world, actually. They're called art parents, where you like pick one or two or three artists that, you like how this one does shading, you like how that one does, bodies, you like how this one does, I don't know, line work or whatever. Um, and then you just sort of like adapt those pieces into your own style. It's kind of similar, except in this case, like the people you're shadowing, they're going to have a general neutral American accent, ideally, I suppose. So they're all going to roughly sound the same. So you're not drawing those different elements, but you get to hear, again, it could be as simple as one. If you just want one voice, that's fine. But one, two, maybe three voices, listening to how they use the rhythm, listening to how their posture sounds, listening to how they do the sounds, blah, blah, blah. And that can also help you avoid the trap of trying to mimic somebody's voice, because that's a common thing when you're trying to shadow is instead of getting the quality and the articulation of the sounds, you actually try to sound like that person's voice. So like if I were to like be shadowing somebody that has a deeper voice than me, then I would be shadowing like this and try to match their voice. You don't want to do that, right? So hearing a couple different voices just gives you a couple different angles. You have more resources. Your brain might hear something better from this speaker and something better from that speaker in terms of certain qualities or sounds. But if you stick with one, two, maybe three at the max people that do live streams or podcasts or whatever, and you're just consistently like shadowing them instead of a bunch of different sources, that for various reasons can also be very beneficial and would be recommended. So yeah. But again, intensive shadowing is going to be more important, especially in the earlier stages. And if you're not doing a sort of bottom-up disciplined approach in trying to make sure that you're getting and stabilizing the posture pieces, if you're just trying to mimic the sounds and stuff, in my opinion, you're mostly wasting your time. If you can get the sounds and still match the quality indirectly without consciously thinking about all the posture stuff, as I said, some people can do, then fine. Go with that. Try to match the exact quality, but you really have to listen for that and make sure being conscious and knowing what the posture is and should do compared to what your language probably does is just sort of an extra sort of angle and tool and insight so that you can maybe try to directly change some things that otherwise you might not really know how to adjust the quality, because the average person, I don't think, can just, magically shadow the right quality. So at least not in the beginning. If we compare General American to Standard UK English, what would be the directional differences? It sounds quite wide as well, but yeah. So I'm not an expert on the British posture. I've seen some stuff in the literature. When I was testing my initial theory before I found that literature, one of the things I did was I was listening to British speakers, Scottish speakers, Irish speakers, like other dialects of American English or of English, just so I could hear like, well, we're all speaking the same language, but is it more than just the sounds? Is there like sort of something underneath it that seems to be happening? And I found that yes, there is. And then I did, in that process of researching, don't quote me on this, I found a random YouTube teacher of British English who said, I don't remember if he used the exact term center of gravity, but that's the term that I had already sort of come up with. And I did find in the literature after that, but he said that the center of gravity, or like the center sound, the term thinking sound, I think I got from him. So he said that, like, the British thinking sound is more like eh. Now there's more than one. They also use but their center of gravity, their tension, their main tension seems to be more in that eh, like an A. So it's more up here. They definitely tend to be slanted forward. I don't know if they're pushed forward necessarily. They might be, but they're certainly tensed forward. And you can hear that when they say they're um the fourth tooth, okay. If their tongue is pushed forward, then it's going to be a slightly different part that sort of aligns there. If they're just tensed forward, then it's probably going to be the same part touching the fourth tooth, just with a forward tension. But they do use the fourth tooth. That's directly in the literature. A lot of the literature is based off of the British English, not the American English. The center of gravity in British English, or sorry, not the center of gravity, the sound in British English does seem to be definitely be more forward, like it is for some American speakers. But that doesn't necessarily matter because there's a range for the placement there. It's it's fine. They seem to maybe be a little bit higher. They might have a little less space in the mouth. It's hard to tell exactly, but they are pulled back here. This is more lined up that way. So that's yeah. So they're definitely not pushed forward. That would make sense, yeah, because they're lined up here unless they're squishing their tongue back, which wouldn't make sense. So they're tensed forward, but they're pulled back. The soft palate, particularly the muscles through here, they're probably a little bit more open because standard British English, from my understanding and some things I've heard and listening to British speaker, it seems to be a little bit more nasally than American English. And their resonance, their global resonance is more in the front of the mouth, where ours is in the back. Again, that makes sense if they have less space because their tongue is higher and they're slanted forward. They have a forward tension that's going to sort of squeeze that resonance maybe more towards the front. So they tend to talk a bit more up here in the front of the mouth, maybe a little bit more nasally. I'm not trying to sound like a perfect British accent or anything like that. I'm just doing sort of a standard, quick and dirty approximation based off of the things that I'm describing to you. A normal Brit would probably laugh me all the way back to America. My accent probably isn't even consistent. I'm just trying to sound a bit British. I think there's a little bit of South African in there or something. But clearly it sounds more British than I normally sound, right? So just trying to implement a few of those things. I'm not even worried about like what I'm doing down here or what my 3 is doing or anything like that, because I don't necessarily know all those details for British English. I'm more aware of what's going on up here. Just doing those things, maybe I'm subconsciously, this is kind of going with it a little bit and I'm not really noticing, but just trying to do those things, I sound more British. Like I'm not just trying to do things in a British way. I'm trying to match the tension and feeling of that posture based on my understanding. And then the quality of the sound just adjusts as a byproduct. You just sound more British. Okay. Anyway. How do these 3 tensions affect the whole throat? Static tension, directional tension, stabilizing tension. So static tension and stabilizing tension, they're kind of, you could see them as kind of the same thing. Sometimes I say static, sometimes I say stabilizing. I will use stabilizing more in the middle throat because like it's just trying to stabilize itself. It is a static tension. It's not directional. But it's the purpose of it to stabilize it. Where like in the 3, when you do like your or your you don't have to, but as I talked about in a couple live streams before, you can sort of get a little bit of static tension there just to like, reinforce it, make sure it doesn't go back up, make sure, it gives you a little bit more solidity as you're trying to like form the sound. Again, I don't have to do that as a native speaker, but I can, and it's fine. It doesn't mess with anything. So that, you could see as maybe sort of a stabilizing tension because it's sort of stabilizing the 3 and helping to form the sound a little more easily. But I don't think of that as like a stabilizing role. I think of it as just like you just have some static tension that's not directional. So that's why I tend to use like I'll use static more in the 3 and I'll use stabilizing more in the throat here. But they're basically synonyms. That doesn't matter. So there's really just directional versus not directional. So then not directional, static or stabilizing, would be where you're not forward or back, you're not up or down, you're not wide or narrow. It's just wherever it is, you just squeeze it, right? You just add more tension to it while it's already in position, right? So it's like if my muscle's already flexed, like I don't know, try to flex it more. It's not changing anything, it's not doing anything, it's just tightening up more. So you're tightening the muscle basically with where it already is. Now you gotta be careful because sometimes when you try to tighten the muscle, you might accidentally add a direction, especially from your native language, which we don't necessarily want. And then directional tension would be with our 3 directions that we can modify, which we've already talked about. Name's Anthony. Oh, okay. Hello, Anthony. French Russian speaker, fluent in SSPE and a long time in my area. Oh, well, thank you. Awesome. Well, I don't speak French or Russian. I can say une, deux, trois, quatre, cinq, and then I forget after that. Six, I think. I don't know. I can count to 5 in French, and I can say je ne comprends pas le français, which is not said very well, but it's a phrase that I've had for like 15 years now, and I can communicate that I don't understand French. Russian, I know nothing. Niet, da, and vodka. That's all you need, right? SSP. Okay, cool. So I guess like I don't know. Are you Are you trying to learn also the American accent, or are you trying to take the posture concept and adapt it to make your British English sound better? Because if that's the case, you can definitely like take some of the pieces and stuff that I've identified, because I'm pretty sure all these pieces apply across languages, and definitely across dialects. But the settings are going to change, right? So you would maybe work with my content in tandem with some of the actual linguistic research, because again, a lot of that is based on British English. I got confused at first because sometimes it doesn't say if it's British or American. It's just saying English. And I found out that a lot of the ones that don't say, they're just going off of British English. So I guess the researchers were British. So it's not guaranteed, but and I don't know any like research that's come out in the last couple of years, because I don't really like. I should look it up, but I don't pay as much attention to it because I've been like focused on building the course and just building it from the ground up. I mostly use the research to verify my idea, and it gave me a couple tips like the fourth tooth that was useful. But if you use my content in tandem with some of the research, that might give you a bit more accurate picture of the actual British posture. But I don't know if they know any of this stuff. I don't know if that's in the literature, because I literally like I found that in developing the course, working with other people. If you use a bunched R and retroflex R to say literally, if I use the bunch R to say litter, my tongue position from low to high, because the schwa sound plus R, it is going to create an extra sound. Oh, this is so long and okay, hold on. Let me parse this. Okay. If you use a bunch of R, okay. I maybe put a colon there instead of a comma. Sort of setting up the context. If I use the bunched R to say litter, my tongue position from low to high, comma, because the schwa sound plus R sorry, it's not worded the best. I'm trying to, okay, hold on. Okay, bunched R. Got it. Okay. Litter. Okay. My tongue position from low to high. Okay, yeah, because schwa sound plus Okay, I think I see what we're describing now. Yeah, part of the reason I'm a little confused is because I think the way you're describing it isn't the way you have to do it. It's not the way I teach it. It is going to create an extra sound. The sound is different from using the retroflex R to say literally. Okay, so I'm not sure if I completely understand the question, but if you look at the dictionary, you'll usually see when there's like an like, at the end of a word or the end of a syllable. So if I go like dictionary.com, sorry, my throat is really dry. I need to probably get more water. Things I do for you guys, I swear to God. What time is it, by the way? I have to work at some point today. It's been about 2 hours-ish. I don't have any classes today, but I do need to like go make some money at some point. We can still go for a little while. Okay, so if you look at like, for example, litter, if I could type litter. All right, so you go to this and you see, okay, let's not Lee. What? This is do not say leader. Oh, actually, sorry. Oh, I'm thinking two T's. Sorry, I can't even read right now. Yeah, no, that's leader. I'm thinking of the wrong word. That's embarrassing. Blame the pills. Blame the pills. I know I'm not supposed to do that as an ADHD person, but blame the pills. That's my excuse. No, anyway. You see that there's a schwa here and then there's an R, right? The way that the R is normally taught is it's just It's just a consonant sound. It's right? It might have a couple different symbols or whatever. I don't know. It gets crazy. It depends if, there's like all kinds of crazy symbols you'll see. But a lot of the time, like in this case, you'll see like schwa plus right? No, you don't have to do that. You can do that. That exists. Also in cases like hurry, for example. Whoops, that was blocked because I put the wrong symbol. Is that why? That was weird. Why would you? Why just because I hit that, you're gonna say that I'm like a bot or something? That's weird. Maybe that's a special character for internet stuff. Okay, hurry, whatever. So again, you see like the upside down V, which, as I've told you guys before, you never have to do. You could just use the center of gravity instead. Americans use that upside down V as sort of an extension of the schwa sound. Here, there's sort of an which that's not even the right sound. It's not hairy. That doesn't even match this. This is why I don't like the dictionary when there's transcriptions. Maybe it's trying to say like hairy, like it's not even our color. That doesn't make sense. This is wrong. That I don't know what they're trying to say with that. But this is a common way that you'll see it transcribed. So whether you see the upside down V or the schwa symbol, what I'm about to tell you applies to both cases. Just say Just say is a consonant, but if you lengthen that consonant, you hold it for a little longer, you perform it exactly the same. Don't change anything about it. Just make it a little longer because vowels need space. Okay. So instead of saying like hurry, you could just say hurry. It's fine. There's just an if you want to say leader, okay, instead of like leader, that's fine. That can happen. But you could say leader, just straight into an R. You don't have to worry about all this schwa or upside down V to R nonsense. It's not required. You won't sound weird or accented or anything if you just do a straight R. Make the R longer. This is one of the hacks of English hacks that I've talked about multiple times on the channel. Make your life easier. Okay? That being said, the only difference, at least in my understanding and how things feel in my mouth, the only difference between the bunched R and the retroflex R is what the front of the tongue is doing. Now the R itself, the core of the R is in the middle of the tongue. It's going to be sort of high middle here. You're going to sort of, okay, do something like that, whatever. I talked about that, I think, last time. The R itself, what was I saying? God damn it. Don't get ADHD, guys. I know it's something you're born with, but don't get it. It's annoying. Words. Because I had a tangent thought. Okay, whatever. I'm going to set that aside. The only difference would be the front of the tongue. Okay. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. The R itself does have some wiggle room. It's actually a pretty flexible sound. There's a couple little different details in the posture, a couple of different details in the articulation that are malleable. There's quite a bit of a range to some of these details. And so there's not like one perfect pinpoint way to do it. But if we're talking about the difference between the bunch R and the retroflex R, the only real difference between them is the front of the tongue, right? The front of the tongue is either going to be pointed up in a retroflex because retroflex, or it's going to be pointed either straight or down in a bunched. As long as you're not too close to the top, you're not like tapping or, not like flinging it up as you form the R or anything, it doesn't matter. Like if you compare directly a bunched R to a retroflex R, and you might hear the presence of that lifted front or not. We don't hear that as a different sound or a different quality or anything. It's just all the same. The difference is so small, we don't pick it up. So when it comes to what I just talked about with going from the upside down V or the schwa sound into the R, whether you use a bunch R or a retroflex R with or without that upside down V or schwa, doesn't matter. Okay, so you could just use the vowel straight by itself with retroflex or bunched. Do whatever is easiest for you. Do whatever one sounds better for you. Doesn't matter. Forget the vowel, make the R the vowel, lift the front of your tongue if you sound better and it's easier to do. Otherwise, don't. It's not difficult. I know that the way that most teachers teach it, like some teachers, there's this retroflex R, and then some teachers say, well, there's also this bunched R, and some teachers teach one and some teachers teach the other, and maybe some teachers like me mention both. And I don't know if those teachers would agree with me that there's really no difference between them except what the front of the tongue is doing. But that is the case. Like, I think the fact that different teachers teach it differently, when the answer is all of the above, it just makes it really complicated and confusing for English learners because you hear different teachers saying different things. Make it simple. Do an R, use the front of the tongue how you want, as long as it doesn't flicker or, cause an issue. Done. Simple. Hopefully that answers your question. Now you're talking about between like liter and literally. That's why I was saying liter, because literally is and then I was going off of that, and so liter got stuck in my head, even though liter is spelled with two T's. I was thinking you were just talking about like that one piece, or maybe you were just talking about that one piece. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. So yeah, if we're saying whether it's liter or liter, it doesn't matter. That just changes the particular vowel that we're using before the T. Everything I just said would still apply. So if I say, if I use a bunched R and I say literally, if I use a retroflex R, literally, you can hear if I do them side by side, there's a difference. They sound a little bit different. But if I said either one to a native speaker, they wouldn't think that either one sounded weird. Maybe there's some natives who, I don't know, again, people hear different things. I don't know. I can't speak for all natives, but I'd be very surprised if I happened to use a bunch or a retroflex, especially in the flow of speech, and a native speaker was like, hey, your R sounds weird. No, like we hear them essentially the same, even though if you compare them, you can notice a little bit of a difference. Don't worry about it. I spent way too much time on that. Stop it, chat. Where are we? Sorry, Abdullah. Hello. Welcome. We have missed you. Could you give us more in-depth explanation when you say we're articulating sounds, not the height setting of the tongue? I don't completely know what we mean there, but I think you're talking about like for example, if I do like a T comes all the way up to the top, but we need to keep the tongue low. Articulating the sounds, not the height of the tongue. I mean, it looks like a quote. If I said that, that's taken out of context, and I have no idea what exactly I was saying. But yeah, like when you go up for a T, like you have to keep the tongue low. Like the only part that should be lifting is ideally the front half of the front. Like even this needs to stay low, but it's gonna get pulled up a little bit. It's not gonna be like a straight line up. So just because you have a high sound that you're articulating, an E or a T or a K or an O or whatever, that doesn't mean that the whole tongue comes up, because that would break your posture. Hopefully that answers the question. Hello, Marcos. There's Marcos Rocha. Welcome. Hello. Oh yeah, I remember you commented on video recently. I remember your profile picture. Hello. Sorry it took me forever to acknowledge you if you're still here. That's just how the streams go. Sorry, live with it. Greetings, I'm new here. Oh, shut up, Abdullah. I'm new here. I'm learning fast. I just learned the H. And what is that? What a troll. What a troll. We love you anyway. Since number 6 is really important, do you have a new technique or tips on how to link the ear to the tongue and the 6? Oh, yes. Also, thank you for reminding me. Drawstring bag. I completely forgot about that. I'm glad you brought that up. And number 6 is related to diving board. Yeah. So last time I think we talked about the diving board. So okay, quick review on the diving board. Cut the 3 in half because we don't really use this part of the 3. It's just kind of there. There's not much pushing down into that part. So we just ignore that. But this would be like the front of your diving board. Okay. This is assuming you have the base 3 with your base posture and your already low enough in place. Okay. So it's already down. Right. It's like if you imagine like you go out on a diving board and you're just like standing on the end of it, like it's going to be down a little bit, right? It's sort of already locked in. And then when you go to jump, you're going to sort of bounce into it and then push off, right? So it's already engaged. And in order to help link the 6 and the 3 better, that's what the diving board concept is for. The 6 is going to be, again, it just sort of comes down with everything else. It narrows, that sort of bolts is just like the end of the diving board that attaches to the platform, so that when you step out, the board doesn't just fall, right? So that's your 6 part there. And the narrowness, the tension stabilizes it, locks it onto the platform, but then also it helps when you're adding that extra for like an E or a T or whatever, and you're doing this sort of bounce on it, that you add maybe just like a tiny bit of down, a tiny bit of back tension to sort of counter that down. So it's not like doing this while being narrow. It's just a little bit that kind of helps stabilize it slightly when you're doing that extra in the 3, not normal 3 setting, not normal 6 setting. It's specific to the 3, and it's very light. It's very subtle. So aside from the little bit where I told you earlier that it helps to kind of pull back the 6 and hold it there while you're also narrowing it. When you're adding more to your 3, it does help to kind of give a little bit more back and down. Not trying to move it, not trying to like drastically change that directional tension, but just sort of a little resistance, right? Like if my hand's here and I try to push it, right, it just sort of wants to stay in place. That's all. Okay. Because remember, the 6 is a coordinating piece. So it's weird because usually when we talk about resistance, we talk about posture pieces resisting sounds. And that's definitely true way up here, right? But down here, because the 6 needs to balance and coordinate all these pieces around it, and that's its primary function, you're going to get a little bit of resistance in the 6 for keeping other posture pieces stable. And I think that's primarily with the 3, because the 3, it does help stabilize the posture when you add more to it, but that's primarily a articulatory support function for high sounds. Otherwise, it wouldn't have to do it. So that's kind of like an extension of the sound articulation rather than a posture function. And so by extension, you can say, well, the 6 is now taking over some of the resistance of, say, the T sound or the E sound or the U sound, whatever, because the 3 is trying to do more than it normally would, and the 6 just has to sort of keep everything stable. So there's different ways to think about it. But again, the 6 is sort of in the special position. So thinking about adding a little resistance to it against the 3 is not necessarily odd. That's the diving board concept. Okay, that links the 3 and the 6. The drawstring bag. Okay, so this is called a drawstring bag. It's a sort of an advanced term that even some of my more advanced students hadn't heard of. Drawstring bag. Okay. Why is it called drawstring? Because you have these strings on the side, you pull them, and it closes. Okay. That's using the meaning of draw, not as in like draw, but as in like to like pull something out of something else. You like draw water out of a container with like a syringe or something. So you're drawing this closed, right? It's fancy use of the word draw. Okay. Drawstring bag. Now, this is not a perfect image. It's not a perfect metaphor, but it does seem to help people. Okay. And there's a couple reasons why. It's not just with the draw part. Okay. This is your 6 in this analogy. Okay. Now be careful because I'm going to pull these strings and it's going to make it narrow. Okay. But you're not trying to widen your 6 in order to pinch it. Again, we don't want to be widening it. So that's not a perfect analogy. Don't worry about the pulling part. That's not what you're doing. You're focusing on the fact that this is becoming narrow. Okay. You're pinching that in. So that's what you want to do. Don't focus on the strings, focus on the back. Okay. So you narrow the 6. Okay. Now, again, this also isn't a perfect analogy because we don't necessarily want the throat to be like that. But okay, top throat is kind of attached to the 6. It's just sort of like right here. We don't really care. Don't mess with the top throat. Okay. But the sides of the middle and the sides of the bottom need to remain relaxed, wide, and stable. Okay. So the way that I maybe described this before, the way I was describing it before I got the drawstring bag idea is like the throat's wide and it's sort of like you're reaching up over the throat to pinch the 6, right? To narrow it in. So you don't really want to mess with the throat here. Keep it nice and wide, go around it and pinch the 6. If that image works for you, great. This image, the reason why I came up with it was because I already had that idea, but then I noticed for some people, particularly for Japanese speakers, it seems, but for some people, when they're trying to get the 6, their brain says, I need to compensate. And so what they end up doing is their middle throat might still be pretty wide and stable and fine. They pinch the 6, and then the bottom throat says, I need to do something because my 6 is now wrong. Okay. Based on your native language, right? Your brain starts freaking out and trying to compensate. So you're pinching the 6, your middle is wide, but then your bottom will start to sort of do this, right? And that's how it feels and sounds to me if you do this. It's almost as if you're taking the muscles in the bottom of your throat and you're not just like pushing them in or like, pushing them like this or whatever. It sounds like if you could sort of grab the bottom of the bag, grab it, and then like twist it like that, right? It almost sounds like you're trying to push the bag inside out from the bottom. It's a weird sound, but I don't know if I can do it exactly. It's hard for me to mimic. But instead of going like, which is what you should sound like, be more something sort of like, let's see, it creates a little bit of weirdness, even though like my pitch is, I'm not messing with my top throat, but my pitch got lower because I'm messing with the shape and the space here in a weird way. I'm sort of like warping it a bit. It's causing me to sound a little breathy because now there's like some weird tension down here that shouldn't be there. It's just, it's not working, right? So the bottom of your bag, this is your bottom throat, okay? 6, middle throat, bottom throat. The bottom of the bag should be open. So imagine that there's no bottom here. You have a string on the top to close it, but if anything we're gonna do would just fall out. And that opens into the chest. Because again, some languages, a lot of languages, they breathe from the chest. There's more tension in the chest. There's more tension going up through the throat. It's almost like a zipper all the way from the chest up to the throat. And we want to open the throat, open the throat, open the chest, use the diaphragm instead, hold your tension down here. So from you pinch in the 6, top throat, just kind of don't mess with it, right? Middle throat, relax, wide and open, comes down. Bottom throat, wide and open, comes down. Again, the way that I'm teaching the middle throat these days, I don't usually have to worry about the bottom too much. But now that people are trying to compensate with the bottom throat while they do the 6, I have to kind of come back and reintegrate the bottom throat a little bit because it's now getting in the way when you're trying to do the 6. So bottom throat, same thing. But you want to look at that bottom throat almost like your throat is like the opening to a cave. Like you're going to rappel down into a dark cave. So it's just like open, 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 open. And then it just opens into the cave, which is like your chest, right? It's just bleh. So you want that bottom throat to be nice and wide and open. So the way that you fix that, the way that I've seen that helps people fix it is you hold the pinch on the 6, you keep the middle wide, and then instead of doing this in the bottom, you just reverse it, right? It's like you're grabbing the bottom of the bag and you're holding it open, okay? You don't want to be too tight, right? But that sort of image of, imagine you're grabbing your bottom throat and pulling it like that and just sort of holding that bottom of the bag open into the cavern, that tends to help people. So, but that being said, this is sort of the image to link the 6 into the throat, as well as fix the bottom throat if it happens to get out of place as a result of trying to do the 6. So you have your diving board here, you have your drawstring bag here. The 6 and the 9, we already saw that like the 9 is sort of like a light switch. Okay, you're going to sort of feel it flip into place if you do it right. So again, you're either pushing into your 6 or you're letting your 6 sort of, fall down with it. We talked about that earlier between like the 11 and the 9, how like different languages will hold it differently. So again, your 11 is sort of falling onto your 6. There's different images for each of these relationships. Okay, so that's that. Blah. La 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 la. Yeah, not the British accent, right? Left me all the way back to America. I tried phonetics. I don't know how to integrate into shadowing now. I get by focusing on posture on one or a few words while shadowing whole sentence things. You're welcome. Yeah. You definitely want to start small. Like start at the sound level, right? The way that the course is built, if you were to work with me, or if you just, sort of like try to follow it yourself. Where is my... There it is. Again, there's lots of notes here. I'm very lazy. There's lots of things here that may or may not be part of the course that, it doesn't matter. This is my rough outline. But, we get make sure your H is good. Start linking that with these sounds. Okay. Build up to these words. Very simple sound set. Okay. You're learning how to stabilize these pieces, what they're supposed to do in all the sounds, blah, blah, blah. Add these, go to basic sentences, right? So you're really starting like from individual sounds and just started trying to link them with the and maybe the if you want. And then again, you're still working with a very limited sound set where you don't have to worry about R's and L's and and sh's and all kinds of, crazy sounds, THs. Just very simple sound set, right? You can just use these sentences directly if you wanted to, but it gives you a little playground to kind of, slowly work through. Again, speed is a factor. So if you use this link, you go to phase 2, section 1, sentences, group A, B, Okay, you have 0.5 speed of all the sentences I just showed you. You have 0.1. All this is free, right? I gave you the link earlier in the chat. You can use this stuff. Okay. Slow it down at first. Try to do it slow first. If you can't, make sure you can do it slowly. Match the reference. So if you're like, hey, I can control it slowly, then speed it up. And you may not be able to go straight up to 1x yet. You might have to sort of like speed it up a little bit, maybe up to like 0.7 or 0.8. And then like, okay, that's sounding better. Now let me try to go faster, et cetera, et cetera. There's no rush, right? Anyway, that was perfect. Duh. Sure, trying to learn General American, but also apply to SSB. Haven't found anyone do it in the way you do. For SSB, it was mostly my own research and experimentation. Yeah, that's the case. I mean, there are accent coaches that know about posture, but my understanding is they generally work with like actors and stuff for like movie roles, where my understanding, I mean, I don't like go out and research this necessarily, but my understanding is there aren't really any, or definitely not many, English teachers, regardless of the dialect, who are even aware of posture as a concept, let alone teach it. What's your American accent precisely? My American accent, so I speak a general American neutral accent, but specifically I speak a Western American accent, which literally covers half the country. I have a whole video on this if you want to go watch it. Let's see, map of the United States. Okay. This will be a good one. Okay, so like literally, if you cut the country almost in half, right? It's like from like Colorado, right? It's like basically from the Rockies this way. There's going to be little pockets of regional things, and again, there's always going to be slight variation. Maybe some people use Cot merger, some people don't, blah blah blah. But generally speaking, this is a fairly homogenous region where most people are going to sound essentially the same. And again, Western American is a general American accent. There is no one neutral general American accent. The standard one that's taught by most teachers, like Rachel's English, is the one that is a little bit more traditional. It's a little bit more like what is encouraged in the media. But if you actually listen to normal people from most parts of the country, including through here, even a lot of people in the South, they don't all have a Southern accent. A lot of people through the Northeast, even plenty of New Yorkers, blah blah blah. Pretty much down in Florida, pretty much the entire country, with a little wiggle room on a couple sounds, are going to sound essentially the same. There's going to be a little bit of variation, but I sound like I've never had anybody say, "Oh, you sound like you're from the West Coast of the United States." Like, no. And maybe somebody who is like a language buff, they're a linguist, they're like aware of that and they studied that, and maybe they can pick out things like that. But the average person who's just a native speaker, they're not going to know where I'm from. They're not going to know I'm from the West Coast. Okay. I heard somebody from Georgia once who I thought was from, I don't know, somewhere, anywhere. Like, as far as I was concerned, he was from California because I was in California at the time. I was having a little conversation with him in the elevator, and he mentioned that he was from Georgia. And I was like, okay, right? Couldn't even tell. Yeah, as far as I could concerned, he was born in the same exact place I was. So I say that to be accurate. Again, I have a whole video on it. And it's called like, I don't know. I don't want to look it up. I don't want to waste time with that. But if you type in like English hacks, one neutral accent or something, it'll probably pop up. The thumbnail is basically a map of the United States. But I say that for accuracy and the fact that like a lot of people don't know that. They think like, oh, there's this one specific accent and I have to do this if I want to sound like completely native and natural. It's like, no, most of the country sounds the same. And there's like Cot merger. It doesn't matter if you use the Cot merger or not. If you use the Cot merger, like I do, for the most part, most people who have it use it most of the time. It's just the natural part of how we speak, but sometimes it gets unmerged. Sometimes people who don't have the Cot merger, they might notice and they might be like, you sound a little weird when you say, this particular word or whatever. But the opposite is true. When I hear somebody using the Cot merger and they say like caught instead of caught, I'm like, that sounds a little weird, even though that's the standard normal accent. No, it's relative. That's one small little detail that varies between us. Most things are essentially the same. Same thing with the ing heading. The standard way it's taught, you say I plus un. You can say E instead of I. It doesn't matter. Some people might notice a little difference, but most people won't even care. They won't notice, and it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't create that big of a difference for it to be like to create an accent or something. So there are little differences, yes, but for simplicity, I just say I speak with a general American accent, and then some of the hacks I give you, they're based off of Western American. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're, just sort of little hacks and tips that I came up with that have nothing to do with a particular region or anything like that. They just make your life easier because they're how a lot of people speak. Like not having to say you can just say as a vowel, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah. But if you learn how I'm teaching you, like, don't think like, oh, I'm gonna sound like I'm Western American and people are gonna think I'm from the West Coast. Like, no, that's not how it works. He mostly sounds General American to me. Thank you. Some things aren't General American though. Knife in the heart, Abdullah. I get it though. I don't see a correction, but I assume maybe that's a slip up. I give you the benefit of the doubt. I mean, kind of not what I'm going for. Anyway, I really need to work on my voice though. La 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 la. Yeah, General American, Western American. See. I like using the dictionary. Fortunately, the retroflex R in my regional Brazilian accent. Brazilians usually have a hard time learning it. Fortunately, I thought it was unfortunately. I was like, yeah, fortunately. Okay. Yeah, well, that's good. Yeah, because I think I don't remember enough about Portuguese pronunciation. I think in Brazilian Portuguese, I know there's different regions and stuff, but isn't the standard like the normal R is an H? So you say like instead of like the Rio, you say like the heel, or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, I made a typo. Sorry for causing confusion. Thank you very much for feedback. No problem. Yeah, you remember? Yes, I remember you. I don't check the comments all the time, but I remember I saw you because you're like, not many people have commented recently, and so I saw you a couple different times when I checked them. I really like you explaining the concept using different stuff, stabilization column, valve, diving board, etc. Yeah, I mean these are all images, and again, as I've said before, none of this is necessarily like an objective thing. They're how it feels to me. They're ways that I've images that I've come up with to sort of be like, hey, this is a good image that makes sense to me based on how it feels. Could be another image that also works to get the same effect, right? The images themselves don't necessarily matter. The analogies themselves don't necessarily matter. I'm just trying to find different ways to explain to you guys how it feels. And then you're kind of have some sense of like, well, okay, if I don't feel that, maybe I'm not doing the right thing. And again, maybe another native speaker might feel something slightly different, or they might think of a different way to explain it. Sometimes I have my students, sometimes they're like, okay, so my understanding of this is blah. And I hear that and I'm like, well, that could be a very accurate way to describe it, but I can also see that maybe you might be meaning two slightly different things, right? So different people are going to describe things differently. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong. Different images can be used for the same thing. That doesn't necessarily mean they're wrong. So I'm glad that's useful for you, right? That's the whole purpose of it. If I were to try to map out like the Spanish, if I were teaching Spanish posture, I would probably use different images. Like I wouldn't be using a diving board for the 3 and 6 combination, because the 3 doesn't do that as far as I understand in Spanish. That seems a little bit weird. Right? So there you go. I'll look it up for later. Cool. I use a Cloud merger. Awesome. Yeah, make your life easier. Every student who comes to me when we learn in the beginning of the course, I'm like, hey, there's this thing called the Cot merger. If you're not aware of it, this is what it is. Do you want to learn the Cot merger or do you not? almost every single person I've ever worked with, they're like, yes, teach me the Cot merger. I want to, make my life easier. There you go. It's still insane to me that like Rachel's English has the Cot merger in her speech naturally, but she doesn't teach it. Like, it's mind blowing to me. Like that to me, that's like a disservice to your students. And maybe she's mentioned it before, like, hey, you can also do this, but this is like the standard normal way, maybe. I don't know. In which case that's kind of fair. At least she says, hey, you can do this if you want. But if she doesn't like mention that as an option, I think that's a disservice to English learners, because it's like your life can be so much easier by using the Cot merger, especially since the Cot merger has been taking over the country for the last like 40 years. And it's like more and more becoming sort of the standard anyway. So it's like you're almost, I don't want to say outdated because it's not, but it's, in a sense, it's almost kind of like you're learning a two sounds that are headed towards being outdated. They're in the process of being outdated, maybe, except maybe in certain regions. And there's nothing wrong with that if you like the sound. That's the only real reason to learn the two different sounds. But it's like, you don't have to. Why? Why would you do that? Right? Why? Unless you like how it sounds, then have fun, I guess. But I don't teach you the unmerged sound. So, I can give you feedback on how you sound and maybe give you some tips, but I want to make your life easier, and I want to make my life easier. Anyway, what about the weak syllable merger? Where does it apply to in the USA? Weak syllable merger. Give me some examples. I don't like, yes, I'm an English teacher and I know a lot of like technical terms and concepts, but sometimes I don't like the way that certain things are labeled, and I don't really pay much attention to the way things are technically called, or what things are technically called. So give me like a couple examples of that so I can put that in context, because I'm drawing a blank on that. I have an idea of what you're talking about, but vid, I think. Welcome. For simplicity, in the ing ending, I say something between the short I and the long E. They're not short and long, but yeah, that's fine. The I and the E sound, because as you said, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's also part of it, right? Because since it doesn't matter, because some speakers use one and some speakers use the other, even though the I is like the traditional way. The E might technically be a little bit more of a Western American thing. I don't know. But again, it's one of those minor things that some people will pick up on, some people won't. It doesn't matter. Either way, you're going to sound maybe a little bit weird to some people sometimes. But if you're in between the two, because it doesn't matter which one you do, it literally, if you're right in between or some degree in between them, it doesn't matter. You don't have to be. And that's the other reason why I tell you guys that, because that can be sort of a difficult combination for some people, especially if they have difficulty doing the I sound or whatever. And so it's like, hey, if you end up in the middle, that's fine in this case. It doesn't really matter. Same thing with like ear and ear, right? It's normally taught as like air, but you can also use E. It's the same type of thing. And if you happen to be in the middle between E and I, and you say like ear, so like instead of ear, air, you say like air, it's like, is that an ear and I? Doesn't matter. Still sounds good, right? It's not going to matter, especially if you're in the flow of speech and you're just, speaking normally. Right. These are the little hacks and options that you guys have. So yeah, that's fine. Is more of a Western thing though. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. See, but even if you say that though, that's part of why I say it still doesn't matter. Because number one, it doesn't. But number two, we say, well, it's a Western thing. That's like literally half the country, right? That's a lot. That's millions of people, right? Tens of millions of people. Like, that's a lot of people, right? So that's the other reason why I say like, oh, if something happens to be a little more Western, if it's just one of those tiny things, it doesn't matter that much. Like there's some people like in Washington who instead of saying wash, they'll say wash, which is kind of more of like a Southern thing. Otherwise, maybe like they have like a general like neutral accent, sort of like a West Coast general American neutral accent, but then they say wash, they put an intrusive R in there. Otherwise, it's like, okay, that can happen. That doesn't sound neutral when they say wash, but everything else they say sounds normal and neutral, right? So yeah, it's like you can't just say, oh, this accent is the accent. Like, no, You're literally reducing the reality of the American accent to like what, I don't even know the population of that area. We'll say what, maybe like 50 million people versus most of the rest of the country minus the South. Like, come on. It's kind of ridiculous to try to make that argument. If the Western American accent was more distinguishable, like there was more than just these couple little tiny things, then yeah, I wouldn't be arguing that, oh, it's, you know, it's essentially the same and you're going to sound generally neutral, natural, and all that stuff. And I would be teaching you more of like the standard accent, the traditional standard accent that's taught. But that's part of my whole approach is like, you don't have to do some of those things. The R and my accent are reflex in the middle. So is either R's R or R is reflex in the middle of words like, oh yeah, that's right. I remember, like if it's like in the middle of a word, you might do it one way. You know, I think some Brazilians, they have like a tapped R in some cases or something. I don't remember. When it comes to for consonants, it was like a more in other positions. Yeah, Spanish R, yeah, or the H in English. Yeah. I know. It's awesome. I love it. It's a little complicated, but I love, like, I know there's regions and stuff, just like in general, just like a Brazilian accent. Oh, so amazing. And then if you have a Brazilian accent and you speak Spanish with that Brazilian accent, like a thick Brazilian accent in Spanish, oh, it's my favorite Spanish accent. I know it's not a Spanish accent, but it's like mixed Spanish with a Brazilian accent, and it's like it's the perfect Spanish. It just sounds so amazing. I love it. Because I had a friend that was from Brazil, thick British accent in English and Spanish, but she spoke both languages pretty fluently. And I always loved listening to her speak Spanish because like, oh, it's so beautiful, so amazing. Anyway, I like the way they pronounce parents. Yeah. I have a question about American chest posture. Do you think that the low and back directional tension can also apply to the chest? What I've noticed in terms of the chest, like, I mean, obviously, like you have lots of muscles up here, you have muscles in your throat. There's obviously some muscles through here, different ways you can kind of hold things, different ways you can breathe. It's kind of a tricky topic because it's like, you know, when I say like open the chest, like what does that mean, right? As far as I have identified, in terms of the chest, this sort of like these three directions that we have, it doesn't really apply necessarily. You want to think of it kind of maybe as an extension of the throat setting. So not that it necessarily has a position, but it as I sort of mentioned maybe earlier, languages that speak from that breathe from the chest and they don't really use a diaphragm, there's definitely more tension up in the throat. There's not as much tension really down here, if at all, because you're not using the diaphragm, right? You're breathing from here instead. And so there might be a bit more tension in the chest as almost sort of like a zipper, like, you know, so like tense here, which connects up into that sort of upward narrow tension in the throat. But I think it's because you have more like muscle and things that you can manipulate here. It's probably not like the same degree or anything, but it almost seems like it's sort of zipped all the way up, and then the tension could maybe sort of be upward and inward, I guess, like narrow. I feel weird talking about the chest in that way because it's like, I guess kind of in a way it's I don't know. So if you just think like, okay, well, I want my throat to be open, I want my chest to be open, so just like literally imagine like you're ripping your chest open, like just let it come out, let it open up, you know, relax it. Again, relaxation, okay, because we don't hold tension here. Okay, there's structure, yeah, and so maybe there's like a little bit of structural tension or something, but we don't hold, like, all of our tension is down here in like the stomach and the diaphragm. When we squeeze that diaphragm in as the stomach holds, it's lifting the car tension, like I told you guys earlier, and that creates a nice, good, steady outflow of breath, while the chest and the throat are just open, right? It's just there, just sort of passing through. So yeah, you can kind of think of it in a similar way, but I would just think of the chest as just trying to be open and relaxed. I guess. Relaxed, again, is not a neutral term. So by relaxed, I mean sort of relaxed wide, relaxed open, not how you might feel relaxed, where you do have some of that tension. You're going to have to maybe let go of some of that tension that you don't feel, if there's any there. So yeah, maybe your chest will feel a little more open or something. Let me see, because I haven't really tried to tweak that too much. But if I try to go into more of like a Spanish breathing setting, it's hard for me not to use my diaphragm. I can easily just like lower the amount of breath I use, but let's see if I can actually breathe from the chest. I'm trying to do it without raising my pitch. But I feel like I get a little bit more tension in my chest. I'm trying not to use my diaphragm or tense my stomach at all. So if I try to talk a bit more like this, it's kind of hard to hold. I still am maybe, yeah, it's really hard for me to do. My diaphragm wants to engage. If I try to do that, I can maybe get a little bit, I feel maybe my chest is a little tighter in a sense, I guess. So maybe it'll feel a little looser or something. That's the best I can think to answer that. Yeah, that's something I noticed by watching Rachel's English and other teachers. They have the merger, but teach the rounded version when yeah, I know. And that's so stupid. Like, I mean, if it's like a one case, sure. But if it's like multiple teachers, like why? Like, right. The approach I have, I don't just ignore it. I don't just say, hey, this is how it is. No, I say, this is the way a lot of teachers teach, and this is the way that maybe it traditionally is. And then you might hear in the media a lot of blah, 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 whatever. Not even everybody in the media follows that, but that's sort of the traditional thing that, like, does like the standard or whatever. But then they themselves are using the merger. It's like, people want to sound like a native. They don't want to necessarily follow this one prescription, of how it should be, how it's supposed to be. Like, you're a native speaker teaching English. You have the COT-COT merger. Teach the COT-COT merger, tell people about it. Tell people that there's this difference and give them a choice, But it doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. That's what I found confusing about her videos, where she teaches about the as in father sound, though she does mention it briefly at some point. Yeah, I think that's where I found out that she uses the merger, because I saw it in one of her videos. I don't remember if somebody, like, because I don't like go and watch her videos. I don't remember if somebody like asked me about it. Let me check my camera really quick. Hold on, sorry. Yeah, I don't know if somebody asked me about it, or if I just happened to see it at some point. But I remember her mentioning it. That's the only reason I know. Have you ever met a native English speaker who pronounces H in words like when, where, which, so they sound different from? Yes, that's mostly old people. I've talked about that in my H lesson in the original course before I made the mouth posture course. A lot of older people will tend to have that pronunciation, because again, that's kind of like more of a traditional thing. There are some younger people who do it. To me, it's always strange. Like, if there's somebody who's under like 50 or 40 pronouncing things like that, like, I don't judge. Again, like, I'm not going to say like that's wrong or whatever, but to me, it almost kind of, if that's just the way they naturally speak, then fine. But whatever. But in real life, I've never encountered a person who has the H in those, unless they're like really old. Like, my parents don't have it. My grandparents, some of my grandparents do, but not even all my grandparents do. And on like online and stuff, not even really even the media, even for the most part, but like online mostly, like, watching YouTube videos or stuff like that. Occasionally I'll see like a younger person pronounce it with the H. And to me, again, if it's the way they speak, I don't care. That's fine. I'm not judging them. But to me, it feels performative. It's like they're doing it because they're aware that most people don't, and it helps them sound maybe more proper or educated or traditional in some way. And I think it's usually conservatives that I hear doing that. That's, take that with a grain of salt. And again, I'm not saying that's why they're doing that. If that's just how they speak, fine. I don't care. But because I don't really hear it from people, for the most part, even a lot of older people, maybe it's still lingering around and it's still part of the speech of a small portion of, you know, younger people's speech. It just feels fake when I hear people do it if they're like under 50 or under 40 years old. So I don't know, but yeah, that's part of the reason why I teach you in those words. I don't do the H. Again, you can if you want. It doesn't necessarily matter. But and I'm probably not the only person who perceives it that way. I'm sure there's plenty of other Americans who might perceive that. So just make your life easier. You don't have to put an H. You know. Yeah, about the weak syllable merger. I've seen a lot of natives don't make a distinction between an I when they come to the end of words for Abbott, rabbit, the same sound, or roses being pronounced identically. Well, that name should be roses. That seems weird for me off the top of my head to reduce the name to an I. That's Rose's car. That's Rose's car. It can happen for sure. Yeah, this is one of those weird native things that like I haven't thought about, and so my brain just filters it out. But yeah, that can happen too. Okay, so that's fine. In roses, like the plant, yeah, that's roses. That's pretty normal. Okay, so I've talked a little bit about this before here and there. Many cases where you can use a schwa, especially if it's a schwa reduction, you can also use the I. Now, I'm not entirely sure if that's a Western American thing or not, because some people seem to do it and some people don't. So I don't know if that has to do with Western American English or if it's just different people do it differently. But since I've become aware of that, conscious of that, several years ago, I have noticed that sort of free exchange in a lot of cases. I have noticed some cases, which I can't think of any off the top of my head, and you know, it might be a relatively small group, but where you can't do that if you try to replace the with an it just doesn't sound good. Those are usually cases where the is not being used as a reduction. It's just the sound that's in the word. So like if you say around, if you try to say like around, it's around here. That sounds a little bit weird to me. So yeah, that is a thing. Because the schwa, the sound will always work, even in those cases where like you can't, you know, use the I. The safe, and because also the I is kind of a hard sound for a lot of people anyway, the safe thing that I recommend is like just use the but if you can do both those sounds, you're aware that, you know, Abbott, rabbit, roses, whatever, have that ability to do that, and it just comes out whichever way, like a native might do, then fine. Okay. You don't have to like use both or whatever. You just like pick one. I would say the schwa in this case, because that always works. And then just always use that. Okay. But if it's easier for you to use the I, then just make sure on those ones where the I doesn't work that you're actually using the yeah. Weird. It's like language is messy. I'm into linguistics. Nice. Linguistica. Yeah. Linguistics. I like how it translates. It's like, I'm pretty sure I know what that means. Yeah, I tried to get a degree in linguistics and I dropped out after a couple classes because I was like, this is a lot more sciencey than I thought, and I'm not going to jump through all of these hoops. It's not quite what I thought it was when I signed up, because I like languages, but I don't like constructing word trees. There's a bunch of like really rigid technical, like hard science stuff in linguistics that is totally fair. That's fine. That makes sense that that's there. But I didn't really realize that that would be in there when I first signed up for it. And I was like, okay, yeah, this isn't for me. But anyway, sorry, my tables, I'm typing through my phone. That's fine. My Spanish is very rusty. See? Lo mío también. Muy fuera de práctica. I'm not trying to get a perfect accent there. I'm just speaking, but my accent in American. My accent in American is, yeah. Do you have a video where you talk about the Scotch snaps? No idea what that is. I think pronouncing Asian words like when, where makes English a bit more logical. And if you want to do it, go ahead and do it, as I said, but be aware of all the stuff I said. It's really your choice. Like, you know, boomer speech, right? If I want to pronounce the H in those words, should I say when, where? Yeah, so, well, yeah, if you do that, like the H, like the spelling makes it look like you're saying like when. That's not how anybody pronounces it. The way it works is you basically do a voiceless W, and the H just indicates that the W is voiceless. So instead of when or like when, you'd say when. So there might be like a little bit of a voice W before you release it, but it's just a voiceless W. If I say woo, hue, that's all it is. It's don't be confused by the spelling or anything. Just like if you were to say who, again, don't be confused by spelling because that's a WH word, but who spelled WH, it uses an oo sound. The entire word is just a voiceless oo. It's one sound, voiceless. Who. I mean, okay, you add the voice to it. Sorry, it starts voiceless, but you add the voice. Who. The traditional way people teach it, it's like, oh, it's H plus oo. But as I've said before, H is just the voiceless vowel. You can do it as a separate consonant sound. It's possible. Natives do it, but you don't have to. You can just do it as the voiceless version of whatever vowel's after it. So you literally start in a voiceless oo and then just add the voice. Who. You don't have to change anything. You don't have to move anything. You just add the voice to it. That's it. So it's technically just one sound, right? Because H would just be like, I don't know, voiceless oo plus oo in this case. You know, that's a better way to think about it. If it's confusing and you like the other way, then fine. It doesn't matter. But I think that's a better way to think about it. That's kind of more accurate to how the sounds work rather than being caught up in spelling. But again, that's specifically for who. When you say like when, if you want to do that voiceless W, then you're doing a voiceless W plus maybe a little bit of a voice W and then going into an eh. Okay. Last question about pronunciation. Okay. Why does YouTube keep deleting my messages? I don't know. I think I know. Are you spamming a bunch of hate? That must be why. I know. You're trying to sneak in all that hate and the filter's catching you. I know you. I'm onto your game. You've been so nice for so long. I know. Anyway, I don't know. I'm being stupid. When you say the center of gravity is there for quality, what time is it? 32, isn't it? God damn. All right. As I said, I don't want to be on here forever. 11, 12, 1, 2. It's been about 3 hours. I can maybe go for another hour, but I'm going to start setting my eye to winding down just so everybody's aware. Maybe 30 minutes, hour at the most. Especially because my voice is already getting really tired. When you say the center of gravity is there for quality when we're doing other sounds, but you don't want to be articulating two sounds at the same time. Okay. That means you produced first the local resonance before global resonance. The sound start in sound before global resonance. Or you start first in and transition. I don't understand the question. I don't know why we were talking about global resonance. First the local resonance before global resonance. I don't understand the question, or I think you don't understand what I was saying. Okay, so if you're doing right? So we're doing the sound, as in bed. Okay. That sound is up here. Okay, it's on the front of the tongue, generally in this area. Okay. If you want to talk about resonance, which is different than what this is talking about. But if you want to talk about resonance, the global resonance is always going on in the back. Okay, so it doesn't matter if I'm saying ah, e, whatever. There's always going to be resonance back here. Okay, that helps make sure you have the right sort of. It contributes to the quality. It contributes to sort of the coloring of the quality, I guess. Local resonance is going to be where the sound is. So if I'm doing an sound, just as an sound, that local resonance is going to be through the whole middle. Usually sounds don't take up an entire area, but because we have our middle shape and because the top of the mouth is sort of, the opposite shape, being in the middle of the mouth, we kind of feel it resonating through the whole thing. It's maybe going to be a little bit more centered here, but I can feel it vibrating all the way up to the front part of the middle. It's a little bit special, but that's where the local resonance would be. When I'm doing an I no longer have this local resonance here. I have local resonance through here, around where the is. You're still going to feel maybe a little bit of vibration here, obviously, because the sound is coming and passing through. But you're going to feel, if you're doing you shouldn't really feel anything up here. And if you're doing you're going to feel less here than you would with It's going to be sort of incidental, what we call sympathetic vibrations. It just sort of happens because sound is vibrating through, but that's not where they're concentrated. So that's part of formulating the sound right, because if your resonance is, say, here while you're doing the maybe everything else is right, but for some reason you're vibrating here, you're not going to sound quite right. It might even sound like you're not quite doing the right sound. But that has to do with resonance. Posture obviously is like, to certain extents, tied with the resonance. They're not the same thing, but the right resonance will tend to kind of happen more easily if you have the right posture. Center of gravity is there for quality when we're doing other sounds, but you don't want to be doing two sounds at the same time. So in that sense of talking about articulating two sounds at the same time, yes. So you should no longer feel a lot of vibration in the middle if you're doing okay. So that would be maybe directly related to what you're saying there. When I described that, maybe resonance was around in the conversation, but usually when I bring that point up, I'm not talking about resonance. I'm talking about the fact that, like, if you try to fully form the while you're doing a separate sound, you're going to hear two competing sounds being produced at the same time. So instead of or you're going to get something like it's like they're fighting each other. Okay, so this sort of dip and sort of little tension here for the center of gravity, a little shaping in the back middle of the tongue is always there. It's a feature of the posture, regardless of what sound I'm doing. But when I do the sound itself as a separate sound, number one, I'm not engaging anything else. I'm not putting tension on the front. I'm not putting tension on the back, because that's going to bring another sound in. So that's the main reason why we end up hearing an instead, because it's the sound you hear in the absence of any other sound, because it's already structured there. But number two, if I do the itself as an individual sound, it tends to get a little bit more deepened, a little bit more sort of shaped and formed than it would be if it were just the center of gravity, because we want to articulate that sound now. The center of gravity itself, when you're doing other sounds, you can think of it basically kind of like if it were a true schwa, because the true schwa is sort of like the lazy version of the center of gravity. And it's not going to overpower the other sound that you're doing. But then if you want to fully form the as a sound, again, you could just use the schwa and make sure you're not forming any other sound on another part of the tongue, and you'll just do a true schwa, and that's fine. But if you want to articulate that sound and make it sound a bit more like a center of gravity or closer to an upside down V, which again you don't have to do, then you would actually sort of take that lazy center of gravity, the true schwa, and fully form it, just like we would do if I said E or E, 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 E. One is like all the way engaged, lips are out, whatever. The other one, my lips are relaxed. I'm just sort of like, I'm still in the sound, but I'm not fully shaped and tensed into it, just enough to still do the sound as distinct from another sound. That's a lazy E. We don't hear a difference between them. Just like I said with the two types of R's, we don't really hear a difference between them. It doesn't matter. So hopefully that answers your question and brings a little bit more clarity into that, because I know that it could be a little confusing for some people, but if that's not clear, you can feel free to ask again. Erond. I don't know what the upside down R is supposed to be. I don't care about all the stupid little R symbols. One's like this, one's like this, one is like an E with little thingy on it. I don't care. I don't want to, like, it's all a bunch of nonsense. It's all not necessary. You don't have to care. So number one, why are you saying eh? That's an eh. You didn't eh like in bed. There's no eh in around. Around. It's around here somewhere. That's no. Around, with a schwa sound, sure. Or you could say around, which is an vowel. That does technically work. Sounds a little lazy and reduced, but yeah, it's around here somewhere. Around. That would be fine. Maybe that's what you're trying to show is sort of like an I don't know. Anyway, this is complicated. You don't have to care about this. If it makes sense to you, use it. But no. This. What is this? This is complete nonsense, complete garbage. Don't have to care. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying it's wrong necessarily. You don't have to care. Don't complicate your life. You never have to worry about that. Just do right? Put the way I would phonetically write it, not using IPA, the way I would phonetically write it. That shows a vowel, that shows a consonant. Simple. Same sound. Doesn't matter if it's a vowel, give it more space. If it's a consonant, give it less space. Simple. Done. Your life is easier. That's all you need to do. I use the same sound. I think the posture will take care of the rest. If your posture's off, you might end up sounding a little bit different. I use the same sound, the I in both Abbott and Rabbit in the final position because it's how I realize the sound. That's fine. Good. Abbott, Rabbit. That's fine. I say it that way. Abbott, Rabbit. Yeah. What's actually going on in YouTube? What are you doing? I have no idea. I put on a filter for the transphobes. I assume you're not using any of those words, and it's not a long list. I just sort of put a quick little short list that I put on both channels. Maybe because I have the filter active, it's working overtime and catching things that it might deem as stupid. I'm not usually, if that happens, it'll like show it to me, and it'll like not show it to you guys, but it'll show it to me, and I'll have to confirm it. So I don't think that's what's happening either. I have no idea. Might be a connection issue. You mentioned around. I use a schwa in the first syllable because it sounds weird. I totally agree with you. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. First, I can produce both I and The I doesn't exist in Portuguese for the sadness of Brazilians who study English. Yeah, right. Technically, I believe it does. Now, I'm not going to tell you to speak your language. I'm not going to tell you what is in your language. Again, there's also regional variations, blah, 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 blah. But if we go to Brazilian Portuguese, my brain always glitches out when I try to spell Portuguese because of that UE thing. I was like, is it UE or EU? Brazilian Portuguese vowel chart. Sorry, I turned into a bird there for a second. Where? Give me Wikipedia. Here we go. Okay. Are you going to give me the vowel chart on this page? Of course you're not. All right. Let's do this. Probably go to the Portuguese vowel chart. Portuguese phonology. Okay. It should have both in here. Yeah. So this is European Portuguese monophthongs. Monophthongs of Brazilian Portuguese are pronounced in Sao Paulo. So it's specific. I assume that's probably like the standard or whatever. You do. So if we're looking at European Portuguese, they don't have that sound at all. But if you look at Brazilian Portuguese, as far as Sao Paulo goes, Sao Paulo. No, I did that wrong. Sao Paulo. São. It's always fun to say são. I love the nasal vowels in Portuguese. Anyway, you do technically have the sound according to the IPA, right? And this would roughly be, again, vowel charts are approximate. Don't trust them as like the definitive authoritative source. Where am I going? If I look on my vowel chart, which I'm going to be updating my vowel chart a little bit, maybe to try to match the mouth posture map, but This sound here, the eh, this is more or less a standard placement. I just kind of like most of the sounds I just took from the General American chart and I made slight tweaks. Like I added the half L, I added the Kakon merger, whatever. But anyway, if you look at that eh there and the eh here, okay, we could see that they're kind of like around the same area even. Same for Hindi, by the way. Hindi has the same sound around the same area. But if you listen to the quality of the eh in Hindi, it sounds Hindi. It doesn't sound English. This again comes back to why posture is important. It's not just like where the sound is and how it's, you know, how it's shaped and everything. It's the posture is the biggest factor in the quality of the accent. So according to this, you have it. My accent sounds similar to Sao Paulo, but I didn't know they have the it. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm not a native speaker. I'm not going to tell you to speak your language, but according to this, it does exist, at least in the Sao Paulo accent. Sometimes what happens is like this is pretty common with Russian students. They'll be like, I don't have that sound, and then I go to the Wikipedia page and I'm like, actually, you do have the sound, but it seems like it only exists in certain combinations or like in certain unstressed cases or whatever. And so you may not be consciously aware of it because you just haven't like realized that, oh, that's actually similar to the, you know, the English sound, but it's, you know, it sounds different, it feels different. I don't identify it as sort of the same thing because maybe I only use it in these certain cases and it just sort of like, you know, it's not super obvious, right? So it could be a case like that. Maybe like, you know, it even like maybe even sometimes you use it and you don't notice it. Like me as an English teacher, like I wasn't born knowing all these sounds and where they are, you know, like being conscious of it. Like I figured out as a baby, don't remember doing that. And then it wasn't until I started teaching pronunciation that I was like, oh, there's all these different sounds. And yeah, I can do the E and the I and the N. And, you know, like obviously I already spoke the language, but I wasn't aware that we have, you know, X amount of vowel sounds. And, you know, oh yeah, like for example, like is not the start of I, right? At first I thought maybe it was, but if I say that, then it's like like I, and it's like that's not right. So I had to sort of become aware of my own language. Same thing, caught merger. I didn't even really hear much of a difference between people who use the caught merger or not. Sometimes people would say, you know, aw or ah, and I sometimes I'd notice and I'd be like, what? Why are you saying it weird? Is that like a Midwestern thing? Is that like, you know, sometimes my brain would filter it, sometimes it didn't. Okay. I didn't know I had the caught merger. And there's actually some other people like that too. When I was, you know, in researching the video about the neutral range of neutral accents in American English, there's a story of a person who like he's from the Midwest and he has the caught merger. And when he took a linguistics class, he was like, I was really shocked to learn that I'm pronouncing the language wrong. So yeah, you know, it might be one of those cases you're just maybe not aware of it, or maybe in your particular dialect you legitimately don't have it, and like that's fine. You can always find it, you know. But again, everything's always a double-edged sword. There's always a trade-off, right? If you have the same sound, right? And it's not an E because E usually just needs a little bit of posture adjustment. They're pretty much identical between languages for the most part. But if you have the same sound, like say we both have a, we both have ah, whatever it is, um, then that's a benefit because you have that sound. And if you just tweak the posture, maybe slightly tweak the where the sound is, obviously, like okay, maybe you have to lower your tongue. It's more of a posture thing. So you have to maybe hold it in a slightly different position, maybe slightly change exactly where you're placing it, but it's essentially the same sound. You're just trying to change the quality of it. That's good because it's like, okay, well, you already have it and you can sort of base off of that. But that can also be bad because your posture is built into the sound and separating the sound from the posture can be difficult to do, right? On the other hand, it's also a double-edged sword if you don't have a sound. So a lot of languages don't have I. And so if you don't have it, well, then you don't have something to sort of be like, okay, I already have this sound. I just have to tweak the quality of it. You have to figure out where it is. Like you have to find it in the mouth and how to form it and all that stuff. And it's like a completely new thing. But you don't already have a neural network in your brain of the posture underneath it, right? So you get to build it from scratch while trying to build the posture into it from the beginning. And now it's a completely new thing for you. So either way, there's good news and bad news, right? It just sort of depends on what your language gave you, or languages gave you. And then of course there's other anchors, right? So if you have e and but you don't have it is kind of between the two, and so you can also use those in your native language to kind of approximate where the sound is and stuff. So, you know, you can bring in other elements even if you don't have the sound. How to pronounce the word lettery, like that. Well, when I try to pronounce it, people hear lettery. So, well, number one, make sure you're not flapping the T into a flap D, because I would pronounce that lettery with a flap D. Probably, I assume that you're trying to say a CH, but it's coming out as more of a T, like lettery or something like that. Lettery, lettery. The T is here. The sh is here. There's a range to it. It doesn't have to be there, but there's a range to it. That's the basic way I teach it. In order to do the ch is a combination of t plus sh. Okay. So you have to start here, and then you have to pull into the sh position, and you have to blend them. You can't just do tish. That's two separate sounds. You have to push. It's like you're trying to push the sh out of the t position, and immediately you're already moving into it as the t is releasing, not after the t release. Ch, ch. So it starts, instead of like a clean t, it starts coming out as like ch, ch, ch. It's like an sh that's being squeezed through the t position. And then you just pull back into the sh. The second half of ch is just sh, but we don't hear it as sh because you started in the t position, and we just hear it as all as ch. Ch. If I were to hold it, ch, that's just an sh. At the it's like a little bit of t at the beginning, and then all the rest is sh. So, yeah, you just have to figure out how to blend them correctly. We could talk about posture details and stuff, but keep all this stable. You shouldn't really have any changes. It's going to be the front of tongue flexibility. Like, can you manipulate the front of the tongue in a way while keeping the posture the same? You will feel more of a resistance in your 1 and 2 shape at the front for the sh compared to the t. And the tongue shape in the t is going to be, let me get a different color, it's easier to see. T is going to be a little bit more like this-ish, okay, where the sh is going to be a little bit more maybe like this-ish, kind of, sort of, okay, because it's squeezing, it's taking the same part and it's realigning it to where now the front of the blade is under the back half of the bump. And so you have to sort of like, you open it a bit and then you squish it back, but you have to just use the front. And so because you're squishing this back, but you want to keep your posture shape, you're going to feel more resistance here. That's going to be the big difference in the posture. Everything else is pretty much the same. I don't really feel any difference because they're basically in the same area. It's kind of like a T and an S, except you have this backwards dimension where the S is just sort of like right under the T. So that's the position, that's the posture resistance. Then you just have to figure out how to blend them right to where they sound like one sound. Beep, 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 beep. Where are we going? I got lost in the chat. Instagram. Yes, exactly. Good. Although you say Insta, you exchange it to more of a D. Technically, it's supposed to be a T, right? But that's that sort of ST combination. Insta. More of a D. Finally. So you spelled Instagram phonetically, and like, okay, so then I guess YouTube is just trying to, again, I don't want to say censor, that's not the right word, but it's trying to discourage the mention of other platforms. Like, that's petty. That's really petty, YouTube. Like, come on, you can't write Instagram in the chat. Oh my God, that's really bad. Are you able to see your Instagram? That's great. That's great. Is there anything from iFat? Let me check. I'll have to do it on my phone because I'm not logged in on this OS. Logged in on my Linux. Go away. Go away. Again, don't be sending me things on my Instagram, guys. It's not for English hacks. iFat follows me there, and because we have this special situation, I'm gonna see if I see a message from him there. I have nothing from you. Oh, Do you have my new Instagram? No, you do have my new Instagram because I know that you liked one of my photos recently. Yeah. So it's the right account. Yeah, I have no message from you at all. So something's going on on your end, I guess. I don't know. How to pronounce the word? I already said that. Oh, I skipped the Instagram thing. That's why I got confused. Please help me how to pronounce. Welcome, Pretty Rika. How to pronounce words like lost and lust. It makes me nervous to say the wrong thing. Oh, I thought that was one phrase, like lost in lust. I was like, what do you mean say the wrong thing? So the difference between the two words, I gather. Well, the L-O-S-T, that uses the ah sound. If you're using the cot merger, that would just be the ah sound here, a little bit of a range for it. If you want to see it on the in the IPA, I guess it'd be the sound down here. But that's just the ah. Okay, la, just like if you say la, if you say loss, you say laws. Okay, all of these would be the same, same vowel. This one you add a T to it. This one you have no S or T at the end. This is a Z. This is an S. Okay, but all the vowels are the same. There you go. Now, if you're having trouble with the vowel, there you go. Do that vowel. If you're having trouble because when you try to go from L to ah, you can't do the right sound because it sounds more like an that's a transition problem. That's a combination problem. So you have to make sure that you get from your L into your ah. Your is going to be here. Your ah is going to be back here. So if you don't go back far enough, you might end up in and vice versa. If you're trying to say la and you go too far, which is a problem for some people, you end up saying law. Okay. I could go into more details about like how to form the L and the posture and blah, 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 but I talked about that, I think, last time. I'm not going to go into all that right now. But the key difference is between the vowels. So you gotta make sure you're doing the right vowel. One is ah, one is And then if you can do those sounds separately, but you can't make them clear in the words, then you have to figure out what is causing that problem. Okay. And there's a technique I use in my lessons, in my classes, called the breakdown technique. The way you do that is, let's say we go with lust first, because that's that's our basic sound. We don't have to worry about a special vowel. You say that. Does that work? Check. Good. Okay. Then you say, I'm going to add the L. Can you say la? If you can, and it sounds good, that's not the problem. Okay. Then you say, take off the L. Can I say us? Don't worry about the T because we don't care about that right now necessarily. Can I say us? If you can, great. If at any of these points you can't say these combinations, fix those combinations. Maybe you can't say la, maybe you can't say us. You got to work on both of them. Maybe you can say one, maybe you can't say the other. Work on that one. Once you can do that, then important step, okay? Technically, if you can just put the word back together, go for it. But often you'll still run into a problem, okay? So there's one more step you can take that I strongly encourage you do. You go la plus us, okay? And you want to make sure you hit two us separately. Don't hold it, okay? Because what you're trying to do here is make sure that the vowel stays the same. You get from L into and then you say the same then go back to the S. Surprisingly, believe it or not, you would think, hey, I just did and la. Of course, I'm in the same spot. I have so many examples of people who would try to do this technique and they'll say like la, s. No, you didn't keep the sound. Okay. If you can do both of these next to each other, la, s, good. Then you put it back together. Okay, I know there's still a T on there. If the T ends up becoming part of the problem, you can add that afterwards. But now you should be able to say this, less. If you can't, it is sometimes the case where maybe at the sound level, you're fine. At the combination level, you're fine. the 2 sound combination level. But then when you get to 3 sounds, this doesn't happen as frequently, but sometimes when you get to 3 sounds or maybe 4 sounds, for some reason, the combination of those specific 3 sounds causes a problem, even though you can do them when they're just 2 sounds, right? So then you have to practice that. You can continue as you're trying to say it, you can break it back into any of these pieces as quickly or slowly as you want to keep trying to make sure you're getting on the right track. You're building it together from the L to the to the S. Bam. Okay. Now, then you can go back to this word. Okay. We'll just pretend the T is already back. And you can say, you can read the word, because there's another trap that happens. Your brain, when it sees that particular spelling, it's used to pronouncing the word a particular way, because the way that you learned the word and maybe have repeated it hundreds of times, maybe built a neural network in your brain based off of your own posture and your own way that you were trying to pronounce it, that is now ingrained. And so you might be able to read it phonetically and say, yeah, I can say that perfectly. But then you read the word and your brain overrides it and you go back to saying how you did before. That's another thing that can happen. Doesn't happen all the time, but it can. Using the breakdown technique allows you to analyze every little level and every part of the combination, including going back to the full spelling of the word, to rewire your brain to do that word correctly. And the sounds involved, right? But one thing I forgot to mention, by the way, let's say you're trying to do la and it doesn't work. Okay, break off the L, make sure the L works, make sure the works, then try to put them back together, right? That's how you would build that. You would further break them and then put them back together, just like literally, you're just zooming in, zooming out, zooming in, zooming out as you build things. If it's with lost, same exact process, except now the vowel is ah. So all of these uhs are now ahs. You do have the extra ability to take an extra step and bring the back in to make sure your posture, your base posture is good. Because sometimes maybe you're trying to say ah or la, and maybe your posture gets out of place. And so you can go back to your just to reset, right? And say, okay, something doesn't feel right here. Let me go back to okay, yeah, it was a little off. Okay, that sounds good. Right. So you just have sort of that extra base posture sound, the that you can zoom into separately to sort of make sure your posture is good, reset things, and then go back into the sounds or the word that you were trying to do. So it's an extra little piece that you have, because is always our base, right? That's where we go to reset things. But otherwise, it's literally the same thing. You go la, os, loss, right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's that. I could go into like, each piece and how it should be and blah, blah, blah. I've talked about a lot of these sounds and what the posture should do over the last few live streams. So you can go check those out if you want. I'm not going to go into that now, especially since I want to be done within the next like 20 minutes. Okay. Oh, guys. Where was I? Yes. No. Yes. Oh, I see. Because you wrote it with AH. I was like, what? Yeah, no, that turned me off. David, welcome. Catlin, I'm looking for an accent coach. Hello. I am here. Do you have any before and after videos of students who significantly improve their accents? So unfortunately, I haven't had enough foresight in the development of the course to plan for that. I do have my eye on that right now. Earlier in the live stream, I was trying to find, because I had a 2 samples of something that a student did recently showing like the huge quality improvement that they made. And I was going to show that to you guys here, but I can't remember where I put the file. It might be on my other operating system. So that's like all I really have in terms of that type of stuff right now. There's the course as like a solid, really good functioning product has only really been established for like maybe the last 6 months or so, maybe like a year or so. Everything before that, I was still kind of like really building the course, and I'm still trying to optimize and update and think of new ways to approach it, and see if I can find anything else. But right now, it's a very solid, good working product. So a lot of the people that have worked with me, they've seen massive improvements. Some people kind of like disappeared for whatever reason, and then maybe sometimes they come back later. Some people started working with me very early on when the course was still very new, and then they they're still working with me, and we're trying to like touch up those last little details. I can actually that one that I played earlier. Hold on, let me see here. Which one? I assume you guys can hear my desktop audio. I was playing audio earlier. Nobody said anything. But if I go like, what was the one I took? Was it was August 8th, August 3rd? That's not a good one. Okay. Actually, I do have maybe one comparison I can do. Oh, did I delete it? These don't have names of anybody. It was one of the old sentences. That wasn't it. Point. Okay, it was this student. Pound key, August. I think because sometimes when I'm in class, in order to clean things up, I'll hit delete on some of the files. I think I might be in the trash. I want to find something for you guys here, maybe. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Where's my trash? See, a lot of recordings. This is why I delete them, to clean things up. Where's the one I'm looking for? Because there's a student that I'm working with that, like, he started working with me pretty early on, and we went back as we're trying to work on the 6. We went back and redid one of the early course sentences because he's towards the end of the course, and we wanted to compare his original recording that he still had, and he sounds like so much better. Like his speech now sounds better than his original recording from at the start of the course. I don't know if I can find it though. I know it was one of the first 2 sentences. That's my recording. Okay, I can't find it right now. So no, I'm as I said, I have my eye on that type of material. The other thing is, as I wanted to do today, but I wasn't able to. Why am I here? Hold on. I wasn't able to. I was trying to do this stream through OBS, so that I can like bring my chat. So I could like actually bring people into the call, and you guys can actually like see how I work, get some feedback, et cetera, and like notice how some people might start immediately improving. So because the course is now a very solid working product that I'm just trying to like continue to optimize, I have my eye on that more type of like promotional material, like, hey, look at this student, between this person, this person. What I can do in terms of like testimonials, you can come over to my italki profile. This person. I don't know if they're in the chat, but okay. A new request. What am I looking for? No comments. I gotta go to my teacher profile. Sorry. My teacher profile. There it is. Okay. So Philip. Okay, this is a guy I've been working with. He sort of had to disappear for a little bit, but I've only had 16 lessons with him, and he's made pretty significant progress for the most part. This is what he says. Kat has an excellent ear and will give you very precise feedback on your homework. Being a highly competent and reliable guide on one's journey towards sounding natural and eventually native, her approach is unique as it focuses on the various details of American English mouth posture. If you put in the time and energy to practice like you're learning how to play a new instrument, you will make rewarding discoveries and recognizable progress class after class. It's not an easy journey, as you will have to unlearn most of how you have been speaking English, but if you master the correct posture, all the sounds specific to American English will magically fall into place. He doesn't even have like everything yet. But he's seen how, when I change this and I change that, and it was kind of hard for him at first. He was like, this is confusing. I don't know what I'm doing, blah, blah, blah. But he kind of started getting it. He put in a lot of work outside of class, which is what you need to do, to kind of start feeling things and seeing things. And he started to notice, oh, hey, when I do these posture changes that I'm being told to do, things get easier to do. Like, it's easier to do the sounds. It sounds more natural, blah, 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 blah. So again, even just after 16 lessons, this is what this person's talking about, right? Maten, 58 lessons. Sometimes you'll see like a really high lesson number, and that's for various reasons. But Maten, I've seen a lot. Maten, sometimes he comes in our live stream here. Another great lesson as always. I can notice how much my accent has improved since I started about 5 months ago. That was in October. So yeah, he's pretty much done. We're trying to refine. Like, if you listen to him, you'd be like, I think he sounds native, probably. We're trying to refine a little bit with the rhythm. We're sort of adding the new things with the 6 and sort of like balancing a couple little pieces. And remember, everybody goes at a different rate, different pace. Like, if you're a little below average, like, there's one person I've been working with, who he came to me in like the early version of the course, and I was like, just so you know, right, this is experimental, blah blah. And he's like, that's fine, I've tried everything else. I want to help you, use me as a guinea pig. That's fine, whatever. So I've been working with him for a long time, and his ability seems to be like below average a bit. And we've had a couple cases where it's like he wasn't quite doing the right things in the homework and this and that, and I kind of assumed he was. And so, I've tried to improve that aspect, making sure I communicate certain things better and whatever as well in the background. But he's still working with me, and he's the student that I wanted to find the 2 audios of to compare, because recently he's making huge leaps and bounds. Like, he's improved, but he can't hold it. He keeps losing it. That's his problem. Like, he's sounded near native, even some cases native at various points, but then he loses it. And I think it's because he's maybe has like a little bit of below average in like the linguistic, language, the way the brain is wired for language. It's like not a strength of his, not that he can't learn it, but it's, it's going to take longer. It's going to be harder. Most people I work with are average, because average is average. Some people I work with are above average. They're a little talented. They pick up things a lot faster. But if you're below average, it's going to take a while. I really want to show his recording because he's like the star example, like of kind of what the course can start to do if you really like stick with it and put in the time, even if you are below average. Let's see, Deep here. I haven't seen Deep for a while. She's had some personal issues, but she says she wants to come back later. But she has some good things to say. She leaves good comments pretty much all the time, et cetera, et cetera. You could probably find more comments, a lot from Deep. But yeah, it's not going to happen overnight. I don't have a whole lot in terms of like, hey, here's before and afters yet, but I'm starting to try to think about that in terms of course promotion, because I need more students. That's part of why I'm doing the live stream, because I need more students. What I will tell you, because you're like, hey, maybe I'm not sure, blah, blah, blah. As I was saying earlier, if you actually, I don't think I have to change my thing there. Yeah, so there's a trial lesson, $30. That's relatively cheap. We can touch base there. I can get you started. There's the main course. Consultation. That's just for like one-off, not for the posture stuff. By the way, it shows you the smallest price, which would be off of the 30-minute session, not the hour session. I encourage people to do hour sessions generally. And there's this mouth posture starter package, right? I was talking about this earlier. So this is a one-time package at a discounted rate. It's $50 instead of $80. So if you're not completely sure, like, this is designed, right, if you just want to establish the very basics, continue on your own, or like if it's a cheaper way to get started and test out classes with me if you're not sure, about like, is it worth the full price, blah, 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 blah. So if you do that and then it doesn't work, I've had a couple people through the years that it just doesn't click with them. Everything works, but not everything works for everybody, as I always say. At the end of the day, you have to get the posture, but it's not necessary to consciously learn the posture. You can still like absorb it through shadowing if you do things right. Again, it's hard to do that for the average person, I think, but it is possible. So like sometimes maybe the way that I approach it doesn't click with some people. Everybody's a little bit different. So you could try out how I explain things, my method. You can see all the materials I give you, the expectations, right? There's like these documents here, minimum standards of practice guidelines. Okay, 5 days a week. Make sure you're doing enough intensive practice, at least 30 minutes every day. You also have warm-ups. You're doing the right practice, intensive versus extensive, using the recordings. These are documents that I give you guys. What am I looking for? Agreement for taking classes. You have your reference recordings. You have Audacity. All that's expected of you in the course. Blah blah blah. So hopefully that will suffice for the time. But if not, I don't know. You can wait until I have some more of that sort of before and after and promotional material and see if you want to do it then. Portuguese, Spanish, Germany, German. Romania, Italian, Dutch are languages tops. So Portuguese, Spanish, German, Romanian, Italian, Dutch. Little typos in those. Are languages tops? I guess like best languages. I mean, yeah. I would say Japanese, Mandarin, Korean, French, German, Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese specifically. I know I'm missing one. Notice how I didn't add Spanish to that list. I love Spanish, but literally the main reason I chose it was because I was like, I want to learn like 6 different languages, and I think this is going to be the easiest one to learn to start with, especially since I was teaching myself. Turns out I was right. Relatively speaking, it is the easiest for English learners, for English speakers. The same in economics. Yeah, no, that's not in the word around. My accent sounds similar to Sao Paulo, but I didn't know they have the okay. Blah 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 blah. I'm not sure if this works in your dialect. Because it should work in General American. Well, it doesn't work in Western American, and I would be very surprised to hear any American pronounce it that way. Again, it could be something I'm just not aware of, but it seems very strange to me. I think it might happen in the Indian words, maybe like in Tibete. Yeah, maybe, because I know like in Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese, I don't know if this applies to all dialects, but one of the things that I learned, and I don't think I was specifically taught it, I just heard it. If you have an O, it's like O, but if you have an O at the end, it's almost like an oo. It's like an O-oo hybrid kind of. So instead of saying like I don't know, I assume malo is also Portuguese. It's from Spanish, bad, whatever. So instead of like malo, you'd say like malo. Like I can't even do that. That was terrible. Emalu. I can't do it right now. It's a subtle thing. I don't know. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys have like a little oo in your O when it's at the end of a word or something like that. I don't know. El now, like no. Oh, because it's supposed to be like now. It looks like an O, but it sounds like an oo. No. I don't know. I don't speak Portuguese. We're caught murdering lovers. Yeah. Which pronunciation is more common throughout the West? Portion, focus. Either or, all of the above, it doesn't matter. They're both perfectly fine. Whatever comes out. For me, I lean towards the e. That might be a little bit more of a Western thing, but they both sound 100% fine to me. Whatever one comes out. Sometimes I seem to hear you spell. Yeah, exactly. Whatever comes out, it doesn't matter. I don't think it's regional, to be honest. Like it's whichever one comes out. That's what I just said. Thank you. I always struggle with the difference between. Yeah. Other teachers are going to give me an aneurysm. I swear to God. I swear to God. I don't like knocking on other teachers, but the way that a lot of things are taught is just ridiculous. Just absolutely. Okay. That doesn't want to erase because my program's being stupid. Ignore that. Okay. This means nothing. That means nothing. That doesn't represent a sound. That doesn't represent anything. That's just 2-letter O's next to each other. And depending on the word, it might be one vowel or a different vowel. It is completely a useless spelling. Okay. The sound in book, it happens to be spelled O-O. But the sound is the IPA symbol would look something like a horseshoe. I call it the high schwa, even though it has nothing technically to do with the schwa. That's okay. The OO in moon is the sound ooh, as in you, who, lose. Okay. Commonly spelled with an ooh, also commonly spelled with a single O. Okay. You can't trust the spelling in English. So the reason why this is giving me an aneurysm is because you struggle with the difference between OO as in book and OO as in moon. So what you're telling me is that, okay, this one makes sense. That's a problem for a lot of people. This one doesn't make sense. Okay. Now, maybe you have a particular combination issue. That happens. I actually have a student that this exact word is difficult for them to say, even though they can do a perfectly fine ooh. Again, use the breakdown technique. Things like that happen. But if you can say an ooh, then technically you shouldn't have a problem saying this word. It doesn't matter that it's spelled with 2 O's. It's just an ooh sound. If you can say ooh, you can say moon, probably, most likely, as long as you don't have any sort of interference from the other sounds around it or you're doing something crazy. Okay. Do not focus on spelling. Okay. Do not focus on spelling. I hate when people ask me. It's fine. Questions are good. I can clarify. I can answer your question. But I'm not saying don't ask me. I'm saying I hate it, so don't ask me. I'm saying I hate when people ask me about things like this because it doesn't mean anything. It's useless. It's just a spelling. There's not an O. There's no O sound in either of these words, and yet it's spelled with 2 of them. Just okay. Before I have a heart attack. At a restaurant, I meant to say that my semolina porridge is good, but it sounded like it's good, and they replaced it. Well, in that case, that's kind of important in context because a porridge can be gooey. That might be a little confusing. Right? Usually, context will take care of it. If I say, "Oh yeah, this tastes very good," obviously, goo is not a taste. We're probably gonna understand that you're saying good. That's a common pronunciation problem where instead of saying you say ooh. So this is kind of weird, but using ooh in that's a common mistake because maybe you don't know how to say the sound. That's an problem, and you just got to make sure you're using the right sound. I have lessons on that. Okay, I've talked, I think, recently in the live stream about it. I talk about how we turn the wheel in the 11, blah, blah, blah. I have an original lesson on it that talks about where it's placed in this and that. And I have the update where now I place it. I use this instead of this and blah, 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 blah. It's a complicated sound. You can go look at the last couple live streams and you'll probably find that in there somewhere. But yeah, hopefully that helps. Can you not hear the difference between them, or do you accidentally say them with the wrong sound? I hear the difference between good and good. I merely can't find the right tongue placement. Okay. T-O-N-G-U-E also, not T-U-N-G. T-U-N-G is like a different thing. Yeah, so again, posture is important. Posture helps make it a lot easier if you're doing the right posture. But yeah, you have to make sure that you're placing the sound correctly. It's going to be somewhere around here. Okay, sort of like you can use the front of the back, but these days I teach you use the middle of the back and you squeeze it forward. That helps most people when we're talking about posture course, but sometimes it's easier for people to just use this part instead. That's the old way I used to teach it before I knew about posture. So yeah, just make sure that you're in this area and you're using either of these parts of the back of the tongue. Outside of that, you have to separate it from the ooh, and if your posture is pushing it in a weird way, you might accidentally like go too high and sound like you're saying like ooh instead. It's like, is that an ooh or is that an You have to find the boundary, just like with E and A. You have to find the boundary between them. That's very normal, basic sound finding stuff. So, Go practice. You know. Hey, Kat. Kevin! You are late. I'm actually about to end. So if you have a question, now is the time to answer it because I'm starting to wrap it up. But yes, welcome. La 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 la. Russian. Wait. Arund. No, that doesn't work either. Especially not with the Mary merger. That's I would I would choose to say errand. See, now I feel like I'm saying this word. Errand. You were trying to say around, right? Wait. What was the original word you were saying? Because that should be ow, not I don't even remember. Oh yeah, here it is. Around. So you're not even using the right vowel there. I didn't even catch that. I got caught up on the part. That's not even the right vowel there. That's ah. It's not even if I were to fix that and say like or if I say rond, that's not how you say that word. No American would say it that way. That's weird. I don't Abdullah, with all due respect, I don't know what you're smoking. I really don't. These are weird questions that don't make any sense. It's close to the quality I want you to make because you're opening your mouth too much when you say eh. Well, then why would you give me a sound where I would open my mouth more? As more open than eh. I mean, there is a thing in California English where the eh, it doesn't have to, but sometimes we drop our eh sort of like almost like halfway to ah, to where it almost sounds like it's kind of on the line, and people from other parts of the country will maybe hear it as an ah, and they'll maybe get a little confused. I sometimes do that because I am from California, but maybe that's why you're saying I'm too open to my eh. Either way, you're telling me to go more open, and even if I were to tighten up my eh and make it smaller, like around, still sounds terrible. Completely wrong vowel. Yeah, that'll become sort of an aspirated. Like honestly, Abdullah, because I know you're not dumb, and I legitimately don't know where this is coming from. I know. How do I want to say this? The only explanation I can say is that you're trolling me. Like that's how confused I am, and like how nonsensical the things that you're saying are. It's like that's the only conclusion I can say, and I'm not trying to say like you are, because like we've had conversations before. We don't agree on everything. That's fine. But the things that you're telling me, I can't imagine any American speaker of general American English, regardless of the little regional subdivision, pronouncing this word in any of the ways that you're transcribing it. In both vowel sounds, actually, both before the and after the It's just, it has to be a troll. It has to be. It's okay. Anyway, it is what it is. It'll become sort of an aspirated. Ooh, see, I knew it. So ar does exist. It's the R colored ah. Some people still have it. But there's something called the Mary merger. I don't think, I mean, maybe subconsciously I do sometimes. I would be surprised if I ever catch myself saying mar. It's weird to me. Like it feels gross in my mouth to try to do an R colored ah. It's just very uncomfortable. It feels very alien. But there's the Mary, let me get a different color. Hold on. Mary merger. I don't remember if because in my mind these two should already be pronounced the same, the last two. Maybe traditionally there wasn't a further separation, but traditionally people who don't have this merger, which most Americans do, I actually am surprised with how often I hear it, because what I've seen in the literature, it seems to be like a very, very common merger that is kind of taken over. But if you listen for it, you will hear people that don't merge it. But traditionally, this is supposed to be air, and this is supposed to be ar. And people with the Mary merger, if you hear how I'm saying it, I'm saying them all the same as the first one. They're all just air. So that's why when I teach you guys the R colored vowels, I say there's ear/ear. Doesn't matter which one you use. You could be in between the two. That's basically the same thing. So there's ear, air with as in bed. There's R using the the cot merger and then there's or using the O base, because if we have the cot merger, we're not using that backward C for aw anymore. And so we just use the O for both oi and or. We just use a static, fully formed O instead of the normal like moving O that I teach you guys. So we say oi, or, where it's already engaged, the lips are engaged, the tongue's engaged, and then you just go into the end, whatever the combination is. So you just have the 4 R colored vowels, makes your life a lot easier. Cot merger is integrated into that, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, Mary merger. You never have to say our. You never have to say marry, Harry, or Harry, carry. To me, it's very, like, I have to really try to do those. It feels very uncomfortable in my mouth. Just say Mary, Harry, carry, scary. Like in dadu. Oh yeah, dadu. Yeah, because it aspirated ooh when spoken fast. Yeah, dadu. Yeah, because you guys get kind of like lazy at the end of your like, I guess if it's not stressed, you get kind of like lazy on those like final vowel sounds. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember, I don't think I worked with enough Portuguese speakers to nail this down, but I'm pretty sure the Portuguese center of gravity is also the schwa, because I know you guys have a schwa sound. It's actually very, very similar to ours. It sounds like the quality is even kind of similar. It's like if I haven't heard it in forever though. I don't think I can still remember how to do it, but instead of like it's like something kind of like that maybe. I don't know if that sounds Portuguese, but anyway. The high schwa. What about the high schwa? English confusion spelling, I know. It does, but it is bond to some accents. Okay. I don't know what we're talking about. German American. Yes, German American. Like in Mary, but I pronounce it with the not the Yeah. General American, yeah. Mary. Cute name. Eye patch. I think you can find with the Mary is very common. Yeah. I'm so confused. I'm confused too, bro. I'm 100%. Yeah. I'm like, I feel like one of us woke up in an alternate universe, like in like a parallel multiverse something this morning or something, because like, if you're being completely serious, I have no idea where any of this is coming from. Like, maybe you feel like I'm trolling you. I'm not. I'm really not. Like, if you can give me like a clip on YouTube or something where you've heard somebody pronounce it the way that you're transcribing it, and I can listen to them, then maybe we can go from there, and maybe it's just not something that I'm aware of, but you're not making any sense to me at all. Like, not even close to how we would pronounce that word. I don't even think that's how other accents would pronounce that word, but it's alien. I find it alien too. Hey, look at that. I pronounce all of them with the I think to him doesn't mean well, even if that were the case, because where he put in the first case, that would be in the round part, and if you change, instead of saying rond, then it would just be rand, which also doesn't work. A rand, that maybe sounds southern. Yeah, it's around here somewhere. It's around here. Like, maybe the transcription you're writing would fit southern English, like American, from the American South. There's no way that would represent ow though. Ow is like, you can use I've said differently in the past, but I've come around on this. You can use either the start of I or the start. You either use the start of I or the ah sound as the start of ow. So you can maybe start there, but if you don't do the second part of ow, that's not the way that most people would pronounce that word. Maybe if we get really quick and lazy, and I say like it's around here, it's around here. Even then, I feel like it's very slightly accented. I feel like I'm putting on a little bit of a southern accent by trying to do that. Maybe my brain just filters it. I don't know. So maybe you could cut it down to as much of an ah in that, and that part would work. But for the first part of it, definitely no. Mergers help foreigners easier than learning a lot of different. Exactly. So I'm telling you guys, we are in love with the merge. Yeah, yeah. Ka merger, Mary merger. I'll do the cat sees odd differently as is all. I don't know if that's how I would say that, but yeah. Our closed sounds like the schwa, maybe. I don't know, something like that. I don't remember enough about Portuguese to care. I mean, Portuguese pronunciation is harder than English. I think it's all relative. I love all that confusion. I like how IFAT is just like pounding this point, just like, this is this is that. Now we can be friends. Okay, anyway. Round is from the dictionary. Okay. Round, yeah, I mean, I would say that transcription looks fine. I don't particularly see a huge issue with it. I pronounce it as erund. Hold on, oh, that's an A. Sorry, not an upside down E. It's so small. Oh, I see. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So then that A, I assume that, well, wouldn't that just be the unmerged? Because I think that's the symbol for the unmerged ah as in hot. That wouldn't be the ah sound as in cat, because that would be the AE symbol. So then hot. It's hard for me to even try to say ow while trying to do the ah sound. Hot. How. Around. I mean, not for me. I can imagine maybe some natives might do that if they don't have the cotton merger. Maybe they use the unmerged as in hot as part of the ow diphthong, and then that would make sense. I can give you that much. That would be fine. It's weird to me. I wouldn't say it that way. But still, that first syllable, that absolutely not. This isn't the same as bed for me. Well, then why are you using the same symbol? It's closer to the as in man. So like in cat. Oh, you're probably thinking of it as in like if you do the plus in man instead of using the like it technically should be, but it doesn't have to be. I assume that's what we're going with, because otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Then you're just saying again. I mean, that also doesn't make any sense to me either, because if you use the plus when you're saying man, you're still doing the same as in bed. Maybe it's slightly different because it's a little lazier and it needs to kind of almost blend with the so maybe there's like a slight difference from a pure but it shouldn't really be any different. Man. So man, around, it's around here. It's around here. It's around here somewhere. It's around here. I don't like it, and I wouldn't recommend it or endorse it. But with your further clarification, I can see how that might sound okay in the flow of speech, especially if you're speaking quickly. If you were articulating it very clearly like that, man, around, maybe it seems very weird to me. I'm going to put it in the question mark category. Fine. You know, I'm one person. I'm not the arbiter of every native speaker. Maybe other natives would agree with you. I don't know. But to me, that's very, very odd. Very odd. I can give it to you as a possibility, but I still don't like it. Then again, there's things in the past that I didn't like and I came around to them, so who knows? But I still don't like that. I'm sorry for the question with the spelling. I'm just hearing. No, you don't have to apologize for a particular question. That's what I said. Like, I don't want you to not ask questions because they bug me. Like, I have to repeat these things over and over and over to people because I have a message. Focus on your ears, not your eyes. And other teachers, for some reason, don't get that message. They don't teach that way. So you're fine. It just bugs me so much that you like, if you learned from me, you wouldn't have that confusion or make that mistake in the first place. Like, you would just learn it differently. Because I think, like, anyway. Yeah, spelling sucks. It's confusing. Okay, guys, let's I'm trying to wrap it up. So I'm gonna try to get through what we have here, but please be mindful. I'm trying to get to everybody before I go, but more syllable time language, while the European one is more of a stress time language. Yeah, I heard that there's a little bit of a difference there between them. Some of the research that I found showed that there's actually even some differences between male Brazilian Portuguese speakers and female Brazilian Portuguese speakers, where the men tend to, I forget exactly what it said, but I think the men like use a little bit more stress timed, or vice versa. I forget the exact thing, but it's like, it's weird. It's like you're speaking the same language and stuff, but there's like a gender difference in the timing. Not like a massive, like where it's completely opposite or anything, but it's like, it's almost like Brazilian Portuguese is sort of like in this like weird middle ground in some way. Which again, this whole syllable time versus stress time, everything's a range anyway. Like I don't think there's like any purely syllable timed or purely stress time language. Maybe there's a couple like on the fringes, but you know, things tend to kind of be something of a range anyway. But oh, that's a username. Yeah, some Brazilians say they understand Spanish better than European Portuguese. That's interesting. Abdullah, stop erasing your comments. I understand. Maybe there's a sound in Arabic that you accidentally changed the English sound to. So confused vowel after the R is just the same in cow. See, hot cow. So apparently the way you do it, yes. And again, as far as that part goes, so the way that I teach that diphthong, it sounds to me, based off of how you were transcribing it, that you're trying to use the unmerged as in hot, which would maybe be somewhere around here, give or take roughly. And then you're going into the end part. The way that I teach that diphthong is you're either going to use the start of I, which technically could be anywhere in here. It kind of has free range of the front third of the middle of the tongue. Or you can use the ah as the starting sound. So you're placing your start back here, which to me feels a little bit too far back and is kind of harder to pronounce. But understanding what you're trying to say based off of what you explained earlier and playing with it a bit myself, identifying that maybe it's that unmerged ahs and hot, I can see how that would still sound fine. And there might be some speakers who do it that way. I don't know. I assume maybe there's some teachers who teach it that way. I don't know. But to me, it seems very, very odd to put it that far back. But maybe that's because I have the caught merger and I don't really use that sound anyway. You will sometimes hear me unmerge and use the individual sound. It happens for people who have the merger, but generally I don't have that sound. It's hard. Like I have to consciously think how to do the sound if I want to do it intentionally. So maybe that's just why it seems weird to me. And maybe for the ow diphthong, really like you have the whole range of ah, and ah. I don't know. Could be, but I wouldn't teach it here personally, especially because I don't teach the unmerged sounds. So maybe you're right in that sense. I can grant that much. Where are we going? Hold on. Oh yeah, okay. Is the British pronunciation of the word heart sounds does right? Because sounds is right. It's going to be sound, right? Does it sound? We wouldn't say is it sounds, right? Anyway, does it sound? Does the British pronunciation of the word heart sound the same as the American pronunciation of the word hot? I'm not an expert on British. If I were to try to say heart in British accent, like hot, it hurts my heart. Hot, 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 hot. So if I do the unmerged hot, no, they feel like they're similar. They're kind of around the same area. I feel like the British one is like here and the American one is here. But they're not the same. And then if I use the cot merger like I would normally for hot, then no, they're not even close. Hurts my heart, hot, 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 hot. Like I feel like this one's kind of more up here and this one's kind of more down here. Again, the mouth is a small place, but no, I wouldn't say so. Maybe somebody would disagree with me. You didn't get the right quality, but close enough. Okay, well, good. Even though Portuguese eat their letters, they still find it pretty much easy to understand. Yeah, I was familiar with that. When I was doing a little bit of Portuguese, I was kind of like listening to both. And I like how both sound, but like Brazilian Portuguese is where it's at. It's very nice. I like how in Portugal, if I remember right, they say like Português or something. It's like a sh, and then in Brazilian it's like Portuguese or something like that. If I remember right, I don't know. I like the differences. Sleep well. Oh, iPad's leaving. No, iPad. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Leave. I don't care. Get out. Never return until the next live stream. Then you can come back. Anyway. The Brits drag the the part out in a weird way. Yeah, it's probably also a little bit of different rhythm, different tension underneath. Brazilian is kind of similar, yeah. Probably it was just okay, I think we're pretty much done. When I say the word add and try to change the posture, I sound like a chainsaw. Okay. I don't know. That's interesting. I love their she's. I love their shiz. Till the stream is over. Oh, well, in that case, I'm going to make you suffer. I'm not going anywhere. Just sit here. I'm just going to ignore the chat and sit here. Make you suffer. You can look at my ugliness. So many updates on my phone. Yeah, so I'm gonna be going. It's been 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. It's been like 4.5 hours. This is way too long, guys. Like, go away. Go away. Go away. What? Sorry, I'm distracted. I think that's my ADHD doctor. I was waiting for them to respond to me. Okay. Funny. I have 5 hours left. I am a zombie. zombie. Right. Yo soy zombie. I don't know the word for zombie in Spanish. I bet it's zombie. I bet they just adapted it. I keep it keeps popping in my head because there's I don't know if anybody plays Marvel Rivals. The latest character they added is the Hood, who I'd never heard about before. But he has like I guess the guy that voices him is, I don't know if he's like Mexican, like Mexican American or something, but he has sort of like a Chicano accent. And when he does his ultimate move, he says "Yo soy el final." It's just like, I'm so used to hearing that because everybody's playing him right now, and it's just like it's stuck in my head. Oh god, I love the representation though. Too. It's like the only Spanish speaking character, as far as I'm aware of, in the game so far. I wonder when they're gonna add Moon Girl. They added Devil Dino, but no Moon Girl. It's still kind of crazy how it's just like, I mean, I know obviously history and comics and this and that, whatever. It's like they're mostly like white characters, but like, come on, let's get Luke Cage in there, right? Let's get Luke Cage. They have Iron Fist, right? The actual Asian Iron Fist, not the white guy that played him in the TV show. That's nice. Luna Snow, she's Korean, right? So we need more superhero diversity. Come on, more languages. Penny, Japanese. Penny Parker. Yeah, it's always nice. Always nice. Anyway, thank you so much. You're welcome. It's me, Sam. So you're both people. I see how sneaky we are. Okay, bye. I'm about to leave anyway, so ha ha ha. Translated as ha ha ha. I swear to God, YouTube. Like, why would okay. Did y'all see the girl from Obsession Scooby in the X-Men reboot? I don't pay enough attention to anything. I don't even know what Obsession is. I'm definitely gonna go see the X-Men movies though. I'm so far behind on Marvel movies. I've seen you guys are gonna be like, what? Because I never like I love superheroes and comic books and stuff, but I never like, I also come from a really poor background. I never really had the money to like just go to the movies. But like, I don't know, like I know they're good movies, but like, so I saw the first Iron Man and the second Iron Man. I saw part of the second Captain America, none of the first, except for clips here and there. I saw, of course, Civil War. That was a big one where everybody's starting to come together more. Spider-Man was in that. I saw the first Tom Holland Spider-Man movie. Still haven't seen the second one. Still haven't seen the third one. And then now they're bringing the X-Men in. There's also Thor. Didn't see the first Thor movie. Didn't see the second Thor. No, I saw half the second Thor movie. Was that Ragnarok? I think it was Ragnarok. Yeah. And then I didn't see the other one, the Love one, the Thunder Love or whatever. So like, I haven't watched half of the MCU movies like at all. It's crazy, but like the X-Men are where it's at. Like I've always been like, yeah, huge X-Men fan. And so I'm totally stoked for like bringing them into the MCU. Of course, I saw the Deadpool movies too. You gotta watch the Deadpool movies. But yeah, I'm gonna be like in the theater for the X-Men. It's gonna be awesome. Fortunately, I got a little spoiler that apparently there's some reference in the Spider-Man movie. I don't want to spoil it for anybody else, but anyway. Things. Spanglish. She's such a diva. Who, me? I am a diva. Oh, the girl in Obsession. Yeah, I'm a drama queen. Like you guys don't even know. You should see how I hang out with my friends. I'm a drama queen. Always been a drama queen. That was a sign. Note to younger self. that gonna sound like chainsaw. Rude. I edited drumming. Okay, that's cool. Thank thee for answering the questions. Thou didst. What are we doing? Thou didst a ravishing, ineffable job. Why? That's all I have to say. Like, I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it. But why? Just for fun? Oh, I love that too much. Maybe I should just continue the stream and just play Marvel Rivals. No, I have to go to work. I didn't like Marvel. You know, you're banned. I'm banning you. I'm gonna go into the background. What am I trying to say? The back end. I'm gonna go to the back end and I'm gonna ban you from the channel. You're done. Nope. Nope. Unacceptable. We can't be friends. Oh, I see. What games do you play? I've seen you have Steam installed on your PC. Yeah, no, I don't have Steam. Well, I might have Steam installed on Windows because I forgot to uninstall it. Yeah. No, this is Windows. This is the terrible operating system. Oh my God. This is the terrible operating system that I only use for my classes and for this live stream because I can't figure out how to share desktop audio on Linux while sharing my screen. I use Linux. Linux is far superior, much better, much faster, much more efficient. All my games still work. It's great. What games do I play? They're probably not installed on here. I can open Steam. You guys are distracting me. That's fine. I don't want to go to work. I really don't, but I need to. So I'm gonna open Steam. Why I'm clicking on you so that you will open. There we go. Okay. I used to play Team Fortress 2 back in the day. So we have Among Us, which I don't really play. That I installed and tried and I don't play it. Baldur's Gate 3, I haven't played since like the beginning of the year, but I played that for quite a bit. That was a game that I tried with a friend and I don't play. Borderlands 2, fun game, don't really play it. Brawlhalla, haven't played that in forever. I'm not a fan of like going through and cleaning out my library. That game is really fun though. I kind of wanted to start playing it again, but I don't have a controller and I'd have to get a controller and I don't want to spend that money. Conqueror's Blade, played that for a while. Don't play that anymore. Fallout 4, used to play that a lot. On PC, I only have 110 hours, but I played that a lot on the Xbox back in the day. The Forest, this was a pretty fun game. I don't really play it anymore. What is this? Oh, Conqueror's Blade again. It Takes Two, a game that a friend and I started and didn't finish, and I keep having to remind her we will finish it eventually. It's actually a really fun game. It's a co-op game. You have to like work together to like do the story. Magic the Gathering Arena. I don't really play this at all anymore. I kind of fell out of Magic a while back, and then I kind of tried to get back into it, and then I'm like, whatever. It's not the same online. You know, you don't have the cards and everything. So, Marvel Rivals. This is my main game. I've put 1,500 hours into it. I know. It's insane. It's not the game I've played the most, by the way, but this is the game that I play most these days. This is a random ass game that my friend wanted me to play, and so I played it for like literally like 40 minutes. Miss Survival, that's a game I tried out for a little while. It was pretty cool. It was in beta, and then I never went back to it. Pal World, really fun. Burned myself out on it. Then they came out with the 1.0 recently. Tried to get back into it, and it is much better than it was, but I'm like, I've kind of already beat it before, so I just don't have much interest in it. I wish Nintendo would make a game like this where with like actual Pokemon in a world that you can run around with, and it's so good. Like it's filling a hole that Nintendo could be profiting off of, but they won't make a game like that, and it pisses me off. Phasmophobia, play that occasionally with some friends. PUBG, haven't played that in forever. I actually can't play this game because it almost gave me a heart attack like I'm not even joking. It's so stressful. Rise of Nations, I played that a long time ago, January 2017. I haven't played since 2017. Rocket League, I played a little bit recently. I have 3,300 hours in this game. This is a game that I probably played more than any other game. Still not that good. I'm like diamond. I've played this a lot. Recently, I've only played it a little bit. Warframe, I have a few hundred hours in that. I tried to, it says last played July 26th, because I tried to get back into it, and I was just like, I can't, because I burned myself on it so much when I was playing it before. And then Where Winds Meet, this is another one that like I tried out with a friend, or I tried out because a friend recommended it, and then I was like, it's okay, but I don't really want to play it. So basically, like Pal World, Rocket League, and Marvel Rivals are the only games that I really play. And Marvel Rivals is basically the only thing I play. But I also play Hearthstone, or Hearthstone, however you want to say that. A lot of people say Hearth. I like to say Hearth. I'm probably wrong. But yeah, that I've played on and off over the years. And I basically, if I do play it these days, I basically just play Tavern Brawl, Battlegrounds, because I like that format. I don't really like the regular game format for the most part. Anyway, I'll leave this up so you can read this if you want, but we'll never watch Marvel now. How dare you? Why? They should make a horror Marvel movie. I mean, there's potential there, right? Like it's a Deadpool movie, right? Because that allows you to make it a horror movie because he's like the director, right? He's breaking the fourth wall and everything. Okay. And then there's well, I mean, I guess there's the Marvel Zombies that obviously could easily be a horror story, but I was thinking like a Deadpool, and then like I don't want to say a zombie necessarily, but like sort of like a zombified Wolverine or something like that. And like Wolverine obviously is like always trying to kill Deadpool. He doesn't really have a mind of his own necessarily, but like Deadpool like needs Wolverine. I feel like that's kind of just rehashing the Deadpool Wolverine movie, but with Wolverine as a zombie. So yeah, let's rewrite Deadpool versus Wolverine with Wolverine as a zombie and make it a horror movie. Call me Hollywood. There you go. I've never used Linux, but I've heard of the good rumors. Yeah, no, Linux is great. There's tons of different flavors and stuff. And if you don't really care much about computers, there's like one or two distros that usually people will recommend that kind of just has like a general easy setup Windows type vibe to it. But all Linux distributions are pretty customizable, and you can do lots of crazy things with them if you have more advanced knowledge. I'm a little bit in between. I'm more on the basic end, but it's just a better operating system. Like, games is the reason to learn things. Awesome. That's always fun. What do you think about physical games disappearing? I don't think I care enough. It's problematic for multiple reasons. It doesn't particularly affect me because I don't care, but so like I don't really have too much of a strong opinion about it, but it is very problematic. And plus, I grew up playing the NES and the Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo and the N64, where it was nothing but physical games. So to like spend $60-$70 on a game and then not have the physical copy, which then of course you can go resell later and stuff, if you wanted to, like it's like just that alone is pretty problematic, let alone all the like the shenanigans the platforms could do, like, oh, yeah, sorry, there was a glitch and you don't have this game anymore, you have to buy it again, or oh, sorry, we're like there's gonna be like new content for this game, but we're gonna like limit it or something. I don't know, like various things that like they can manipulate, change certain game mechanics and stuff. Like if you have the game, you have the game. Like you can download extra stuff if you want, but it's like you control the basic game, where like who knows what kind of things people might pull, and then you don't have any control over that, right? So I don't know. It's probably not too big of a deal in the end at the end of the day, but it does seem problematic. I don't play Halloween the game that comes out with everything. I don't know. I don't care about that either. I don't really care about horror. I like psychological horror more than like horror. And I'm not much of like I don't like slasher stuff. It doesn't really appeal to me. Haven't played Arena in ages. Cool, right? What does the word thou mean to thee? What's so funny about this word? So back in the day, like back in Shakespeare's day, actually, Shakespeare was early modern English. So back in Middle English and early modern English, English hadn't yet how do I want to phrase that? Hadn't yet sort of standardized and simplified the pronouns and conjugations. So when we would say like thou dost protest, or like I think there was still like, because there was like the third person, but there was like a first person form, second person form, third person form, fourth person form, or sorry, collect the the they form and the we form. But they were like, say for example, Spanish and German and French and Portuguese still are. English used to also have different conjugations for those and different pronoun. There's also different pronoun forms for like the person, depending on their role in the sentence. So like thee and thou, like there's like thee, thou, and thine. I'm not an expert on it. I don't really know all the details, but like thine would be like your, right? Because you used to be the formal you, and thee was the informal you. Kind of like how there's like tú and usted in Spanish. There was actually two forms. And then you just it eventually sort of became the standard for formal and informal. Which interestingly enough, something kind of similar happened in Spanish, where in Castilian Spanish, they still have the collective vosotros, but in Latin American Spanish, they don't use vosotros. Well, Argentinians will use vos, and they'll have it as a replacement for tú, the informal you, because Argentina is awesome like that. But most of Latin America, they don't say vosotros for the collective informal you. They have tú for a single you informal, and then they have usted for individual formal you and collective informal you. Well, they say ustedes. Sorry, usted is singular. Ustedes is plural. You get what I mean? My Spanish grammar details on the top of my head. Like I'm better at speaking the language than explaining the language at this point, because I haven't really had to care about the grammar all that much, and I'm very rusty. But you get the point, right? So it's just a change. What's so funny about it? Because it sounds very old timey. Like when modern English speakers try to use those words and speak that way, we always do it for like special effect, like sounding really arrogant and special and important, or just sounding sort of funny. It's not something we do every day. Maybe for like to sound extra dramatic. Yeah, so we use it for special effect, use it for comedy. But the reason why it was so funny to me is because this is the live stream for learning English. And I didn't expect somebody to start busting out, thou didst a ravishing and effable job. It caught me off guard. That's why. Kudos. Goddamn, guys. Like, I guess I should have ended the stream, because now I'm never going to catch up on the comments. We'll end it at the next hour. How about that? We have 15 minutes left. It's also getting hot in here. I'm starting to sweat. Hold on. Turn on my fan. Fan. Turn on. That's fine. I'm not a gamer anymore. We play Minecraft lately. I know I want to play Minecraft, but like it's so boring to play by yourself. It's really like it's more of a party game. I sort of burned myself out on it a long time ago, like before it was bought by Microsoft, and way back in the day. It can be a pretty fun game. I haven't played Palworld yet. You should. It's fun. You get to, well, that was a little too violent for this for the algorithm on the stream, so I'm gonna leave that up. you can do some fun things. One thing I'll say, it's hard to do, but you can capture people in the little like balls, like you would capture the pals in. It's like a very low success rate, but if you have like a high level ball and you're fighting against a low level human, you can literally like capture them in the ball. And when you do, there's like a little notice that says like it's considered unethical to like capture humans or something like that, like to keep humans captive. So yeah, I don't know, it's a fun game. 3K hours, yeah, right. Rocket League was hyped into, was it? I've been playing Rocket League since it came out. That's why I have so many hours on it. Like it was like 2015, like way before Epic bought it. Because like my brother, this was like way like, God, I was like 25. So it's like 12 years ago. Yeah, that's about right. My brother like found it on YouTube because he was like into games and stuff. And he was like, check out this game. It's like cars with rocket boosters playing soccer. And I was like, what? And I looked at it and I was like, that is an amazing concept. I have to play that. And so I just bought the game. Just like immediately I just bought the game and I just started playing it. And I was like, yeah, it's awesome. Like just the basic concept is just, I just love the concept. Hearthstone, yeah. Get her in the red rooms now, right? I should be a writer. I've always wanted to be a writer, but you know, ADHD and other issues throughout life. Contradictory. I thought that was of. I was like contradictory of Lamau. Like, oh, so it's sad. Okay. Stop it, chat. Not you guys, the YouTube chat. Would you do gameplays? Maybe not in this channel, but somewhere else. I've been thinking about doing it on my second channel. The main thing that makes me hesitant to do a game stream, number one, that's not the focus of any of my content. But number two, like I know there are people who like they talk about other stuff while they're gaming and like, you know, they'll do like a dual thing or whatever. And it's just like the gaming is kind of just like in the background. It's like complementary sort of rather than being the main focus. And I could maybe do something like that. The problem for me is, especially if it's a game that I really like playing, like say Marvel Rivals or Rocket League, I lock in and like somebody could come into the room and start talking to me and I won't even know they're there. Like, so I feel like if I'm trying to do it, like, unless my purpose is to stream the game itself, and that's why I'm streaming, it's hard for me to like talk about other stuff and game at the same time. So probably not, but I have had the thought. And anybody, any students or potential students, if you've been following the stream for a while or you've worked with me, you probably know it's hard for me to do two things at once. Like I can't even talk to you guys and bring up the right window half the time, let alone stream a game and talk about trans issues, you know? So probably it wouldn't really work very well. I might try it and see, but I mean, usually when I play, I'm playing to win. I'm usually kind of competitive about it. So I guess maybe if I'm like in a casual lobby and I'm just kind of like messing around and, you know, while focusing on what I'm talking about, I could maybe try to do something like that. And then it's, you know, I don't know. I might try, but I wouldn't do it on this channel. There's not really much reason to do it on this channel. But on the other channel, yeah, I might. It's a good idea. Ocarina of Time. Oh my God. Literally the best game of all time. Fight me. I don't care if you disagree, fight me. I will die on this hill. Greatest game of all time. It's one of the only games that I've replayed from start to finish multiple times. Usually I can't do that. I can't rewatch movies. I can't replay games. Of course, there's lots of nostalgia wrapped up in that too. Yes, Ocarina of Time. I know some people say Ocarina or whatever. I don't know how you're supposed to say it. Some people say it differently. It's a made-up word. Who cares? Ocarina of Time. Yes, that was the game. That was the game of all Legend of Zelda games. That's the game. Yeah. Slasher's my favorite genre. I'm excommunicating you. That's how serious this is. I'm not just banning you. I'm not just kicking you out. I'm not just exiling you. I'm excommunicating you. Like, this is religious at this point. You are banned so hard that I'm making it a religious excommunication. Good job. No, you're fine. I mean, I guess. No, paranormal stuff is the only reason to watch a horror movie, unless it's psychological, in which case usually there's the appearance of paranormal things anyway. What? I mean, weird monsters and stuff too. I guess that could be interesting, but the paranormal is like, what? That's the interesting stuff. How do you not? I mean, I guess like Paranormal Activity and stuff, it's like you know that it's fake, like it's supposed to like look real, but you know it's fake, and it's like, to me that doesn't work very well, because it's like, it's kind of interesting, but it's also boring, because it's like if it were real, like if they were saying, oh, this is real, not like, oh yeah, this is just in the format of looking real, like the Blair Witch Project or whatever, then it would be more interesting. Like, even if like I kind of know probably it's not real, whatever, but when people like at least claim that it's real and they're like, yeah, this is actually caught on footage, it's more entertaining, you know. And paranormal stuff does exist. I've talked about that on my other channel. Like actual physical movement of objects I've experienced before, so I know stuff like that is real. I don't know if, you know, that stuff from that particular movie is real, probably not, but paranormal things do happen. And so, you know, if you don't at least pretend that it's real, even if I know it's not, then why am I going to watch? It's like, you know, it's like watching a play on stage. I mean, there's some people like that. I can't really watch a play on stage because, like, I see the stage. If I see the stage, I don't know. I just can't get into it. Decline. Go away. Anyway. In Paraguay, they use both too. Oh, they do? I didn't know that. I'm not an expert on all the, like, every single country's differences and stuff. So that's interesting. Yeah. Anyway, the new Evil Dead movie was very good, though. Was it? I didn't watch it. I didn't watch the old one either. I told you I'm not really a movie person. Jurassic Park #1. That's like the greatest movie of all time. I don't know. Which is crazy about Paraguay Spanish is that they have sort of a retroflex R, which is influenced by their second official language, Guarani. Interesting. Very nice. Yeah, I know. That's always cool, because like in Mexico, they have, I mean, Mexico's a pretty big place, but they have, you know, there's like the Mayan and Aztec influence and stuff, and like those native languages from different regions across Mexico, and how it's like affected things, especially in like, you see something spelled, but then it's like adapted into a Spanish, like even the name of the country, right? It's Mexico, but like, I don't think in standard Spanish the X ever represents a H sound. That's like a Mexican thing, right? It would be a J, right? Or like Oaxaca, there's an X in that, right? So that's always cool. See those little regional differences and stuff. And then there's some words that, like, because, you know, like Mexicans, you know, grow up with that, maybe that influence. There's like certain like native words that are really easy for them to say, that like Tlapachulk or something. I'm not even gonna try. I don't want to like butcher it or anything, that I'm just like, how do you say that? And then Mexicans are just like, oh, just like this, you know, no problem. All right. What is what? We were supposed to adopt vosotros and ustedes, but only one stuck. Before that, both existed for both plural and singular. My grandpa still says vos tenéis, vos sois. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, because there was around, I don't know if it was around, yeah, I think it was either around the time of Queen Elizabeth, when like all the conquistadores were coming to Latin America, or shortly after that. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember the exact timeline, but there was a linguistic change, which wasn't just happening in Spain. Like a very similar linguistic change happened in English, German, Spanish, I think also French and Portuguese, like pretty much all across Europe, where the usages of like you and the formality versus informality was sort of like shifting a little bit. I don't remember all the exact details, but it's really, really interesting. If you go back to like the way, you know, when there was like a German king and a Spanish king and a French king, and like how they would like refer to royalty, and stuff like that, and how like, because it used to be like like I think it was like vuestra merced or something like that, which would be your majesty, and then like now vosotros is informal, collective, right? It's like things sort of like changed a little bit, and it's like a similar change happened across pretty much all of the European languages. It's very, very fascinating when I realized that. But anyway, yeah, there's the isolation between, you know, across the ocean and time, and then of course the native language influence throughout the you know, the Americas, and so in some places this boss thing kind of like stuck, or kind of became a thing, where in like regular Castilian Spanish it sort of like stopped using that, you know, form or whatever. So yeah, I don't know, it's interesting. It's interesting how language changes and stuff. Is it thine? Is it yours? I guess. Yeah, that should be about right. I don't know. I don't really care enough, but that sounds about right. Because if you think of the German, right? Like, oh, if you, even modern English, like mine, right? Mine, thine. Okay, now it's mine, yours. Um, uh, but if you think of German, right? Like it would be mine, MEIN, mine. Is that the right form? Hold on. Yeah, like oh, I'm not going to conjugate the the pronoun right, but like meine, I don't know, car. How to say car in German? I don't remember. My German is even rustier than my Spanish. Cat, meine Katze, something like that. I don't know, right? It'd be like my cat, deine Katze, dein, yours, right? So it was maybe more like the Germanic thing, and then English was like, maybe because of French influence, the thine became your. I don't know. English has this weird mix, because there's like all the French influence and stuff, and it had some extra changes that other European languages didn't, like the simplifying of the conjugation system. So yeah, it's very interesting. Argentine still do that, but just removed the E from the conjugations. Vos sois, vos sos. Ah, yeah. I know, I was really confused the first time I heard that. I was like, what are we doing? I was like, isn't there supposed to be another sound here or something? I was like, I thought it was like a completely new conjugation or something. I was like, what is happening? Because I started listening to there's a band, I think they're mostly a cover band. It's like Agapornis or something like that. I'm probably butchering the stress there. That's just how I say it. But they do a lot of covers and stuff, and I really like their sound. I think also was it Silvia? I think Silvia Moreno is also Argentinian. I love her music so much. I love her voice. Hold on, I have to look this up. I forgot about her for a while. Is it Silvia? What do you know? Singer. Is that? Do I have the right name? I think I'm thinking the wrong person. I think I'm. Oh, there it is. Silvina. Yeah, I was like, is it Sylvia or Silvina? Silvina Moreno. La Despedida. Oh my god, this is such a good. Oh, I'm gonna get copyright strike if I play it. But yeah, you should check out the song. She has a lot of good music. Anyway. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go. We're gonna to finish this up here. Right. Mexico. Oh, Mexico. Toy Story 5 is coming. Okay. Toy Story 1 was the first movie I ever saw in theaters when I was like 4 years old. Forever 21. That's all I'm going to say. The X in Spanish used to be pronounced as J. Texas. Yeah, but grammar changes. Oh, okay. Or like, I guess. Okay. Você in Portugal is a formal pronoun. Yeah, I remember that too. That kind of threw me for a loop because I was using mixed resources. I was like, I'm so confused. What's happening? Auto or something. Volkswagen. Meine Volkswagen. Car of the people. Yep. I know, that's why it's so easy to remember. It's literally like people's wagon, people's car of the people. I love it. I love how German grammar puts things together. It's so awesome. It's a little frustrating sometimes, but it's awesome. Ich habe ein bisschen Deutsch gelernt. Meine Pronunciation ist sehr schlecht. I can't do that. Schlecht. God. I don't know. I don't speak German. Ich kann nicht Deutsch. Ich kann nicht. Well, I guess, yeah, I could just say ich kann nicht Deutsch. That's a complete sentence, a complete thought. I was going to say speak. Sprechen. But okay. They have some hard combinations. Even nosotros didn't exist. It was just nos on both hemispheres. Oh. Since the chains were introduced in the peninsula, it took some time for them to make their... Interesting. I didn't know that. I don't speak any German. Ich spreche keine Deutsch. That's probably grammatically correct. Kein Deutsch. Kein Deutsch? Keine Deutsch. It's probably kein Deutsch. I don't know how to conjugate because I don't know what the gender of Deutsch should be. So I don't know if I should say kein or keine. Anyway. German's hard, guys. You think English is hard. German's hard. Russian's harder. The cases, be glad that English doesn't use cases anymore. We have a little bit of a remnant here and there in a few words, but we don't use cases anymore, and it's glorious. English used to have cases. Ugh. Do you know how to speak French? Ha ha! My one French sentence comes in handy. Je ne comprends pas le français. That's what I was saying earlier. I can say 1, 2, 4, 5, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I can't even talk anymore. My voice is gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that. Numbers. That's pretty much all I can do. No, I don't speak French. French is on my long list of languages that I want to learn that I'll probably never get to because I put it off until I could afford to pay for language exchanges instead of exchanging my time for language exchanges. And I never got in that position. Otherwise, I would actually be a polyglot right now. So I've dabbled. French is cool though. And with a little tweak of the posture, I can definitely sound more French without particularly trying, because the effect of posture on pronunciation and how you say things, sorry, I forgot you don't have a th. How you say things, maybe, will dramatically change how you sound. That's the power of posture. That's literally the main thing I was trying to do. I wasn't even really trying to do much else except maybe get the R a little bit more French sounding. That's good enough, right? I started to say Japanese, but ended up quitting it. The word's not coming to me. I want to say sugoi, but that's not sugoi. Suge. It's the opposite of suge. What's the opposite of sugoi? I don't know. My Japanese is way too rusty. 日本語はとっても難しいけど、I can't think of words. Oh my god, they're not coming to me. I'm so rusty. けど、difficult? What is interesting? Tomodachi is friend. That's not the word I'm looking for, brain. Omoshiroi. There it is. Oh, God. 日本語はとっても難しいけど、muito, that's Portuguese. Don't do it. とても面白いです。See, my brain brings in all kinds of other things. It's like, you need this word. You want to say very. Here's the Portuguese word. That's not the language I'm speaking, brain. This is what happens when you dabble to different degrees in like 5 different languages and only really learn how to speak one, which is Spanish. Your brain wants to offer you up all kinds of different things that aren't going to mix very well. I can read a little bit of French, but I can't understand. Yeah, that's kind of similar to me. Yeah, like if you can speak Spanish or Portuguese or French or Italian, obviously there's differences there. Usually pronunciation makes them harder to understand, so there's a bigger speech barrier. But the written language, because the vocabulary is often very similar and shared and spelled in similar ways, like you can kind of more or less read, particularly between Spanish and Portuguese. Those are like the closest two. I think, like, I can read Portuguese for the most part, but if I hear Portuguese, it's a lot harder to understand. German is easy compared to Polish. Oh yeah, a lot of things are easy compared to Polish. I have another non-standard question. When would you use the word? I don't even know what that word is. I don't even want to say that out loud, because not that I don't trust you, but I don't like to say random words I don't know on stream. Yes. Befitting of a knave. Okay, yes, I know the word knave. That's a very old-timey fancy word that you might hear in the context of pirates. So that would be knavish. I was trying to pronounce it knavish because I've never heard the word and I didn't make the connection with knave. So I was like, do I pronounce the K? I don't know. That's what I told you guys before. Like, if a native speaker sees a word that they've never like seen before and they've never heard before, in this case, I got thrown off because I didn't see the connection with knave, because it's an uncommon word. But we literally won't know how to pronounce it. I was wrong on the k and the vowel. Knavish, knavish. When would you use the word knavish? Never. If I'm trying to be a pirate, that literally is the answer. If I'm trying to be a pirate. That fella be a bit knavish. I don't know, something like that. Like, no, that's not a normal everyday word that most people would ever use. No. The joys of English. We have literally hundreds of thousands of useless words that nobody ever uses. But you can sound fancy if you use them, I guess. I learned both English and German in school. I genuinely don't know anything other than the word Deutschland because it was on the cover of the book. That last bit is the best part. Because I imagine you show up to class every day And you're used to pulling out the book and seeing it, and then you turn to the page, you know, whatever that you're doing that day, and then you close the book, and then you see the cover, and then you put it back, and then you probably never really look at it. But with the times you do look at it outside of class, because you take it out of your bag or whatever, you don't open it, you just see the cover, and so you're constantly reminded that Deutschland means Germany. That's just great. That's great. Because it was on the cover of the book. It's not even that hard to remember Deutschland means Germany. Because it was the reason you gave just makes it so funny. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, you're unexcommunicated. You can join us. I can only speak isolated words in Japanese. It's basically the same for me. I can't like have a conversation in Japanese. I just have like a handful of rusty phrases. 図書館はどこですか? お寺に行きたいです。Anyway, some very basic phrases. Yeah. I have to go, guys. Jeez. Ahoy there, matey. I'm a Piro. I would say Piro. I always do that in like a French way. Pirate. That's not how we spell pirate. I am a pyro. Something like that. I found the phonetic transcriptions of Merriam-Webster variant. I know. Yeah, that's why I say don't trust the dictionary. That was one reason why I say don't trust the dictionary. You go to different dictionaries, you're going to see different things. The way Merriam-Webster tries to phonetically transcribe things is interesting, we'll say. Italian and Spanish have pretty much the same pronunciation so far. A Spanish speaker, also for a Spanish speaker trying to sound native in another language, Italian would probably be one of the easiest and vice versa. It does more or less make sense, yeah. The rhythm seems to be quite different, but there does seem to be a lot shared there. Molto bene. I don't know. Muito bom. Muy bien. Muy bien. I say it in French. I say very in French. I guess bon would be good, right? Muy bon? I don't know how to say very in French. Huh, I'm missing one. And they share much more similarities between them than with Portuguese. Do they? I mean, you're the Portuguese speaker. My understanding was Portuguese and Spanish were much closer than any of the other ones. I mean, they're all pretty similar. You know, they're all Romance languages. Y'all are basically just saying the same things in with different postures and tweaked sound sets. Basically, like the grammar and the vocabulary is essentially the same between like 5 different languages. Which makes sense, seeing how, you know, all those countries plus Germany and I guess England and whatever were like killing each other for hundreds of years. It makes sense that things would kind of just like, because it all came from Latin, right? Like Spanish was like dirty Latin, you know. Obviously I'm oversimplifying things, but it makes sense with the history. What animes do you watch? Right now I don't watch any, which I'm very sad about. There's various reasons which I won't go into, mostly because I have to work. So I'm behind on animes, unfortunately. I'm so sad. Anime is one of my favorite things in the world. I mean, I guess just animes I have watched that I enjoyed and that I want to continue watching when I come back to catch up. There's lots of newer ones that I want to watch that I can't think of the top of my head, but I don't know, Dragon Ball, whole series, including GT. I'm a real fan. No, Sailor Moon, obviously. Sailor Moon, awesome. Love Sailor Moon. I need to rewatch Sailor Moon like really bad because I haven't watched it since I was a kid. I don't know. Attack on Titan was pretty good. Disappointing ending, but pretty good. Black Cat is a random anime I like. Rurouni Kenshin was great. There's that one, like the vampire always dies or something like that. Like he sneezes and then he like turns into dust or something like that. That was a pretty funny one. I've seen a lot of random animes, like the Horse Girl Uma Musume. I watched that, like the first 2 seasons of that. First one was good. The second one was like when you run, like when you're a diehard anime fan and you run out of anime to watch, but you still have that anime itch, you will just watch random things. And if it keeps your attention long enough, you'll just keep watching it. So there's like things that I normally wouldn't watch, like Uma Musume. Like I don't care about that, but I was like, well, the story's actually kind of good, and I like the main character, and so I guess it's entertaining. I just like the art form of anime, as long as there's a good story there. I don't know what else have I watched. Nothing comes to my mind, of course. I could literally probably write a whole list. Solo Leveling. I saw the first season. It was really, really good. I was like, there's no way that they're going to be able to keep this going. I haven't seen the second season, unfortunately. I know it's been out for a while, but Demon Slayer, of course, also not up on the most recent season. I think the most recent 2 seasons. My Hero Academia, missed the last season, haven't caught up on that yet. No spoilers, please. I can never remember the name of that anime. Hold on, because I know the music from it. What is the anime? Nodame Cantabile. Cantabile. I don't even know how to say that. Nodame Cantabile. It's more of a shoujo anime. Not usually my preferred style. I like shoujos, but I've always been partial to shonen styles. It's a shoujo anime, and it's set in the real world. It's a music anime. It's about like she's basically a prodigy, but she's chaotic and can't sit down and focus and stuff. And he is her tutor, and then they end up forming a relationship and all that stuff, whatever. But they're really good, really, really good anime. I was really sad when I finished the end of it. Sword Art Online. I know some people have opinions about that. Very, very negative opinions about that. I don't like everything about it. There's some weird stuff in a couple pieces, a couple parts here and there. And some people call it like a, I don't even want to say the word, but like a harem anime. It's not. That is definitely a misclassification. It has a bit of that vibe in like the first season or the first half of the first season, but it's not. Such a good story. I think I'm up. Yeah, I'm waiting. I don't know if there's been any recent things coming out with that, but I watched through Alicization. First half of the first season was good. Second half with the fairy stuff was not that great. That was where a lot of weird stuff happened. Alicization was amazing. I think it was something between those two. I don't remember. Alicization was so good. And then it said Kirito and Friends will be back. So I assume they're making more. Yeah, I love Sword Art Online. That's one of my favorite animes of all time. Kirito-kun. Anyway. You gotta love like a good romance story, I don't know, like coming of age story, romance story, and then there's the fantasy elements and gaming elements. It's just, I don't know. I like it. I'm a hopeless romantic at heart, unfortunately. I tried to kill it, and I'm glad I didn't, because that was actually just part of my repression. But I'm definitely a hopeless romantic. So, by the way, this is a good song. You should go check it out. Also, well, that's the artist. I think she does another one from the anime. It's a good song. You should look it up. Sounds awesome. I can't play it for copyright reasons. Greg speaking. I already did that one. Did I? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Hast thou ever heard the word pressus? I assume that's French. It exists in English. There's not many words in English where we write with an accent. Not many words. Definitely came from French, I'm sure. A concise. I've never heard this word in my entire life. Spanish close to Portuguese, Spanish closer to Italian than it is to Portuguese. Okay. Is this a safe space to say I've never watched? No, this is not a safe space to say you excommunicated. No. Oh God, why you have to do this to me? I thought. You make this so difficult. Any anime fan will just, just imagine the, the little thingy. Yeah. I'm tempted to actually legitimately ban you from the next live stream just because of that. Just like a temporary ban. That's how offensive that is. You're horrible. You're a terrible person. Don't like anime. Never watched that. Okay, if you've never watched anime, that's technically different than saying you don't like anime. Now, if you've never watched it because you're like, I don't think I would like that, then shame on you. But if you just never watched it and if you gave it a chance, maybe you might like it. I can forgive you. I have some recommendations. And if you want to torture yourself, you can even find ones with English dubs and watch it in the English dubbed version. I can't do that. It's mind-numbing and drives me crazy. I have to watch the Japanese version with English subtitles. But you can use it to, practice your English too. There you have an excuse, right? Lord, my English is dying. Yeah, I wish my English would die. Kaneki because he's in DVD. I don't even know who Kaneki is. I don't know what DVD. What is DVD? Oh, Dead by Daylight. Yeah. I'm sad that I know that. Okay. There's some big animes that I don't care about. Like I haven't seen One Piece. I know for some people that's like blasphemy. You're not an anime fan. I've seen some episodes. I started reading the manga back in the day, and I just didn't get into it. I know, horrible. I'm evil, right? I know it's one of the biggest IPs in anime. I can't get into One Piece, and I hear that it gets better as it goes. Whatever. Same thing with what was that other one? I can't even think of the name of the anime right now. Bleach. Super cool anime. Like the concept, like the anime, like the fight scenes. It didn't hook me well enough for me to actually go through and watch the whole thing. I don't know. I like how it started. But yeah, Bleach. No. Also, what is that one from I think it's the Chinese one. It's either Chinese or Korean. The big one that's taken over with the eyes. I can't think of anything right now. Oh my God, my brain is dead. You know what I'm talking about? The really popular one with the demons and the not Demon Slayer. The different art style from like China or something. You guys know what I'm talking about? God, this is embarrassing. With Hojo, I think Gojo's a character. Yeah, Gojo with the domain. Come on, brain. Oh my God. This pops in my head literally like 2 or 3 times a week. I can't think of the name of it right now. Because one of my friends is like a super fan. You guys know what I'm talking about. Help me out. Not Naruto, no. I do have a shuriken though. Gojo. That's all I need. Gojo. Jujutsu Kaisen, that's it. God, I can't believe I couldn't remember that. Jujutsu Kaisen. Haven't really watched Jujutsu Kaisen either. I watched the first 2 episodes and I was like, eh. So there's some really big anime that like people, you know, would probably shame me for not watching and not liking. What can I say? I mean, I'm alternative to begin with, so it's not like I'm not watching them because of the popular ones. They just didn't hook me. I watched Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball was awesome. You know, that's one of the biggest ones there is. I think I am behind on Dragon Ball Super though. Yeah. There's other animes like Tokyo Ghoul was okay. Death Note was great. The manga was so much better, but Death Note was great. Your Name was also good. Yeah. Your Name. Yeah, I did watch that one. I remember that one. I was thinking when I read that, I was thinking Your Lie in April. That was also a good one. That's such a sad one too. I love like sad stories, romance stories, sad stories, fantasy stories. Yeah. That's safe. We won't judge you. Don't lie. I'm judging hard. Marco, please. Marco, that's, I mean, I guess that does a translation. That does work, kind of. I need to watch more animes. You do need to watch more animes. Everybody needs to watch more animes. Like, I hate it when people are like, they're cartoons, they're for children. It's like, you have not seen. So, no, anime is a medium. It has nothing to do with age. There are anime for children, and there are anime for adults, and there are some anime that are very, very gory and only for select audiences that have the stomach. It's a medium with many, many genres. It just happens to be drawn. That's one reason why I like it. You know. Anyway, I'm gonna look at the amount of episodes of One Piece I feel discouraged. I know there was Gintama. Gintama was really good. I didn't finish it, not because it wasn't good and entertaining. There was a couple different reasons, which I'm not going to go into. Some of them are kind of sad. But Gintama is one of those series where it's basically a joke show, right? There is a story, but then like 90% of the episodes are filler. And so even though each episode was like really fun and entertaining, it was hard for me to like keep wanting to go to the next one because I wasn't being pulled along by the story. They were all like kind of self-contained. And so I liked Gintama, but I would never manage to finish it. I also never really finished Naruto. Yeah. I'm saying like Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, like all these things. People would be like, "Do you even anime, bro?" Like, yes, yes, I do. I've seen hundreds of anime. Most of them are ones that the average person in the West will probably never even hear of. Because when you like anime and you run out, you go scouring for anything that you can possibly get your hands on. And then the site that I was using for a while, I guess, got shut down or something. And I'm just like, I don't want to go through the hassle of finding a new one. And then it's like, well, I could pay for Crunchyroll, but I don't have money and I don't want to pay for Crunchyroll. And then they don't have like all the latest stuff. So, some very weird subgenres. Yeah. Crazy stuff. Like gory stuff. All kinds of weird things can happen. Yeah. And some people are into that. All right. Whatever. I'm trying to think of other anime. I'm totally using you guys as a distraction now. I kind of feel like I might as well just play my Marvel Rivals at this point. Like, might as well. I just take the day off. Just like waste the day. You know, can't really afford it, but I'm just so tired of being in the car all day. Like it wears on you, and then it's like hard to keep going. You know. Daima, I gave Daima a try, and I was like, no, this is, what are we doing? Super was awesome. It was like nothing replaces, right? So you have Dragon Ball, you have Dragon Ball Z, you have Dragon Ball GT, which some people are like, yeah, okay, it's not canon. All right. And then there's Dragon Ball Super. And then there's like some other like spin-offs and stuff. There's that one where it's like the multiverse thing or whatever. It's interesting. I think it was called Heroes, Dragon Ball Heroes or something. I didn't finish that one. Dragon Ball, obviously. Yep. OG. Gotta respect the Dragon Ball. Good story. Some questionable things here and there. But yeah. Good time. Lots of nostalgia. Great story. Dragon Ball Z, of course, even better. That's what I started with. That was one of the very first anime that really came to the United States in a big way back when I was 10. Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z. Sailor Moon got here a little bit earlier than that. I remember watching that when I was like 4 or 5. But a lot of the shonens started coming around that time. That's when anime started taking off in the West. And so Dragon Ball Z, obviously, yes, super awesome. Repetitive, but awesome. Then they brought in Dragon Ball. I watched that after Dragon Ball Z. Well, Dragon Ball Z wasn't finished yet, but they were both on Toonami at the same time. And then had to watch GT because I love Dragon Ball Z. It was cool. It was interesting. Some people hate it. I thought it was okay. I thought it was pretty good. Super Saiyan 4. That was nice. Seeing Trunks grown up. That was fun. And then Dragon Ball Super kind of just picks up off of Dragon Ball Z, and I liked it. I think it was good. Again, I'm a little behind. Some of the things that I've seen about like the whole like there's like Ultra Instinct and like Ultra Ego, and then like I feel like they're kind of running out of things. Like you can only go Super Saiyan so many more times before you have to start branching out into like godhood and mystical things and stuff. So I get it. I think it's kind of like it's a horse that has been beaten to death so much that it's like it's just a zombie at this point. But I don't know. I liked the first Super arc where it was, what was it, the Tournament of Power. That was really good. Where Goku unlocked Ultra Instinct and he got the Super Saiyan Blue. Because there was like the Tournament of Power, there was the Goku Black. I like those. I thought those were interesting and great. They were nice continuations, but I don't know. I'm willing to watch the rest of it. But also like Toriyama died, and they're like, we're gonna continue it even though he's dead. And I know they're gonna do it in his spirit and stuff, but if I don't watch any more of Dragon Ball Super, I probably won't be sad. Like, it is what it is. Right. I recently watched season 1 of Love Island USA. I have no idea what that is. I didn't feel like watching the Super one. I'm going to say a prayer. Right. Dragon Ball ended in the Z Saga for me. Is Saga? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, technically, Z is broken up into like both Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. They're broken into what we would call sagas. So there's the Saiyan Saga, the Frieza Saga, which you can also say arc. A lot of people say arc is the Saiyan arc, the Frieza arc. I started playing the Dragon Ball Z, like the original Dragon Ball Z trading card game, because they've had like a couple versions of it back when it like first came out when I was like 10 or 11. And I remember them referring like, you'd buy like a booster box or, like a whatever for like a deck box for like is like Goku's deck or whatever, and it's like Saiyan Saga Goku or whatever. So I'm used to calling each of those sort of arcs sagas, but they both work there. And then Z would be series. I don't know. Ended the Z series or the Z story, I guess. I don't know. You use different words there. The Twilight Saga eclipse. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Twilight. And now Paramore is playing in my head. Thank you very much. I mean, I'm not complaining, but every time I hear Twilight, it's just, how did we get here? Decode by Paramore. I watched the first one in theaters because my friends wanted to go to it. I was like, yeah, sure, why not? It was okay. I want to visit Washington, Oregon so bad. You should. Oregon's awesome. It's awesome. Oregon is like the best state in the United States. I'm not even joking. Although that's also kind of relative because, there's also, if you leave the city, if you go too far outside of the city, you kind of run into, let's say, Yahtzees. They do exist. I actually saw somebody the other day driving a Toyota Supra yellow with on both sides of the car in black paint 88, which if you don't know what that means, that's code for HH. And if you don't know what that means, I'm not going to say it on stream, but a particular not so nice German person from 100 years ago. So yeah, and that was in the city. So, aside from that, Oregon's great. Lots of trees, lots of awesome people, great communities. Oh yeah, we've ARC. If you put an H, it's arch. That would be a different word. We say arc, A-R-C, no H. Different spelling, different pronunciation. More common among them. Those two states seem to be, they're very green. Although with the rate things are going, they're going to be very gray, since everything's burning to the ground. Climate change. I like to live in Colorado. Yeah, I was thinking about Colorado for a long time. It's very similar to here. Yeah, I think those are more like Northern California. It's still like the Pacific West Coast, like Pacific Northwest area, but that's kind of like Northern California, the redwoods and stuff. I haven't been to them personally, unfortunately. I didn't want to make a detour and stop when I was driving from San Diego all the way up to Portland because I didn't want to take that trip to begin with. By the time I got to Northern California, I was like, nope, I'm not stopping. I want this to end. I literally did that trip in like 36 hours. I got like not even 5 hours of sleep. I got like 3 hours of sleep. I was running on energy drinks and I had to get gas like 4 or 5 times. So that was the only time I got out of the car really. I was just like, nope, we're going to just keep going. And then because I was so paranoid with all my stuff in the car, when I stopped at a hotel to like catch some sleep, I just wanted a place to park my car and be able to sleep in my car because I didn't want to leave it alone. And even in like the hotel parking lot, they're like, don't leave your belongings in your car, that we're not responsible for them. So I'm like, literally my entire life is in this car. So I'm going to pay for the hotel room. So I have a parking spot. And then I used the bathroom and I was like, the bed doesn't even look that clean anyway. So I literally just tried to sleep for 2 or 3 hours in my car. And then I woke up and I was like, I'm good. Let's go get an energy drink. I want to be done with this trip. Oh, I'm never making that drive again, ever. You can't pay me to do that trip. I will not do it. No, I'm not doing it. Didn't Eastern Oregon want to be Idaho? Probably. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I mean, I don't really care. Anything to the east of the Portland metro area. Yeah, I would draw that line. Anything east of the Portland metro area, I don't care about. There's a desert out there. I don't want to go to the desert. No, I want to live in the trees. But Oregon's cool like that because it's literally like there's a forest and there's a desert and then there's a beach. They're not like right next to each other necessarily. You have to drive a little bit, but they have like everything here. I busted up because it would be what? I don't think you're using busted out correctly because that doesn't seem to make much sense here. I don't really know what you're talking about. Maybe busted something out. You're just showing off at this point. I think you're just looking up words. I don't even know what a churl is. I don't even know what the base word is. I've never heard this before in my life. Okay, boorish, rude. I get an idea of it. Stingy, mean. Okay. Laudable is a fancy word, but I know that one. Is that even the proper use of forlorn? Yeah, you sound like you're trying to write a novel from the 18th century. I live far away from any forest chair. Oh. Colorado seems cool. It's like the savannah here. Colorado seems cool. The way I'm reading that, it sounds very funny because it's like I wouldn't want to live on a savannah. I want to go where the people are. Anybody get the reference? Eugene is a good city to know. I passed through Eugene. I've heard good things about Eugene. I don't know all the like how blue or red it is and all the politics and stuff, but I hear good things. It should be a pretty good place. Yeah, I think is Eugene the capital. I'm pretty sure Eugene's the capital. There's Portland, Eugene, Salem. Salem's a pretty good place, I think. Those are, I think, the big three. Probably forgetting one. But yeah, I like Western states. All I know are Western states. I've been as far east as Missouri when I was a kid. Never been farther east than that. I've seen the word. I haven't seen. I've seen. I haven't seen. If you say either, I haven't seen. I think you missed the negative there. I like East Coast better. How dare you? I think you're just a contrarian at this point. Anything I say, you're just going to say the opposite. Naomi's baby English. Is Maine considered East Coast? I don't know. Let's see. Map of the United States. You tell me. I know where it is. I'm doing this for effect. If I can maybe zoom into one. Okay, there we go. I'm pretty sure it's ME. I think ME is Maine. Do you think that's East Coast? You can't really get farther East Coast than Maine. Because MA should be Massachusetts, I believe. I'm an American. I don't even know what all the abbreviations for my own states are. I'm pretty sure I can name these. Alaska. I mean, some of them, to be fair, I may not know what the abbreviation would be, but because I know what the state looks like and where it's positioned, that gives me a hint. So sometimes I'm not sure, like AK, is that Alaska or is that Arkansas? It could be either, right? AR is Arkansas. So anyway, Alaska, Hawaii, Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming. Oh, that's where Wyoming is. My mind puts Wyoming somewhere over here. Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas. That's North. I was going to say North Dakota. That's not right. Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. I got to put on a southern accent. I'm going to say these ones. Texas, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia. Did I say Illinois? Illinois, not Illinois. I learned that when I lived in Missouri. Illinois. Also, Scruff, McGruff, Chicago, Illinois, 60652. And you could take a bite out of crime. Sorry, my brain is broken. It's from when I was a kid. Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey. What? DE. What are these? MD, Maryland. The hell is DE? My brain's like Deutschland. No, that's in a different part of the world. Delaware, of course. I was going to say, who could forget Delaware? Everybody. No offense to Delaware. Yeah, no, it's Delaware. See, I can name all the states in my country. Barely. Oh God. I know, it's great. It's so great. Also, since I'm just wasting time here with you guys at this point, let's just break a record for my longest live stream ever. I think the longest was like 7 hours. I can try, even though my throat is already getting sore, I can try to do my temporary hybrid girl voice. That's the best thing I think to call it. What I've been doing recently, and I've been kind of like, I keep forgetting to do it, but what I've been doing recently, because like I need to take professional lessons, which I'm going to be starting, I think, at the end of this year into next year, because I can figure it out, but it's a pain in the ass, and it's not the same as pronunciation, because like I still have to keep, like I still have my posture and everything, but I have to like shrink my vocal tract and do all this stuff, and it's not the same type of work. And I could figure it out, but I don't want to deal with it, and it's a bunch of nonsense. I just want somebody to help me and guide me, right? Again, that's why people come to me and take classes. I give you guys the stuff for free, but people still show up to take classes because you want somebody to help and guide you and give you feedback. That's the main role of a teacher. Okay. So instead of continuously trying to force a girl voice and sound terrible, what I'm trying to do in the meantime is get in the habit of holding my larynx higher without necessarily raising my pitch too much, to where I kind of sound like my normal voice, but on the higher end, and then hold that there to where it sounds kind of more feminine, but not in a way where it sounds like I'm trying to sound feminine. So I can try that while I'm here, because I might as well practice something if I'm going to waste time, right? I don't know if because my throat's getting kind of sore now. Let me see if I can do that. Test 1 2. Hello. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to hold. I'm probably gonna see, I'm already losing it. See, it doesn't sound too forced. I think it sounds kind of smooth. It's maybe a little bit weird, a little bit kind of airy, light. I don't know. It's kind of hard to talk like this, I guess. And my intonation patterns are kind of changing a bit because weird reasons. I'm probably going to drop it, and I'll just keep trying to go into it, but I might as well practice this while I'm here. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Like, let me know. Does that seem weird? Does that seem like okay? Like, at the end of the day, I don't really like, it is what it is. Like, I'm not going to stop because you don't like it, but I don't mind it at all. I was worried. You were worried. We thought it was going to sound really bad. Anyway, where were we? Where were we? That's one state I like it. Which state? I know the whole map. Good job. It's so weird because like my intonation wants to be weird too, and I feel awkward with it. Just bear with me. So many states, Alaska. Yeah, I know. We have like 50 of them or something. Alaska in the middle of the country. Alaska is in the middle of the country, right here, off to the side. What? Kansas. The ones I can easily identify are Texas, California, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, because it's so tiny, Washington, Oregon, and New Mexico, and Arizona. Does English naturally favor a lower register in comparison with some other languages? The jury's kind of out on that one. It's hard for me to say exactly. I've gotten some conflicting information and feedback on that detail. But based on my work with people, how do I want to explain this? there's posture and there's pitch. Both can affect how low you sound or how high you sound. And then also there's gendered aspect. Obviously, I'm keeping my same posture. I'm not losing my accent or anything, but I'm raising my larynx while trying not to do too much with the pitch directly. Obviously, it's going to sound a little higher because the larynx is higher. But because in American English, everything is a lot lower and more open, both of those contribute to a overall lower sort of sound or resonance. But if it were that simple, then like if you took every native speaking American English male or man with like a masculine voice, and you compared them to the equivalent of all Spanish speaking people with a masculine voice, then all English speaking men would sound lower, right? But that's not really the case. There's English speaking men who have higher voices and who have lower voices. I'm not even talking about any like trans men or anything. I'm just talking about like among cisgender men. Like my natural voice that I'm using right now, I always thought that it was a bit high for a man's voice. There's plenty of men who have deeper voices than me, right? And then same thing like in Spanish, for example, like you're going to have people who have higher and lower. So it's not just a matter of the posture. You can maybe say, and I'm willing to say that this is probably true, but it's an idea that I can't say definitively. If you take the average range of an American man voice and the average range of an American like Spanish speaking voice for men, perhaps the men or the Spanish speakers would be slightly higher sounding on average. Maybe. I don't know any Spanish speakers out there, or it could be we could say like with Portuguese. Well, Portuguese actually is like halfway. It's like Portuguese posture, Brazilian Portuguese posture is like a hybrid between American English and Spanish anyway. So you guys are already kind of in the direction of American English anyway. But like Japanese speakers, French speakers, Spanish speakers, German is also somewhat of a hybrid, but a little not quite as close as Portuguese. Russian, I don't know any people who speak those languages. You can tell me your opinion on that. But what I do know is that speakers, like the students that I work with, regardless of what language they come from, when they lower things, when they open up, when they do the right posture changes, one of the things that tells me that they're doing the right thing is when their voice, the pitch of their voice lowers slightly and they sound more natural. That's what I call your English voice. Okay. You're really delayed by 2 minutes. Sorry. See, it's kind of hard for me to hold this, especially when I'm focusing on the things I'm trying to say. Trying to make it into sort of a habit. Anyway, so that's just based on my experience. That should hold true, but I don't know. There's also going to be variation. And when we say, okay, you as an individual speaker, like let's say you are a man in your language, right? You have your posture, it's higher than ours, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And let's say that your specific voice compared to, I'm just getting weird here. Let's say that your specific voice is on the high end of other men speakers in your language. You come to me, that's your natural voice for whatever reason. Maybe it has to do with the natural forming and shaping of your physical vocal tract. Maybe it has to do with whatever other reason. Doesn't matter. You come to me, I want to hear your voice come a little bit lower when you switch your posture. Does that mean that you'll be as low sounding as me? Not necessarily. Same thing. Let's say in your language, you're on the low end. Maybe your voice in your language is lower than my voice in my language even. You come to English, you work with me. Again, if you get the right posture settings, I want to hear your voice come a little bit lower. Not artificially, not too much, but that usually works. Now, I don't have enough data working with enough people in these extreme ranges to say that that's for certain, but that does seem to be something we might be able to say, because every single language that I worked with, when your voice pitch drops a bit, you tend to sound more natural because you're opening and lowering the vocal tract. Take that as you will. So the short answer to this, perhaps yes, relatively speaking. I don't think it matters much, and it's more of like an individual level. Like, where are you coming from as an individual speaker of your specific language? Let's change from that, right? Because nothing else matters, right? Your voice is your voice. It is what it is, right? It's just, it should slightly change as you change the posture. It's going to affect it, but it shouldn't drastically change, you know? Voice is pretty good, like got significantly more feminine, doesn't feel forced. Well, thank you. I'm having a hard time holding it, so I might get forced. I feel like it's getting a little forced now. But, I don't know, Japanese, for example, sounds very deep for me. Yeah, that's one of the really interesting things, because Japanese can sound very, very high. It could definitely sound high, but it can also sound very low. Oh my God. There's you guys should watch this guy. I think it's Kyotaro. Is it Kyotaro? No, I don't think this is the wrong. I don't think it's the right. He'd probably pop up my short feed if I was on my other channel here. It's not Kyotaro. What was it? Kyo. Japanese lore. Kyo. I'm just going to type that. Maybe he'll pop up. Yep, there he is.
The first married couple in Japanese.
He's really cornered the market on this. Yeah, Kyotako. That was it. Not Kyotaro, Kyotako. 1372. He does a lot of really interesting videos just related to like Japanese history and culture and, you know, etymology, language stuff. Some of his Japanese language learning videos are really funny. Not like teaching you, but like talking about the experience of Japanese learners. Let me see if I can find one of those. It's actually fun. I don't think I'll get a copyright strike for this. Please don't copyright strike me, because I'm sure he'd be the one to do it. Where, let me see. Okay, so Kyotako, oh my God. Kyotako, 1372, Japanese, I misspelled Japanese, I don't care. Student, Japense. Here we go.
If you've studied even a little Japanese,
I've seen this one. Okay. This is 2.5 minutes. Just watch. Just watch. It's funny. Okay. Especially if you've ever tried to learn Japanese. If you haven't, this will be informative for you. And you may never want to learn Japanese.
if you've studied even a little Japanese, you'll probably know that this is read ke. Ke is one of the 5 Japanese syllables that start with the k sound. Ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. This one. Now, when you write 1 month in Japanese, it's often written like this. This is read I, and this is read getsu. So, Steven-san, yes, sensei, you know what this is already. So how is this read all together? Kigetsu. No, 1ヶ月. So this lesson is one of those lessons again where I lose faith in everything I've learned so far. That is the learning process.
I love this guy
So how
so
about
much.
this?
Because it just
This
how
is
he
red.
presents
Me,
it.
and
You
this
know,
is red.
he's
Gets.
very dramatic.
Steven-san, you know how to read this already. How is this read all together? I cannot trust anything I know right now, but with the last remaining pinch of hope, is this read 2ヶ月? No, 2ヶ月. I spent 2 nights memorizing katakana. I need to go to the restroom. Now, when you go to a local green
I've
grocery
been there.
fish market, you might see something like this. This is red I, and this is red 100 yen. So it's saying one daifuku is 100 yen. Welcome back, Steven-san. Have a seat.
I like the
Why are your
continuity.
eyes red? Steven-san,
Why are
I
your
have a
eyes red?
question for you. How is this red all together? A, 1ヶ100 yen. Or B, 1ヶ100 yen. Okay, I accept there are exceptions in any given language system. And I've learned my lesson. It's B, 1ヶ100 yen. The answer is C, 1個100 yen. You love your job, don't you? This character is actually not katakana. Okay. It was originally a radical of this kanji. This was a Chinese character used
See,
as
and
a
then he
counter.
explains
And also
why.
in Japan, it was used on
It's
steroids
awesome.
for
I
years.
love
But it
this.
has like 14 strokes and it took too long to write for a kanji that was used. So
Right, and
often.
then you're
So
gonna
shop
remember
owners
it
started
better,
abbreviating it.
you
and
know?
wrote just this part and read it as ka or ko. So Steven-san, you're understanding that this is usually read ke is correct. Just not when they're used as counters. Why do you have to teach it like that?
Not when they're used as
Trauma
counters.
enhances
Trauma enhances memory.
So
It
just to
does.
review. This is red 1ヶ月. This is red 1個100 yen. So what is this? Chikazaki. No. Chigasaki. Who can I
Chigasaki.
sue?
Chigasaki. It's great. And so yeah, he's making this in part, I assume, because he has some books he's trying to sell and stuff. I actually kind of want to pick these up and read these, but yeah, no, this guy's great. Like, even just for the comedy, even if you don't care about Japan, this guy's awesome, hilarious, like very entertaining. Hopefully he doesn't copyright strike me for showing this video, but I love this guy. Like, yeah, but I thought of him because I'm totally out of my high voice, but whatever, that's fine for now. I thought of him because what were we saying? Somebody mentioned, oh yeah, Japanese, for example, sounds very deep for me. Japanese has an ability. I don't know enough Japanese, or I'm not familiar enough with Japanese to be like blanket statement, but there's definitely been cases, like certain contexts, certain, maybe you can say intonation patterns, I don't know, where, especially if you think of them as like stereotypical historical, like samurai type thing or whatever. But he kind of did that here, even though he's speaking English, he's still kind of like, I don't know, he has this like Japanese vibe to it, right? With how he's like dramatizing the speech and stuff. And so this sort of like low, like I don't know, like 500 yen, there's this like strong guttural, like Japanese can definitely do that. Does that have any bearing on like the overall depth of how the language sounds? I don't know, but I do know that Japanese is very high, very tight in their posture. And so clearly there's some way that they can still access that. That's what I'm saying. Like posture isn't going to like necessarily determine what you can do, but it's going to create a structure and a floor that the sounds are placed on, and give you a certain quality. So you could still change pitch and do all kinds of things. But like, okay, is Japanese overall lower, overall higher? I would probably say overall higher, just because of the tension. Like, it's a smaller space. There's less space in the mouth, less space in the throat. That would create a smaller sound. So that's what I would say if we're talking blanket statement, but I don't know enough Japanese to say that. I don't know. I do know, again, that when Japanese speakers really open up and lower things and stuff, they sound better than they normally do. So, okay. Look, it's all relative. There's a trans girl called the Sphere Hunter. You kind of sound like her. Do I? Well, maybe she's doing the same thing I am, or I was. The Sphere Hunter. Is she on YouTube? The Sphere Hunter. Oh. Ah. Like okay, Resident Evil. Is this also her? I assume that's also her, maybe. Looks like the oh yeah, okay.
Mary Angela Laura Crane?
No, she sounds better than me.
Well, this is awkward.
Yeah, no, I know that's a very typical trans girl thing to say, but no, she sounds a lot better than me. I feel like she sounds pretty.
Bloober Team, again, with very little context on what their games were like.
Like, to me, I'm biased and I'm probably wanting it to be this way, I guess. But to me, she just sounds like a cisgender woman with a lower register.
How young and foolish I was.
Like, I don't hear a masculine voice there. She sounds a lot better than me, I think. Like, I wish I could sound like her. I would like, if I could sound like her, I would be happy. I would be happy. So if you think I sound similar to her, I guess that's good. That makes me feel good. I'm also trying to not. I'm also trying not to like lose my voice, you know, because I don't want to go like this and have this like sort of like weird strain, like, oh my god, you know. That's not my voice. That's a character. Hello, test 1 2 1 2. Hello. Something kind of like this. This is sort of, I don't know. That's all it is. Right quick, an English pronunciation question. Can you explain what your tongue does when it's time for it to pronounce the D in words like food, wound, any? You're just doing that to trigger me, aren't you? You're doing that to trigger me. Wound doesn't even have 2 O's in it. It's okay. It's okay. We're just going to hunt IFAT. We're just going to hunt him down. It's got really violent really fast. It's okay. Okay. As I said, I'm a drama queen. Sorry. Oh god, I'm getting lightheaded. I haven't eaten anything today. I haven't drinking much today. I've been talking. I probably should go soon if I continue to get lightheaded. That's not good. It's also hot in here. Right quick, an English pronunciation question. Can you explain what your tongue does when it's time? I put a word in there that it wasn't even there. What your tongue does when it's time for it to pronounce the D in the words food, wound, blah blah blah. Okay. It goes into the D position. It's hard for me to talk like this. Front half of the blade lifts up to the bump. You can squeeze the middle, make sure you have a solid seal. Side should be maybe a little bit wider. You don't want to be too narrow on the tongue. Tongue is going to be shaped a little bit like this. Give or take roughly, come on, work with me. I think kind of like that-ish. I don't like that. It might be a little sharp, but something kind of like that. I'm going to try to keep this part low. Keep your posture. Keep your posture digging. That would be how you place and form the TDN. So... Okay, so we're going. It's not oh, it's ooh, you fool. Okay. Ooh, food, wound. So basically your question is, how do you go from ooh to D? That's your question. I mean, there's an N in wound, but it's kind of the same thing, right? So ooh to TDN, right, into that position. Your ooh is up here, middle of the back. It's going to be kind of high. You drop the ooh as you lift the tongue. Stabilize your center of gravity. Like that. I mean, you go from one sound to the other, keep your posture in place, keep everything low, like that. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know what you want from me. I think my brain is a little too fried at this point anyway. I don't know if I can answer that. But that would be as best as I could think to answer it. It just seems like a really simple question. I'm not saying you're stupid or anything. I don't like that. Okay. Japanese is so cool. It is. And hard. It is very hard. Thanks for letting me get to know him. You're welcome. That's kind of weird phrasing here. Thanks for introducing me to him. That would be better. What an approach to teach something. I don't know what that's in reference. Oh yeah, the video. Yeah. When he spoke English, it felt too high for me. Yeah. He there's definitely a little bit of that impression. Like he has a very good English pronunciation. He doesn't necessarily sound Japanese, but he clearly has like an underlying Japanese kind of feel, I guess. And he seems to kind of like use the same type of sort of like a more Japanese based flow, I guess, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's weird. It has a Japanese feel to it, right? He's just speaking English. It's like he's speaking English in a Japanese way, if that makes sense. So yeah, like even like you hear his voice, it's like da 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 da, da, you know. Not like I'm judging or saying that's bad or anything, but I think that's because of that sort of underlying a little bit of that Japanese tension still. But I don't know, whatever, doesn't matter. Sorry, I keep doing this because I keep losing it. Oh, I know her. I used to watch her game. Oh, cool. I don't really follow streamers very much. The only streamer that I don't even follow. The only streamers that I kind of pay attention to would be Hassan, of course, and Bosch. I don't even watch their streams. I just watch clips, and not even a whole lot of clips. But oh my god, Hassan Piker. That man. That's a man. Anyway. Some Japanese women can sound a tad too high-pitched and kind of pierce my ear when they react to certain things. Well, okay. That just kind of goes with the general trend of what we've been talking about. English is a very hard language. It definitely can be. Yeah. Not as hard as some other languages, but it is a hard language. We have lots of exceptions. I feel like it's too high. I feel like I should be singing, and now I'm strained. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm losing my voice anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna end this like pretty soon. I think I'm kind of done. Bye, Marco. Yeah, I'm gonna be leaving too. I mean the stop D. Oh, it's the exactly thing I said, but don't pronounce the D. Food. You block it off, and then because it can't go through the mouth, you don't want it to go through the nose either. So it's gonna get caught in the nose. You might hear a little afterwards, but food. That's it. You just stop there, and then it just cuts off the sound. But you're just in the position. You just keep the voice going all the way through. If you drop the voice too soon, it'll sound like a stop T. It's easier for me to stop it in words like had, but when it's ood, like in wound. I mean, technically there's an N before that, but it's, I don't know what word. Sometimes, as I was saying earlier, sometimes combinations give particular problems. You just got to practice it. It's like if you could do it in had, you say like, I don't know, like if you could do it with a schwa, right? You say fud. If you say fad, feed, it's a particular combination that's probably getting in the way. So something about your oo is making it hard for you to stop the D for whatever reason, but you know how to stop it. It's not mechanically complex. You just go into the D and then don't pronounce it. Just sort of catch the voice in the mouth. So start an oo, end in D, and don't pronounce it. I mean, it's like, I know it sounds very simple, and I know it's hard for me to explain, but it's like that you just got to do the thing. How do you like do this? Open your hand. You just do the thing. I showed you the map. You just got to figure out how to make it work, right? I'm going to bed too, guys. You said 5 hours. You lied. You lied. That's okay. You're excommunicated anyway. I don't even know why I associate with you. Terrible person. Terrible. Anyway, all right, cool. I'm done. Other people are done. What's our time? 30 seconds. We got 30 more seconds. Got to break 6 hours. I know I've had one that's been more than 6 hours, but come on, we can't stop now. We have to go to at least 6 hours, right? There we go. It's just a countdown. It's like New Year's. Learning advanced vocabulary and writing bloody eloquent texts are my hobbies. That's awesome. I love that. That tickles part of my brain. I can see that appeal because I kind of wanted to do something like that in Spanish. That's cool. Okay, so we hit 6 hours. I literally have like less than 4 hours sleep. Then go to work. Sorry, go to sleep. Why are you here? Because you're a real one. You're a true fan. You want to show that even if I want to excommunicate you, I can't. Because you are the number one. As it says right in the chat, you are the number one fan. Because I love being here. Apparently, you're always here. You're always here. And I appreciate that. I almost want to give you like a free 30-minute session to say thank you. But actually I might do that. Please. But I mean, a lot of other people are always here too. That's not fair. That's not fair. And then you're also doing it to get something. That's not real one behavior. Come on. I see you though. Yeah. All right, Rex. Anyway, thank you guys. I made it for 6 hours. I wasted a lot of time. I hope it was useful. I don't know. I'm tired. This is exhausting. You try doing a 6 hour live stream. I don't even think I'm going to go to work at this point because I'm too tired. Maybe I'll try to make like $20 or something. But you guys took it all out of me. What the heck is that? Is that a person ripping their face off? I don't know what that is supposed to express. Is that shock, fear, excitement? I don't know what's happening. No, there's no chow. You explain the meaning of your emoji, sir. You can't just do that because I'm gonna have to look it up and I don't know how to do that. I guess you're enervated. Yes, I'm enervated. Thank you. God, I don't want to sound like Gen Z, but no cap. Vid, you probably have more advanced vocabulary than I do. That's impressive. Not that I'm like the most advanced vocabulary speaker of English. There's people who know more than I do, but language is my thing. I'm kind of, I like words. No Chow Lamau. Okay. I guess it's just the style. I still don't know what the emoji's trying to say, though. This one's creepy. It is creepy. You haven't seen what kind of text I can imagine. I can imagine. Oh, my dearest Maria. I can only hope that the effervescent light within your eyes, the profundity of your eyes, could realize the bounds of the universe. No, that doesn't even sound good. That the universe could realize the bounds of the profundity of your eyes. Something like that. I don't know. That's whatever. I can BS a lot of stuff together. Some of it might not actually make sense again. Anyway, guests? That the emoji means guests? That's not right. Oh wait, hold on. Hostia. Yeah, that's a bad translation. I don't even know what that means. You guys are teaching me words. The English-Spanish dictionary. Hostia. Host. Bash. Those seem counter to each other. Thump, punch, thwack. No direct translation. Jesus. Cristo. Damn it. Bloody hell. Oh. Are you cursing at me? What is this? What? I'm so confused about the emoji. You're not even answering. Don't talk to IFA. Answer my... I feel like I'm being bullied. Fernando is bullying me. This isn't... Like, I want to end the stream, but I can't. I want to know what that emoji means. Why are you bullying me? Don't bully your English teacher. This is... Did I do something? Is this payback for... Did I, like, ignore one of your questions because I didn't see it? I don't know what's happening. I don't just casually respond to him, IFAT. Am I even here? I don't think you guys even pay attention to me. You're just talking to each other. I'm on mute. I'm pretty sure I'm on mute. Oh my God. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. The whole meme. Just no. Yeah, now my the eyelashes. My eyeliner's gonna be messed up now. Straight to jail. Straight to excommunication. No more. You're straight to jail. I don't know. It's a terrible accent. I thought you were Russian. Damn it, Fernando. Okay. Hold on. Can I? Okay, I have an emoji button. Okay, that's where it is. Face, blue-eyed eyes. It doesn't even have a description. You just... I don't feel comfortable. I need an adult. Why is YouTube so creepy? Like, they're like, hey guys, let's make our own custom emojis, but let's make them the creepiest things that have ever existed in emojis. Like, why? YouTube is like broken. I don't know what the programs are smoking. Must be something pretty horrifying. Like they force their developers to go on bad trips and then make emojis based off of the things they see. That's my explanation. I'm happy with that. Okay. That's fine. Duh. Duh. Don't say no cap anymore. Yeah, the millennials picked it up apparently. I'm 37. I mean 21. I'm 37. I'm too old to say no cap. I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm actually only 99% sure I'm using it correctly. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. It's always felt weird. Right. Well, it's hard for me to think of words that no one ever uses because no one ever uses them. I thought you were Russian. No more. I don't think those are related, but that would be funny if they are. Yet. I like the word eerie. Eerie is a nice word. Da. What did it translate to and? So you now live in Russia. There's 2 S's there. You did it with the language. You could do it with the... That's probably a typo. Maybe an autocorrect. Ati? 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 Oh. Ati. I think you mean itu. Does ati work there? I don't think ati works there. Maybe itu. Unless it's also Russian somehow. I don't know what's happening anymore. Like you say da is so perfect. Da. Da. All I really do is I just try to sound like Dracula. I know Dracula doesn't speak Russian, but I just try to sound like Dracula. Da. I want to suck your blood. Da. Anyway. Ati. And you, okay. I'm going, guys. I'm sorry. Fernando extended this live stream by 10 minutes. I think it was a ploy. He knew what he was doing. He knew he knew I would be triggered. Now I don't want to leave because I don't want to stop your guys' conversation. Dracula is from Romania. I know he's from... I said he's not Russian. I know he's from... Actually, he's from Transylvania, which doesn't really exist. But yes, he's from Romania. I know. Okay, I get it. I know. Yes, I'm American. I'm not that stupid. I know it's a fair assumption to think that I'm that stupid. But I just feel that when I try to say da in a Dracula type thing, it sounds more Russian, okay? Leave me alone. Blame Dracula, not me. All right? I didn't do anything. I'm just saying da. Well, that was definitely not it. I'm just saying da. Da. No, I didn't think Americans are stupid. You don't think Americans are stupid. You know Americans are stupid. It's okay. You don't have to be nice. The majority of us are legit stupid. I'm sorry, fellow Americans, the majority of us, and I'm not even particularly smart in my opinion. Like, okay, there's a lot smarter people in the world than me, and then probably most Americans. There's plenty of smart people in America, of course. Transylvania sounds like Pennsylvania. It kind of does. On that note, I think we're done. We reached the end of the stream. That was the last thing that needed to be said. Okay. I swear to God. It is. That is true. Thank you guys very much. Of course it says da. Every time it says and, I'm just going to assume you said da. Thank you guys very much. It was fun. I'm legit banning you from the next stream. I'm not even joking. Nope, you went too far. You went too far. I'm banning you from the next stream. This is your punishment. We'll see if I'm joking or not. I'm going to ban you from the next stream. Just wait. Okay. Bye. Love you guys. Oh, geez.